leaving behind the nervous glances and critical whispers of the crowd on his big awakening day. Tu Chen steps into the chamber with the terrifyingly calm composure of a man who once stood at the very peak of existence. Cloaked in silence with a gaze sharp enough to pierce the void, he looks nothing like a teenager waiting on fate. Instead, he looks like a king returning to claim his rightful throne. Floating in the darkness is the demon heart, an ancient crimson artifact beating heavily to measure a person's class potential. Little does the world know the man standing before it hasn't come to receive a class, he's here to test it. A smirk plays on Tu Chen's lips as glowing cards of forbidden light slip right through his fingers. He throws the first card, boom, the Lord of Thunder violently descends, sending a shiver through the demon heart. Flipping the second card, crack, the icy abyss unleashes a freezing aura that threatens to lock the entire room in ice. Finally, he draws the ultimate card bearing a bleeding crest, as a suffocating pressure descends the Asura Demon King. Meanwhile, back out on the plaza, complete chaos is breaking loose. The measurement matrix is going absolutely haywire, starting all the way down at C rank. It plummets miserably to D rank before suddenly tearing right through. Shattering its limits, the machine explodes with the blinding light of a triple S rank. Alarms blare while the crowd mocks him, and the disappointed judges shake their heads and cross out his name. They dismiss him as useless trash who glitched and broke the machine. But little do they know the outside world just narrowly escaped a literal roar of absolute doom. Inside that dead silence, Tu Chen simply blinks, looking at the demon heart buckling under the weight of his Asura Demon King. The artifact has completely cracked, and in a slight slip of his hand, a dark vortex erupts from his body and starts chewing away. It completely devours the core of the demon heart, pulling it into his body without leaving even a single speck of dust. The chamber doors slide open, and Tu Chen walks out empty-handed, perfectly disguised as an absolute nobody, abandoned by the system. The world pities and despises him, but only Tu Chen knows the truth. His path of peerless fury and unchecked power has only just begun. May 16, 2167, the demons have successfully conquered the last refuge, and the human world is officially done for. Tu Chen, the Triple S lightning assassin, stands gasping for air among the ruins, blood pouring down his face, yet his eyes remain razor-sharp as he glares at the enemy. 7 years ago, the demon lord Lan Yue led his horde to the mortal plane, reducing civilization to absolute ash in the blink of an eye. Back in the present, the demon lord sneers through his fangs, his blood-red eyes mocking Tu Chen, calling the title of humanity's last hope a joke, because humans are nothing but fragile trash. He reaches out a muscular arm, pooling evil crimson energy into his razor claws, and promises to help Tu Chen complete his final mission by ending his life. The energy in his hands erupts into a jagged, burning red sphere of death, radiating intense bloodlust as he prepares to tear his prey apart. The demon lord charges forward with his jaws wide open, roaring for Tu Chen to submit and become his ultimate source of nourishment. Refusing to go down without a fight, Tu Chen musters all of his remaining strength, unleashing a massive white lightning bolt that crashes directly into the demon's crimson energy stream. In this final moment, flashes of his sister and fallen comrades cross his mind, and he bows his head as the lightning around him explodes with unparalleled rage. He remembers his master and loved ones, now nothing but distant, fading silhouettes swallowed by a relentless downpour of blood. Blood drips from his mouth as he grits his teeth so hard his veins bulge, consumed by fury over the lives stolen by these monsters. His eyes flare with raw fury as blinding electricity wraps his body, and he screams, swearing to drag this beast straight to hell with him. He unleashes his ultimate Triple S skill, the Apocalypse Arc, casting a massive beam of blinding holy light straight down upon the demon lord. The demon lord panics, thrashing wildly, but finds his entire body locked tight by a mysterious force he cannot comprehend. Moments later, Tu Chen's body begins to fracture into pieces, yet a peaceful smile forms on his face as he bathes in the blinding light. Fragile memories of his sister and master shatter like glass, drifting aimlessly through his mind before fading into the dark void. The warm, faded memories of his childhood home flash by, and he whispers a quiet goodbye to his parents, wishing he had been strong enough to protect everyone. He closes his eyes amidst the brilliant light, harboring one final desperate wish: if only he had been just a little bit stronger. As the raging demon lord disintegrates into ash, Tu Chen's mind clings to a single burning desire to turn back time and crush the demon lair sooner. A massive explosion of energy engulfs the ruins, swallowing the hero's ultimate regret: if only he could have stopped the first demon king. Crumbling embers drift down through a blinding white void, drawing the curtain on a tragic life of someone who lost absolutely everything far too soon. Suddenly, a warm ray of sunlight pierces through the ceiling right onto Tu Chen's face, forcing him to squint open his heavily bandaged eye. He lies completely stiff on a soft bed while the morning sun spills through the window, illuminating his bandage-covered body and a pair of sneakers kicked onto the floor. Sitting up like a coiled spring, he drops to the floor and stares blankly at his hands, his mind completely blown by the realization that he is somehow still alive. Resting on the edge of the bed, he glances around the pristine, well-equipped medical bay, utterly lost and wondering what kind of strange place he has been thrown into. Driven by raw curiosity and doubt, he rushes to the window and peers outside, his eyes practically popping out as if he has just witnessed a ghost. Right before him is a peaceful campus infirmary with groups of young students carrying books below, laughing and chatting happily together under the warm, brilliant sunshine. Cold sweat breaks across his forehead as he presses his bruised face against the glass, muttering in sheer disbelief. The entire world literally blew up, so where on earth did all these people come from? Staring at his hands under the sunlight, he finally accepts this absolute miracle. The system has officially sent him 15 years back into the past, right to the days when he was still struggling in college. Bathed in the bright morning light, he stands, frozen sweat dripping from his face as his eyes widen. But this is his golden opportunity to completely rewrite his tragic destiny. Before he can even process the shock, Tu Chen gasps as a sudden wave of digital static begins glitching wildly right in front of his face. A cold system notification flickers to life, declaring that the gluttony power fusion is complete. This confirms the insane reality that he has truly returned to the time before everything went to hell. Just to be absolutely sure, he snatches his old phone. The screen clearly displays the date and time as 16:15 on May 16, 2157. Catching his reflection in the glass, he mutters in a mix of shock and excitement. He has traveled 15 years back to May 16, 2157, while the fusion alert still floats before him. His eyes suddenly flash a deep crimson. Sweat drips down as the sheer gravity of his situation hits him. This is exactly 3 years before the tragedy. He shudders as he recalls the horrific future. In 2160, the first demon king of wrath will descend upon the earth, blocking out the sky over the city with colossal writhing tentacles. Terrifying memories rush back of that massive shadow beast, Wrath, the monster that tore open the gates of hell. Because of him, the other demon kings followed one by one, unleashing absolute chaos upon the world. That was the start of the end, the reason he lost everything. He bitterly recalls the ruined landscapes and mountains of corpses piled beneath the feet of those merciless demons. Shaking off the heavy grief, he clenches his trembling fists as a fierce desire for revenge ignites in his eyes. He is back and everything is about to change. With pure murderous intent burning in his single uncovered red eye, he reaches out his hand as if to crush fate itself. If he can just defeat the first demon king Wrath, he can seal the gate of hell forever. But wait, his burning momentum suddenly grinds to a halt. Staring blankly at the floating notification that says Gluttony Power Fusion Complete, he has to wonder, what on earth is this system anyway? Standing alone in the quiet medical bay, he waves his hand through the holographic screen and mutters that it has been hovering right before his eyes ever since he woke up. Out of nowhere, strange lines of digital static spark across his palm, looking exactly like scrolling rows of corrupted computer code running completely wild. Jumping back in shock, his jaw drops as a massive glowing status screen shoots out of his hand, proudly displaying that he is currently level 1. Right at the top is his name, Tu Chen, with every single stat like strength, speed, stamina, luck, elemental power, and spirit locked at a perfect 100. He gasps, wondering what this video game data actually means and if these are truly his attributes. Squinting his eyes in deep thought, Tu Chen frowns. He has never seen anything like this before because back in his previous life, he only ever fought using his standard awakened abilities. The system immediately lists out various flashy classes like Mage, Warrior Cloud, Singer Star, Archer, and Lightning Assassin. It comes with a harsh reminder that only 1 in 10,000 people in this world ever manages to awaken. Recalling his pathetic past life, he sinks into sad memories of being bullied by thugs. His current school, the National Awaken University, only recruits those with real potential, but he miserably failed to awaken during his entire college run. For 4 long years, he remained at the absolute bottom of the food chain, a defenseless target that anyone could walk up to and slap. Snapping out of his thoughts, Tu Chen turns into a funny chibi version of himself, rubbing his chin with a scowl. Is this why he woke up in the school clinic? Still lost in his thoughts, his eyes suddenly go wide as the digital interface right in front of him begins to glitch violently and shift its entire layout. The screen flashes and transforms into a glowing golden card, displaying the Lightning Assassin class. It comes with crazy skills like Thunder God to multiply speed by 10 and Thunder Sword to paralyze enemies, leaving him stunned. Staring at the card, memories of his majestic past self wrapped in blinding electricity flood back. He cannot help but gasp, realizing this was his exact class from his previous life. His jaw drops so wide he could swallow an egg. Tu Chen stares in shock as the card now displays a new title called the Devourer. Feeling a surge of energy within his body, he wonders if his past power has carried over and if he has somehow awakened early. Without wasting another second, he closes his eyes to focus. Golden sparks of lightning begin to crackle around his body and the floating card as the system begins loading his class transfer. But right as he tries to summon his powers, the medical bay door is suddenly slammed open, causing him to jump in surprise and look back. Standing in the doorway is a guy wearing thick glasses with small bandages on his face, shouting out in panic. Floating above his head is the name tag Ma Long Wood Singer. Before Tu Chen can even react, Ma Long rushes over and grabs his shoulders, shaking him back and forth while yelling out, asking if he is finally awake and if his body is doing all right. Feeling totally dizzy from the shaking, Tu Chen glances at the floating card his friend clearly cannot see. He calmly replies that he is fine, confirming his suspicion that nobody else can see this system screen. Ma Long examines him from head to toe, spinning him around like a toy before shouting in utter disbelief. He asks how all the wounds vanished, pointing out that Tu Chen was beaten to a pulp yesterday and yet recovered faster than an awakened person. Letting his energetic friend ramble on in what sounds like absolute gibberish, Tu Chen just stares blankly into the distance with dead fish eyes, resigned to the situation. This is his college roommate, Ma Long. While Ma Long inspects his arm in disbelief, wondering out loud if Tu Chen suddenly became incredibly strong or if he's just losing his mind, Tu Chen sadly recalls the tragic past. Although Ma Long had awakened in college, he was at the very bottom of the ladder. In his previous life, he died a brutal death on the third day of the invasion. Yet here he is standing right in front of him, alive and well. Looking at his friend's silly face, Tu Chen lets out a rare, relieved smile as determination fills his eyes. Only at this very moment does it truly sink in that he has actually been reborn. While Tu Chen is lost in thought, Ma Long suddenly gasps and grabs his shoulder again, shouting that he almost forgot about the ranking exam tomorrow. Since his friend is fully healed, they need to head back to prepare. Shoving his friend out of the clinic door, Ma Long continues to babble about how they need to hurry. He points out that even if Tu Chen has not awakened yet, this exam is still incredibly crucial for his graduation grade. Outside, a brilliant sunset washes over the massive college campus, casting long shadows across the busy basketball courts as students hurry back and forth. All around the pathways, groups of young students are chatting happily. One girl even casually conjures up a bright, glowing, pinkish-purple magic orb just to show off her skills. Down on the soccer field, things are even wilder. Fire attribute players are kicking a blazing soccer ball back and forth like something straight out of an action movie. Walking through the crowd, Tu Chen keeps his hands in his pockets and lets out a bitter sigh. He murmurs that it has been a long time since he last saw so many living people. This completely creeps out Ma Long, walking next to him, who breaks into a cold sweat and asks what kind of terrifying stuff he is talking about. Trying to shake off the sudden chill, Ma Long gulps and awkwardly suggests they should just take a stroll around the stadium to see what is going on. Ignoring his anxious friend, Tu Chen quietly looks up at the sky. Beneath his calm expression, bitter memories are churning. He remembers the time he lost absolutely everything. Flashbacks of standing completely alone among the smoking, ash-covered ruins of a destroyed world hit him hard. He tells himself that if he does nothing, that hopeless future will definitely repeat itself. Snapping out of his dark thoughts, his eyes flash with a sharp red glow of determination. He needs to take action immediately and level up as fast as he possibly can. He envisions powerful hunters slaying massive beasts to rank up. In this modern era, the absolute only way for an awakened person to level up is by killing monsters inside the demon lairs. But here is the catch: almost all of those dungeons are completely monopolized by the major guilds. For an ordinary nameless nobody, the chance to level up is practically zero. Glancing at his status window showing perfectly balanced stats of 100 across the board, he begins to analyze his actual strength. If these are indeed his current attributes, how strong is he compared to other awakened humans and deadly monsters? To measure combat power, the government ranks everyone from high to low, starting at S tier down to E tier. Most students at this university are currently stuck at rank E, with only a few rare geniuses or those with major guild backing managing to crawl up to rank D. Picturing a glowing D-rank symbol in his mind, he curiously tries to estimate his current power. While he can make a rough guess based on his past combat experience, he still wonders what official rank he would actually get if he took the evaluation test. Looking over at his skinny friend, Tu Chen dryly thinks to himself that at least he is definitely tougher than this guy. But suddenly, Ma Long freezes in his tracks, his face going completely blank. Before he can even realize what is happening, a basketball flies in at ridiculous speed and smashes straight into Ma Long's face, shattering his glasses into pieces and making him see stars. Taking the full force of that malicious throw, the wood attribute student is sent flying and crashes face first onto the running track, groaning in pain as blood trickles from his nose. Up on the bleachers, a gang of 4 large tattooed school bullies are sitting around arrogantly. One of them calls out mockingly, asking if that isn't the dynamic duo Tu Chen and Ma Long. The leader of the group, sporting a buzz cut and dark skin, lifts his chin arrogantly and smirks, noting that the two of them recovered pretty fast. Clutching his swollen face, Ma Long backs away in sheer terror to hide behind Tu Chen. Shaking with a cold sweat, he whimpers about their terrible luck and wonders why they had to run into this guy. Seeing his prey trembling, the leader proudly boasts to a white-haired lackey standing behind him. He laughs and says he told him that these two punks are surprisingly tough. Resting his chin on his hand, the bully demands to know why they didn't bring him 2 crates of drinks since they obviously knew he was playing ball out here. His cowardly nature taking over, Ma Long bows repeatedly in terror and stammers out apologies, promising the leader that he will go and buy the drinks right away. But before his friend can run off, Tu Chen keeps his hands in his pockets and calmly steps in front of him. He coldly states that Ma Long has done nothing wrong, and that the bullies are the ones who should apologize. Staring straight at the school bully's annoying face, Tu Chen's eyes darken with sudden killing intent. He remembers this guy all too well as some very vivid memories from his past life begin to flood back. The memories flash clearly in his mind. He remembers the time this bastard grabbed him by the hair and forced his head deep into a water-filled sink, leaving him gasping for air as his face turned bright red. Water bubbled up his nose while 3 large thugs pinned him down, laughing and enjoying their cruel act of school bullying. Even though Ma Long was a total coward back then, he had still knelt on the wet floor, crying his eyes out and begging those heartless bullies to please stop. Ignoring his pleas entirely, the leader looked back with a terrifying psychopathic grin. He growled, asking why he should stop when he was actually helping the guy out. He shoved the boy's head even deeper into the water, shamelessly claiming that since this useless trash still had not awakened yet, they were just trying to give him a little motivation. The rest of the gang burst into loud laughter, their twisted faces showing pure joy as they trampled on the dignity of someone weaker than them. Only when they saw him lying completely unconscious on the wet floor did they finally walk away. The leader muttered that it was boring since he fainted so quickly, calling on the gang to scatter. As soon as they were gone, Ma Long rushed over to pull his soaking wet body up, crying as he shook him and asked if Tu Chen was okay. Waking up with wet hair covering his exhausted, resentful face, Tu Chen weakly cursed their miserable fate, whispering and asking why those monsters would never just leave them alone. Back in the sunny reality of the schoolyard, Tu Chen glares at the arrogant bullies. One of the lackeys looks confused and asks what the punk just said, while Tu Chen silently realizes a harsh truth. Pure malice does not just breed inside demon dungeons because it is alive and well right here in the human world. Irritated by the main character's completely indifferent attitude, the leader cracks his knuckles. With a creepy smirk and a faint blue glow flickering around him, he suggests they go teach this kid another lesson just for fun. He takes just one step and freezes. His arrogant face instantly twists into pure stupid confusion. Behind him, Ma Long is still shaking and dripping with sweat, unable to process what just happened. He whimpers and backs away nervously, asking Tu Chen what on earth he is talking about. Shaking off his brief confusion, the school bully Gong Cheng, an E-rank wood attribute warrior, aggressively stomps down the stairs. His entire right arm begins to transform into a massive coarse block of wood wrapped in a threatening green aura. Watching the massive bully stomp toward him with an angry glare, Tu Chen coldly analyzes his opponent. This guy only dares to pick on the weak because his older brother is the most powerful student council president. In reality, his own abilities are completely mediocre. Seeing the drama unfold, a crowd begins to gather nearby, whispering and pointing. They remark that Gong Cheng is about to beat those two half to death once again. As the giant approaches with his glowing wooden arm, the onlookers continue to mock them. They laugh about how the two just got out of the hospital, calling them the ultimate losers, since one is the weakest awakened and the other has not even awakened yet. Standing tall, Gong Cheng completely blocks out the sun in front of Tu Chen. His massive right arm, heavily coated in swirling green magical energy, looms threateningly close. He glares and lifts his chin, growling out a hostile challenge. "What did you just bark?" Tu Chen just stares back with eyes as sharp as steel blades. "Don't bother us anymore," he calmly replies. Infuriated, Gong Cheng lets out a wild roar. He swings his magic-infused fist straight through the air, shouting that this useless punk clearly needs another brutal beating. Showcasing his incredible power as a regressed main character, Tu Chen effortlessly raises one hand at the very last second, catching the giant's heavy fist as easily as taking candy from a baby. His powerful attack stopped dead in its tracks. Gong Cheng stumbles back with a grimace, clutching his aching wrist while Tu Chen stands perfectly still in his guard. The gossiping students gape in absolute shock, clutching their heads in disbelief. Everyone whispers in confusion, wondering how on earth that useless guy actually blocked a direct punch from Gong Cheng. Amid stunned stares, the whispers grew louder. It was clear he had not awakened yet, making people wonder if their own eyes were playing tricks on them. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Gong Cheng gritted his teeth. He swung his stone-armored veiny arms and charged, screaming how a worthless, unawakened piece of trash like him dared to challenge his authority. But Tu Chen did not show a hint of fear. Golden lightning began to crackle around his hand as he smirked, deciding this bully would make the perfect test subject. Meanwhile, his system screen flashed with a class transition notification. A blinding light erupted as the system confirmed the transition was complete. Standing tall and majestic, our main character was now officially equipped with the powers of a level 1 Thunder Assassin. Standing right behind him, Ma Long completely lost it. His eyes went wide, cold sweat pouring down as he stuttered, asking when on earth his friend had actually awakened. In response to his friend, Tu Chen slowly tilted his head to look over. Golden lightning crackled and swirled majestically around his entire body, radiating an absolutely overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, the school bully roared, channeling all his mana into his ultimate skill, Immortal Magic Armor. His arm transformed into a massive jagged spike of solid stone. The massive stone fist crashed straight down toward Tu Chen, who looked like a tiny speck. The bully screamed out, asking if he had already forgotten the deadly taste of his fist. But a lightning assassin does not get hit easily. Tu Chen transformed into a blinding flash of light, effortlessly dodging the giant fist in an instant and leaving his enemy completely stunned. Using the momentum, he launched a lightning-fast uppercut straight into Gong Cheng's face. The sheer speed of the strike sent the bully's blood splattering everywhere. Taking the devastating hit, the bully's massive body spun through the air. He crashed face first, far down the field, completely tearing up the school track. The entire schoolyard went dead silent. Honestly, the crowd and Ma Long looked absolutely terrified. What on earth just happened? Did he really just blow Gong Cheng away with a single punch? The onlookers were still completely frozen in disbelief, wondering if this powerful figure was truly the weak Tu Chen they knew. Meanwhile, Gong Cheng struggled to his feet, his face scratched and bloody, furiously cursing at him for landing a cheap shot. Furious and humiliated, he turned to bark at his lackeys, who were standing there completely paralyzed. He screamed, asking if they were just going to watch him get beaten. Scolded by his boss, the white-haired lackey broke into a cold sweat. His face went pale as he trembled, stammering out that there was a huge problem. And that was because Tu Chen was standing right in front of them like a terrifying deity. His entire body was shrouded in shadows, leaving only his glowing eyes and a massive crackling lightning aura that gave everyone instant goosebumps. Refusing to accept the humiliation, Gong Cheng lost his mind. He roared and charged forward again with a massive punch, screaming that he was going to kill him. But miracles do not happen to villains. Tu Chen easily caught the giant stone-armored arm with his glowing hand, squeezing it so hard that electrical sparks flew in all directions. While Gong Cheng panicked and tried to pull back, Tu Chen raised his crackling, glowing fist. With eyes full of cold fury, he delivered a brutal verdict: "You are far too weak." A devastating lightning-fueled punch slammed down, causing a massive explosion across the courtyard. A bright flash of light and splattered blood officially ended the arrogant school bully's reign of terror. Under the terrifying power of the lightning assassin, Gong Cheng's massive body was blown high into the air, like a broken rag doll, leaving a trail of crackling yellow sparks that clung to him as he fell. He flew straight across the yard and crashed hard into the concrete steps of the spectator stands, causing a massive bone-shattering impact. Following that absolutely brutal landing, the once feared school bully was left as a broken, battered mess, slumped deep against the cracked concrete. Blood poured freely from his face as he immediately lost consciousness. Witnessing this absolutely unbelievable display of godlike power, his friend Ma Long fell right to his knees on the grass, completely paralyzed. Meanwhile, the terrified crowd of onlookers immediately scrambled, running for their lives in pure panic. Still trembling, Ma Long sat drenched in sweat, his eyes wide. He muttered to himself, wondering since when Tu Chen had become someone like this. How did he get so incredibly strong? That unanswered question lingered in the air as Tu Chen stood in silence, staring quietly at his slightly blood-stained hand. Tu Chen opened his level 1 status screen, noting his stats were all sitting at a solid 100. He realized he could now draw a few preliminary conclusions. Glancing at the screen, he began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. First, just like in his previous life, he could switch into his powerful Thunder Assassin form at any time. Second, even though his system was currently only at level 1, his base state was already more than strong enough to easily handle low-level awakened individuals. This meant his actual power was definitely higher than E rank, though his exact level was still a mystery. But despite all this good news, his glowing red eyes narrowed thoughtfully. There was still one critical problem he needed to solve. Staring closely at Gong Cheng's limp body slumped against the concrete spectator stands, Tu Chen silently questioned his system. He had clearly defeated the guy in battle, so why had none of his stats changed at all? Suddenly, a dark thought crossed his mind. Tu Chen condensed a sharp blade of lightning in his hand and slowly walked toward his fallen enemy with pure, deadly intent. Sensing his friend's terrifying killing intent, Ma Long and the surrounding students cried out in shock. They quickly tried to hold him back, asking what on earth he was doing. Completely ignoring them, he raised his lightning blade high, aiming it directly at the unconscious Gong Cheng's throat, fully prepared to deliver a decisive, fatal strike. At that moment, his face was cast in a dark, terrifying shadow. Only his glowing eyes flashed with cold electricity as he wondered if gaining experience points required the exact same brutal method as before. Abandoning all mercy, he swung his arm and drove the electric blade straight down toward his enemy's throat without a second of hesitation. But just before the blade could end, Gong Cheng's life, a stunning girl with a curvy figure, suddenly stepped in. She spoke up in a sweet tone, reminding him they were at school. It was Ling Wu, the powerful vice president of the student council. She crossed her arms and offered a knowing smile, stating that while the bully was at fault, this punishment was already plenty. Her eyes narrowed slightly as her smile grew even more mysterious. She offered a reassuring yet subtle warning, promising that the bully would never dare lay a finger on him again. Blocked from his target, Tu Chen clicked his tongue and dismissed his energy. He casually walked away, leaving Gong Cheng sprawled on the ground while Ling Wu watched with a mysterious gaze. Tu Chen's brow furrowed as he quickly analyzed the situation. He wondered why the student council was so eager to protect the guy, though in truth he had no real plans to kill him anyway. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he turned and walked away with Ma Long. He left them with a highly practical warning, noting that unless people like that were thoroughly crushed, they would never stop causing trouble. Watching him leave, two thugs hiding behind a nearby wall were sweating buckets. Trembling in fear, they whispered to each other about how terrifying his expression was, wondering if that monster was really the same weak Tu Chen. He merged back into the gossiping crowd, who whispered about how those two losers were supposedly the poorest kids in school. Ma Long quickly jogged to catch up, while Tu Chen gave him a simple, indifferent grunt in response. Watching the duo walk away, Ling Wu let out a sharp, calculating smile. Her purple eyes flashed with genuine amusement as she quietly ordered her followers that it was time to leave. As night fell, the scene shifted over to the boys' dormitory, which was currently quiet and peaceful. Inside a cramped room, Ma Long is gesturing wildly, yelling at the top of his lungs in pure disbelief. "Why won't you guys believe me? Tu Chen has actually awakened, and he is a super powerful lightning assassin. He keeps waving his hands and feet, recreating the afternoon's action while talking nonstop. He literally stomped Gong Cheng into the dirt. Now that gang does not even dare to look us in the eyes." Meanwhile, his two roommates are completely ignoring him, one picking his nose and the other glued to his computer screen. Finding it too annoying, Xiang Zuo, an E-rank core mage, sits cross-legged on a chair. He lazily cleans his ear and asks back, "So what, where is he then?" Seeing Ma Long still looking dazed, Xiang Zuo reaches out and pokes his nerdy friend hard on the forehead, scolding him. If he is so strong, why the hell does he still need to go jogging? Does an awakened person really need basic physical workouts? Does that make any sense? Adding to the comedy, Xiang Yu, an E-rank woodbard, keeps a lollipop in his mouth. Glued to a fierce game on the screen, he calmly jokes that Ma Long's brain has short-circuited while Xiang Zuo taps their friend's head, telling him to snap out of it. Xiang Zuo stands up on his chair, gesturing wildly to explain why they are all crammed together. "The four of us were thrown into one dorm room because our grades put us in the bottom four of the entire grade. That is a harsh, undeniable truth." Then he proudly summons a bright red magic orb, beating his chest and declaring that since he is fourth from the bottom, he is the boss here. "You only awaken one class in life, and you two are just support bards, while he is the only combat class user in this dump, a core mage. That is an unchangeable super truth." He even rolls up his sleeves to show off his tiny bicep, scoffing that there is no way skinny, baby-faced Tu Chen could be a lightning assassin. On the other hand, he feels his own power surging lately, thinking he might even have what it takes to join a top-tier club. Still flexing his muscles, Xiang Zuo wraps up the discussion. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu remains glued to the TV and Ma Long bows his head in defeat. He notes that tomorrow is their final ranking exam before graduation, so everything will be clear soon anyway. Meanwhile, in another location, a massive fiery rift glows brightly in the sky. Guarded heavily by sentries below, a sign clearly displays the words E-rank Fiend Trial Dungeon. Stepping from that flaming portal is a handsome guy in a cool coat, followed by Vice President Ling Wu. He is none other than Gong Ting, the powerful student council president. Striding past lines of bowing underlings, the cold president issues a stern command, declaring that today's training session is over. Suddenly, he tilts his head slightly, his sharp amber eyes scanning a dark, hidden corner. Standing in the shadows, wrapped in white bandages like an Egyptian mummy, is his troublemaker brother, causing Gong Ting to frown. "You are still waiting here, Gong Cheng." Overwhelmed by anger, Gong Cheng gnashes his teeth. Talk about a total sore loser. His green eyes glare through the bandages as he begs his brother to take revenge, complaining that the guy beat him to a pulp and showed zero respect. Ignoring his brother's furious whining, Gong Ting simply offers a faint smile and replies with a short, calm answer, "I got it." With a deadly confidence on his handsome face, the president calmly promises that he will personally settle this matter for him. The scene shifts to a luxurious dining table, where a knife cleanly cuts through a juicy premium steak. Dining elegantly at an immensely long table, Ling Wu gracefully holds her fork and asks the president how he plans to handle this, since his brother was simply completely outclassed by his opponent. Savoring his expensive beef, Gong Ting looks down thoughtfully, asking with a hint of doubt if that kid is really as strong as she claims. In response, Ling Wu smiles sharply and confidently analyzes the situation. He already knows everyone's strength, given that less than 10 people in the school have reached D rank, and he has already recruited all of them. Her purple eyes flash with a pragmatic look as she notes that others do not get to farm in the demon's lair like him. Those ordinary awakened folks have absolutely no way to level up their strength, so absolutely no one can keep up with his growth. Her words echo through the stormy night as pouring rain drenches the school field where a lone figure is running with absolute determination. Moving through the blinding rain, Tu Chen, his face soaked, pushes himself forward. He counts his hellish training routine, carrying 100 kilograms while running 20 kilometers. Two heavy 50-kilogram weights bounce inside his backpack as he runs. He reminds himself of the basic training concept: physical workouts can significantly raise an awakened person's limits, which are closely tied to muscle strength. Only with an extremely tough body can one endure and unleash the full potential of their class. With rain and sweat streaming down his exhausted face, Tu Chen's eyes remain sharp. He grits his teeth, reminding himself that this is still far from enough. At that moment, memories of the past disaster rush back. He envisions the sky tearing open, revealing purple demon tentacles. Back in 2160, the Demon King of Wrath broke free and descended, slaughtering countless humans in an instant. Most painful was the memory of kneeling in the pouring rain holding his little sister's bloody body. His heartbreaking cries echo, lamenting that his only family, his sister, was killed right before his eyes. To make matters worse, the massive silhouette of the demon looming in the red mist appears. It was Wrath who tore open the gates of hell, allowing other demon kings to flood in and lay waste to humanity. Cutting off the tragic memories, Tu Chen wipes the rain from his forehead, his burning gaze determined as he sets his ultimate first-phase goal. Staring down the ferocious red eyes of the demon's illusion, he mutters a deadly oath, swearing that he must kill Wrath. Maintaining his steady pace in the rain, he analyzes the situation. Wrath is the source of all destruction, and with 3 years left before his official descent, the demon is growing rapidly, meaning Tu Chen must grow even faster. Suddenly, the phone tucked inside his jacket pocket vibrates violently, cutting off his deep train of thought. Quickly pulling it out, his heart leaps when he sees the caller's name, Tu Yun. He is overjoyed that his sister is finally calling him back. Sheltering under a tree, he puts on his wireless earbud, wipes away the rain, and answers with a warm, slightly trembling hello. From the other end, his sister's lively, familiar voice cuts through the pattering rain. "Hello, big brother. Why did you call me so many times today? I was busy with a competition, so my phone died. I just got back, plugged it in, and called you right away." She proudly boasts that if she wins the prize money, their rent troubles will be completely solved. Hearing her laughter, Tu Chen stands frozen in the rain. He remembers those desperate, ruined days in the future where he knelt and begged heaven countless times for a chance to start all over again. Noticing the unusual silence, his sister asks curiously if it is raining, where he is wondering why he is being so quiet. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, a warm smile appears on his face. He vows to protect her, even if it costs him everything, before softly replying that everything is fine. Tears mix with rain on his face as his red eyes swell with happy tears. He swears to drag himself through hell if he must, simply whispering that it has just been so long since he last heard her voice. Confused by his emotional words, his sister complains, asking what he is babbling about since they just spoke on the phone 2 days ago. She tells him they will meet after her match and says goodbye. Hanging up, Tu Chen looks up at the cold rain, his eyes sharper and more determined than ever. Now everything has truly restarted from zero. Stealing his resolve, he dashes into the heavy rain, shouting to push himself for 3 more laps, knowing he must grow strong incredibly fast to protect everything he holds dear. Back at the dorm, his roommates are fast asleep and snoring loudly. Time passes quietly, marking 8 hours since he regressed back to this era. Standing under the rushing shower, the shirtless male lead shows off his firm wet back while quietly evaluating his progress. He is slowly adapting to this new body. Though his current physical strength is still pretty pathetic, it makes up for it with a much more youthful, vibrant energy. After a refreshing shower, Tu Chen dries his soaking wet hair. His bloodshot eyes show deep concern as he contemplates his next move. Moving forward, he must figure out a crucial life or death problem. Flopping onto the edge of the bed, he rubs his chin to analyze the harsh reality. To level up, he absolutely has to enter demon dungeons. But the problem is all of those hotspots are completely controlled by the major guilds. Sinking into the soft mattress with his hands behind his head, he sighs in frustration. Unless you are some rich, privileged legacy kid, regular folks like him have zero chance to level up. Where on earth can he find monsters to fight now? His eyes slowly close as a massive question lingers in his mind. What kind of monstrous, sinister force is that gluttony power anyway? Suddenly, just as his consciousness drifts to sleep, a bright red warning screen flashes right in his face, announcing system boot complete. It drags his soul into a freefall through a void, starting the Gluttony System initiation. Falling through a creepy dark red space like a comet, Tu Chen keeps his eyes wide open. He forces himself to stay sharp, determined to see what this strange system is up to. With lightning speed, he flips midair and makes a hard landing, splashing the thick, deep red liquid pooling beneath his feet. Looking up, he spots a massive, eerie black tower piercing straight through the gloomy, foggy sky. The sight leaves him utterly bewildered, barely able to find his words. Completely stunned and still wearing his loose black pajamas, Tu Chen stares blankly. He questions reality. What on earth is this? He was literally just falling asleep. Meanwhile, in the real world, Ma Long scratches his chin in confusion while answering his roommates. Oh, he recalls him saying he was going out for another run. Back in the trippy space, Tu Chen brushes his messy hair back. He looks around the desolate, glowing red landscape, wondering once again what kind of place is this. He only closed his eyes for a second. He gazes up at the thorny skeletal structure before him, muttering warily about that hideous, menacing tower looming ahead. Before he can process it, two scrawny skeletal creatures slowly emerge from the blood-red liquid, catching the scent of fresh meat. They resemble savage hounds, but their heads are pale animal skulls, breathing out a hazy green mist. Floating right above them is their status information, Wood-type rank E Death Hounds. Reacting on pure instinct, Tu Chen leaps back into a defensive stance. Golden lightning crackles in his hand as a loading class transition notification appears. He frowns in shock. Monsters do not tell him he is inside an active demon dungeon. The screen flashes to confirm class transition complete. Tu Chen officially becomes a level 1 lightning assassin, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto the targets. He still has no clue what is happening, but first, he needs to clear out these pests. Sensing his hostility, the three death hounds open their bony jaws, spewing green mist as they pounce like bloodthirsty phantoms to tear their prey apart. But Tu Chen is no pushover. He turns into a streak of yellow lightning, dashing past the first beast and slicing it cleanly in half with a crackling sword of electricity. Its skull shatters, sending bone fragments flying. The system immediately rolls out his rewards, 3 units of Death Forest materials. Caught in a deadly rhythm, he unleashes a flurry of electric sword strikes, shredding the beasts. He feels a surge of pride in his current strength. Taking down these rank E monsters is absolute child's play, as his final slash sends dark blood splattering. The notifications for plus 52 experience points stack up. Thrilled by the visceral, highly realistic combat sensation, he knows this is definitely not a dream. Then the best part happens. A brilliant golden light envelops Tu Chen as a level-up alert pops up. He smiles with deep satisfaction. Most importantly, he can actually grind experience and level up right here. Staring at his brand new level 2 stat window, his power has doubled to 210 and his speed tripled to 315. He clenches his fist in pure satisfaction. Every basic stat gained 5 points. His eyes spark with hope, a confident grin spreading across his face. He never expected to stumble upon a private demon dungeon that he could freely solo raid. Now watch closely, because this is where things get interesting. Just as those words leave his mouth, a massive shaggy monster with glowing red eyes growls behind him. It is the ranky dungeon boss, the Death Hound King. The boss bears its gigantic razor-sharp fangs, yet the male lead remains perfectly calm, bracing himself as he challenges it. Fine, then he will use this place to truly test his limits. A bolt of lightning cleaves through the dark energy. Tu Chen dashes forward, striking the boss squarely in the head. A bright victory screen pops up as his experience skyrockets by 320 points along with plenty of loot. The system alerts him that he has jumped straight to level 3, boosting his strength and speed stats like crazy. Tu Chen smirks and nods to himself. The experience from a boss is infinitely better than ordinary mobs. He managed to jump 2 levels in no time. Looking at his handiwork from a distance as the giant boss carcass lies on the ground, a chilling bright red notification suddenly floats right above it. Devour option available. Seeing this, Tu Chen is completely taken aback, his crimson eyes widening as he stands there frozen in utter disbelief. Staring at the hovering text over the beast, Tu Chen scratches his head in confusion, wondering what on earth this Devour option actually means. Taking a gamble, he reaches out. A sudden blinding light erupts from his palm, triggering an incredibly bold thought. Could it be? As the intense blinding glow illuminates his utterly shocked face, he whispers to himself in awe, is this the true actual meaning behind what they call the gluttony power? Instantly, a sinister red and black energy vortex surges outward, vacuuming the entire carcass of the giant monster directly into his hand at an incredibly high speed. Feeling the immense power rushing into him, he slowly clenches his fist. A dark red energy crackles with erratic sparks of electricity wrapping tightly around his knuckles. Once the system signals that the Devour process is complete, the fearsome boss from before is now sealed neatly into a single blue card. He stares in utter disbelief. The monster was actually absorbed and compressed into a card. Staring blankly at the card, Tu Chen gulps as a wild realization hits him. He can literally devour his enemies after defeating them, stealing their power to create his own classes. Completely stunned by this ridiculously broken cheat ability, his eyes widen in total silence, his mind racing with absolute shock. But looking closely at his glowing hand, old memories of the demon king Lan Yue suddenly flash in his mind. This power is exactly like that monster. He recalls the dark, chaotic energy storm that once destroyed everything in its path. It is the tyrannical power of the demon king Lan Yue. He realizes with horror the true origin of the power now coursing through his veins. Quickly pulling himself together, Tu Chen's expression hardens. He grits his teeth and accepts reality. The gluttony power originally belonged to that demon king, and he has stolen it for himself. He recalls the absolute unyielding law of this world. Every class has natural strengths and weaknesses, and the ultimate rule is that a person can only possess a single class. But rules are meant to be broken by the main character. Looking at the two premium cards floating before him, he grins proudly. Right now, he holds two classes simultaneously, but he does not stop there. Looking out at the massive horde of monsters in the distance, Tu Chen has a wild idea. What if he just keeps hunting and devouring every beast in sight? If he does, he can acquire infinite classes. His eyes glow crimson with pure ambition, ready to claim limitless power and dominate this entire world. Yet, beneath the thrill of his new power, a deep doubt lingers. He looks back wondering why on earth he was granted such a rule-breaking ability in the first place. His gaze shifts to the bizarre structure behind him. What is this twisted, eerie tower looming in the shadows, and what secrets does it hold? Suddenly, the entire area glitches like a broken monitor. Screen static flashes, violently forcing Tu Chen to snap into a defensive stance. Cold sweat drips down Tu Chen's face as an overwhelming bloodlust weighs on his shoulders. The sheer suffocating pressure leaves him wondering what the hell is happening. At the base of the tower, a massive cloaked figure carrying a greatsword glowing with purple malice emerges. A chilling, rumbling voice echoes, "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you." Static blurs the boss's nameplate completely. The sinister butcher eyes glowing with an eerie blue light steps from the darkness and calls out Tu Chen by name. Instantly, the monster lunges forward, shattering the solid ground with a heavy strike. Tu Chen's mind races, recalling how the government ranks hunters and beasts from E rank DCBA all the way up to S rank. Dodging the lethal blow just in time, Tu Chen slides across the muddy ground, letting out a heavy grunt from the sheer effort. Clutching his chest as he gasps for air, he quickly assesses his grim situation. In his past life, he barely survived to reach S rank, but right now his absolute limit is barely D rank. Staring at the terrifying shadow towering over him, Tu Chen grits his teeth against the brutal reality. The monster in front of him is an S rank boss. The power gap is just too massive, and his current stats are being completely crushed. Despite the hopeless gap, he unleashes his lightning sword and charges ahead with a flurry of strikes, screaming internally. Is this dungeon broken? Why on earth is an S-rank monster spawning here? With his face already bruised and bloodied, a chilling question keeps echoing in his head. How on earth does this terrifying creature even know his name? Blocking the enemy's razor-sharp blade, Tu Chen notices something incredibly strange. They have clashed for 10 rounds now, yet during this entire fight, the boss could have easily taken his life countless times over. Tu Chen loses focus for a split second and gets sent flying into the air by a massive swing, coughing up blood. That brutal hit marks the end of their first one-sided clash. He realizes the boss is intentionally avoiding his vital spots, merely toying with him and knocking him down repeatedly. Groaning in pain, Tu Chen crawls along the ground as a massive energy blade slices right over his head. Hidden beneath the hood, the boss reveals razor-sharp teeth and a glowing demonic eye. Mocking him, "Do you still think you can struggle?" Wiping the blood from his mouth, Tu Chen glares back at his enemy as the grim truth hits him. The boss is deliberately dragging out the fight to break his spirit and force him to submit. Looming before the eerie structure, the massive butcher rests his glowing sword on his shoulder, offering a sinister deal. "You should reconsider my offer. Stay here and guard this cursed tower with me. It is a rare opportunity." But Tu Chen's eyes flare with defiance as he flatly rejects the dead-end night shift offer. No matter what happens, he snaps, he will never stay behind in this miserable hellhole. Of course, pride comes before a fall. Just as Tu Chen summons a tiny spark of yellow lightning to look cool, a devastating purple slash tears through the air, moving so fast it is practically invisible. Before he can even make a move, Tu Chen freezes. His eyes widen in sheer horror as a fountain of fresh blood erupts from his mouth, completely staining his chest. The giant boss slowly raises his deadly greatsword, his mocking voice crushing Tu Chen's pride. "Did you really think I would not kill you? I have only been this patient because you are the only one capable of reaching this place." Tu Chen flinches in shock as massive stone pillars around him begin to tear away from the ground, hovering in midair under the influence of a sinister magic. The boss unleashes a towering pillar of raw energy that completely glares out Tu Chen's system notifications. The monster growls, "I will ask you one last time." Standing beneath a forest of floating rocks, the butcher delivers his final ultimatum: stay or die. Tu Chen does not care about the power gap. Yellow lightning crackles around his face. He calmly announces his choice. "To kill you," he roars, transforming into a flash of golden lightning and charging headfirst with full intent to take his enemy down. The boss sneers at his foolishness, swinging his sword to send the massive boulders hurtling toward Tu Chen like a barrage of meteors. Using his sharp survival instincts, Tu Chen weaves and dashes in a zigzag, barely avoiding the deadly rain of glowing red debris. He successfully closes the distance, raising his glowing lightning blade to strike directly at the boss who has his weapon held high. Tu Chen's eyes gleam as he analyzes the situation, quietly confident. He has already figured out his opponent's combat pattern during their clash. His fast mind spots a critical opening before every swing. The boss needs 0.4 seconds to charge up, letting Tu Chen predict the strike by watching his wrist angle. Moving as if he has eyes in the back of his head, Tu Chen smoothly dodges the giant blade, predicting its path perfectly. Channeling all his current electrical power into his strike, he smiles. Even better, after every attack, this giant takes 0.2 seconds to recover. Locking his gaze onto the giant's exposed chest, he seizes this golden opportunity. If he strikes that exact gap while his opponent is defenseless, he can pierce his heart in a single instant. Tu Chen screams, plunging his crackling lightning sword deep into the enemy's chest. The system screen flashes with a stun warning as the lightning explodes. Sweat pours down his face. Even though a D-rank hunter like him cannot kill an S-rank monster, his maximum power stun should hold the boss for a few crucial seconds. Activating his speed boost skill to wrap himself in lightning, Tu Chen runs as fast as he can. The monster is incredibly fast, and he had absolutely no chance to escape before now. Sprinting away like a track star, he assures himself that this brief window is more than enough to escape the danger zone. Tu Chen spots a solitary light shimmering on the horizon. His heart leaps. He had kept a close eye out during the fight, and that is the only exit in sight. But just as his hand touches it, the space shatters. Digital static flashes everywhere. Left hanging in midair, his face pales. The exit is gone. The S-rank boss has already recovered. Unleashing a wave of murderous aura, he crushes Tu Chen's hope. Unfortunately, that was only an illusion I left behind. The exit you seek does not exist, and this is no ordinary dungeon. Amidst the blazing torrent of energy, a deep amused voice echoes. To think you could find a gap in my attack so quickly. How interesting. The system updates to reveal the monster's true form, a towering figure who nods in approval. You truly are a beacon of hope, a Purgatory Rakshasa, a warrior of E-Sting rank. Tu Chen's eyes widen as his pupils shrink in utter horror, slowly realizing a chilling truth. He has seen this exact face before, right on the body of the demon King Lan Yue. Memories rush back as the butcher's earlier words about still wanting to struggle align perfectly with the terrifying phantom lingering in his mind. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he screams in silent desperation, realizing he has definitely seen this exact form before, right on the body of that same demon King Lan Yue. A bloody flashback appears as everything around him explodes, taking him back to the climax of the greatest final battle of his past life. During that war, the image of a terrifying demon mask with jagged fangs glowing in a deep blue hue was carved permanently into his mind. Picturing the massive ice dragon spreading its giant wings across the sky, he breaks into a cold sweat, remembering how easily his foe effortlessly swapped between various high-level classes during that earth-shattering war. The shock of being blown away by the scorching flames of a multi-horned demon still feels like a physical burning pain on his skin. And then there was the time he got slammed down by the sinister creeping vines of a bizarre wood attribute entity. Falling freely through a blindingly bright void, Tu Chen grits his teeth desperately, piecing together each fragment of his scattered memories. He remembers it clearly out of all those countless forms of power. The memory returns with absolute clarity that Purgatory Rakshasa monster covered in blazing purple flames had this exact face. That towering demonic silhouette with heavy black chains and eerie glowing green eyes is simply impossible to mistake for anything else. Could it really be? Tu Chen's mind spins as he analyzes the shocking truth. The monster was devoured by Lan Yue's power of gluttony, and since that power is now merged with his own body, then that means he stands frozen for 5 seconds in the silent crimson void, staring up at a massive ancient structure, completely stunned to realize this bizarre place actually exists inside his very own body. The giant butcher chuckles with a spine-chilling grin, showing off his razor-sharp teeth as he nods in approval. Not only is your willpower remarkable, but your mind is as sharp as a razor, and you have proven yourself completely worthy of everything hidden here. Sweat dripping down his face, Tu Chen turns around with wide, shocked eyes. Everything here. Suddenly, a golden key studded with red gems floats before him alongside a system notification. Void key of SSS-Rank, the sole key to open the demon tower. The boss's rugged hand points toward it. This is the key to the tower. Standing proudly in front of the ominous temple, he slowly explains, Lan Yue once devoured countless fierce demons, and the strongest of them are currently sealed right behind me, deep inside this very tower. His giant voice echoes through the endless space. Devour them to grow stronger. Let them all become your fuel. Instantly, the system screen flashes with a confirmation showing he has successfully acquired one void key. Holding the shining SSS-Rank item, Tu Chen frowns with deep skepticism. Why are you doing this? Why go so far to help me? The demon looks down at him, his voice thick with deep resentment. Even in our world, there is a clear line between good and evil, and those demon kings slaughtered my entire clan just to satisfy their own endless greed. He then pours his tragic heart out. I have waited for an eternity for a chance at revenge, and now that chance is standing right before me. He was right. You are our only hope, the only one who can truly succeed. Midway through the tragic story, Tu Chen catches a highly suspicious phrase, looking completely confused. Who are you talking about? Who is that guy? The boss nods toward the massive temple behind him. All your answers are hidden inside this tower. Go find them yourself. Suddenly, his massive body begins to dissolve into countless brilliant particles of magical light as he delivers his final heartfelt words, "Take my power and make them pay." Our hero's jaw drops as his enemy suddenly decides to sacrifice himself. Take your power. Ignoring his complete confusion, the dying demon uses his very last breath to roar with motivation. From this moment on, you must become absolutely unstoppable. Open up the gates of the demon tower and devour everything inside. He also issues a serious warning. The demons in there won't go easy on you like I did. They are the most cunning and cruel entities to have ever existed. Tu Chen's eyes burn with fierce determination as the powerful ringing command echoes, but you must endure it all, conquer them all, and stand at the absolute peak of this world. The Rakshasa fades completely into the dark, leaving behind one final echoing mandate. In the end, you must devour every single demon king. Now, only fragments of energy rain down onto the ground as the eerie voice delivers its final thought. Only a human with that kind of determination is worthy of my power. Reaching out his hand, he absorbs the purple stream of light flowing directly into his palm as the system loading bar begins to fill. And just like that, a blinding golden light explodes with system notifications. Devour complete, leveling up. Tu Chen officially hits level 10, claiming victory and looting a high-tier weapon dropped by the boss. Closing his eyes and opening them with a cold, sharp gaze, he silently promises, "I understand, I will carry your will forward." With the devour process complete, the epic Purgatory Rakshasa class card floats above his hand as he vows to make them pay in blood. Just as his hype reaches its peak, the vision suddenly cuts out, replaced by bright morning sunlight streaming through the window. A loud voice suddenly shatters the quiet morning, shouting for everyone to wake up, prompting him to slowly open his heavy eyes. Tu Chen sits straight up on his bunk bed, hair messy and thoroughly dazed, letting out a soft, lazy sigh. Watching his roommates rush to get dressed, with some urging everyone to hurry so they won't be late for uniform day, he looks completely lost, wondering if he has somehow returned to the dorms. Pulling down his collar to inspect his completely flawless chest, he mutters in utter disbelief, "My wounds are entirely healed. Was all of that just a dream?" But the moment he opens his palm, a brilliant system screen pops up, making him narrow his eyes. The system proves everything was completely real, and even the vast loot from his dream has come back with him. Staring at the giant number 10 sitting proudly on his stat sheet, he scratches his chin, jumping to level 10 in a single night. What rank would that put me in now? As he sits dazed on his bed, his long-haired roommate suddenly approaches and waves a hand to get his attention. "Hey, Tu Chen." The smug guy leans in with a mocking grin, while his bespectacled friend behind him breaks into a nervous sweat. He sneers that someone was hyping Tu Chen up big time last night, claiming he had become some kind of powerhouse. Not stopping there, the long-haired guy gets right in his face with a wild, threatening glare. He demands to know if his roommate is seriously planning to overthrow his crown in this dorm. Completely ignoring all of his ridiculous nonsense, Tu Chen keeps a stone-cold face, simply glaring back at the loudmouth, who is urgently telling him to hurry because the ranking evaluation is about to begin. He takes a massive, satisfying bite out of a hot, juicy bun, happily chewing without stopping. As they head down the school stairs, the long-haired guy points a finger while talking with a full mouth, endlessly boasting about himself. He claims that even though their dorm looks like a bunch of E ranks, every grade is split into 3 tiers, meaning he is a mid-tier E rank while the others are just low tier. With a rank graphic flashing clearly on screen, the loudmouth keeps bragging so intensely that spit flies everywhere, claiming the gap between tiers is massive and that he can easily take on 10 low tiers at once. Strutting arrogantly toward the assembly area, he waves his arms in pure delight, as he confidently fantasizes that his overall rank might have already skyrocketed since the previous evaluation test. Meanwhile, the bespectacled roommate leans in and whispers to Tu Chen with a determined grin, telling him to go all out, aim straight for D rank, and scare the braggart half to death. But our main character only narrows his glowing red eyes, indifferently muttering to himself about that small target of rank D. The group slowly strolls through the gates, entering the massive event grounds. The massive courtyard is packed with anxious freshmen staring at the giant screen displaying the official ranking evaluation, while murmurs of how early everyone has arrived fill the air. Suddenly, an arrogant white-haired guy and his 2 goons shove their way through, making the long-haired roommate stumble. As the thug snaps at him to get lost, whispers spread that they are Gong Cheng's lapdogs. The newcomer radiates hostile energy, turning the roommates pale as they look around frantically and decide to back away to save their own skins. But when the white-haired thug suddenly glares back, the long-haired roommate breaks into a cold sweat, whispering in fear that they are looking right at them. Completely ignoring his terrified friends, Tu Chen keeps his hands in his pockets and looks away with an incredibly nonchalant expression. But the moment the two bulky lackeys spot that calm face, they turn pale, their eyes shrinking in absolute terror as they freeze. Without a single word, the two thugs bow deeply to their waists, shouting out a respectful greeting to Big Brother Tu Chen, leaving his roommates completely stunned. The long-haired guy's jaw drops to the floor, while his bespectacled friend proudly adjusts his glasses. He wonders why they respect Tu Chen so much, while his friend notes that maybe Ma Long's crazy rumors were actually true. Tu Chen just half closes his eyes, coldly walking right past the two bowing thugs without giving them a single glance. Suddenly, a blunt shout rings out, cutting through the air. You can feel the tension spike as Tu Chen glances back, his sharp red eyes filled with pure irritation and a hint of boredom. A guy wearing a flashy floral shirt under a vest struts over with a smug grin. Introducing himself as Zhang Jian from the student council, he asks if someone caused a scene with Gong Cheng yesterday. The arrogant officer points his nose to the sky, shouting with fanatical pride. He demands to know if they realize that Gong Cheng is the younger brother of their esteemed student council president Gong Ting. Recognizing the powerful student council figure, the crowd quickly parts to make way, whispering in hushed, fearful tones about Zhang Jian's presence. The roommates shake in fear, sweating bullets over Tu Chen's safety. They whisper that Zhang Jian is the president's personal lapdog and a dangerous D-rank powerhouse, wondering why he is suddenly targeting their friend as the heavy atmosphere leaves them completely breathless. Zhang Jian leans his face right up to Tu Chen's ear, taking a deep sniff with a mockingly polite smirk on his face. He boasts that his sense of smell is incredibly sharp, allowing him to easily sniff out a true powerhouse from miles away. But looking at Tu Chen, he sneers that he can only smell the pathetic stench of someone at the absolute bottom of the food chain. Leaning even closer with a creepy smug grin, Zhang Jian whispers right into his ear, boasting that his sense of smell is exceptionally keen at detecting real strength. Yet he tells the boy that he only reeks of a worthless loser who is destined to stay at the bottom forever. In response to the long provocation, Tu Chen simply tilts his head with dead eyes and coldly asks if he is a dog. Insulted directly to his face, Zhang Jian loses his mind, his eyes bulging as he roars out, asking what he just said. But just as he is about to lash out, a tall figure steps forward and calmly orders Zhang Jian to stand down. Gong Ting steps onto the scene, looking sharp and composed, calmly stating that after investigating the details, Gong Cheng was clearly the one who was at fault first. Zhang Jian submissively falls into step behind the president, agreeing with his words as Gong Ting coldly notes that those who do wrong must pay the price. Despite his fair words, Gong Ting still casts a sharp, highly dangerous side glance back at the boy. Unfazed, Tu Chen stares right back with his cold red eyes, triggering a silent clash of fiery wills between them. Suddenly, the examiner's voice booms over the microphone, drawing everyone's attention to the glowing gate as they announce that the ranking evaluation is about to begin and students should line up on stage in order of their numbers when called. Gong Ting nods and gestures to move, saying they should go prepare for the ranking test. The sycophant Zhang Jian runs after him, murmuring that Tu Chen does not seem like much of a threat. Down below in the stands, an average student nervously stares up at the brightly lit evaluation stage. Up in the sunny VIP observation room, a tall figure asks his female colleague what wind brought her to the evaluation today, wondering if she has spotted any noteworthy talents. The beautiful blonde woman sips her tea, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she notes that this test might actually turn out to be quite interesting. The speakers announce the next candidate on the big screen, prompting Tu Chen's roommates to scream at the top of their lungs to cheer on their friend. The long-haired teen steps onto the stage, nervously reaching out a trembling hand while muttering that it is time to see his real strength. In an instant, his body slowly passes through the shimmering energy barrier of the evaluation gate. Once through, he finds himself stepping into a dark, gloomy space filled with endless tangled cables. In front of him floats a massive hovering device while the system explains that the ranking evaluation must be completed individually inside an artificial demon lair containing an energy-absorbing demon heart. Following the rules, the long-haired guy channels all his energy, shuts his eyes, and screams as he unleashes a blazing fireball. Every awakener has to fully release their power before this creepy demon heart. The artificial heart frantically absorbs the surge of power, trembling violently as it transmits the data. This demon heart then sends the registered energy levels to external devices through a series of thick cables. The cables glow intensely, feeding the energy directly into the mechanical gateway frame on stage and causing its warning lights to flash rapidly. Once the process wraps up, the final results light up on the giant LED screen. With the energy displayed as raw data, Xiang Zuo sits right at mid-E rank. The examiner speaks into his mic loudly, announcing that the mid-E rank is recorded. Meanwhile, the chubby instructor next to him squints, wondering why the rest of the data hasn't loaded yet. Down in the crowd, the four-eyed kid jumps up and down with excitement, cheering wildly next to Tu Chen. This is the main event. On top of that, the system adds more details as the stat bars load on the screen. Besides current rank, it measures another crucial stat potential. This shows the absolute highest rank their class can reach in the future. A massive letter C lights up blindingly bright. It proves that those with high potential have a massive chance of getting top-tier government support. The screen confirms the test is complete. His current rank is mid-E with a maximum potential of C. It is a brutal blow, leaving Shang Zuo to trudge away from the gate with a heavy sigh. It seems his rank hasn't budged at all in 2 years, despite his hopes of hitting D rank. The speakers coldly call up the next candidate, ignoring the long-haired guy slumped on the steps. His friend pats him on the back, offering some brutally honest comfort. Relax, Xiang Zuo, the rest of us are actually weaker than you. The group of friends huddles up, roasting themselves just to cheer him up. They tell him he is not the only one failing to reach D rank and that they are all in the same boat. With Xiang Yu and Ma Long stuck at low E rank with C potential, the four-eyed guy confidently claims this academy barely has any D rankers anyway. Too bad for him. The moment he finishes bragging, the screen flashes. It reads, test complete, current rank low D, max potential B. The three friends freeze their eyes wide and mouths agape in utter disbelief. A female student jumps for joy in front of the gate while the crowd gasps in pure admiration. Their very first D rank of the year has finally stepped up. Moments later, a flashy guy steps up, showing off and sliding across the floor as the system announces another new record. The screen reads, test complete, current rank low D, max potential A. Tu Chen's clueless group of friends can only bury their faces in defeat. One of them slumps onto the floor, muttering in despair that this is already the 8th D rank of the day. Up on the stage, the two examiners stroke their chins and nod in approval. They didn't expect so many D ranks this year. Even if they are low tier, it is quite rare for students with 0 real combat experience. The other examiner agrees, noting that usually only 2 or 3 graduates reach D rank. At this rate, the graduation exam is going to be quite a show. The speakers blare again, cutting off their thoughts to announce the next candidate. Heavy, proud footsteps echo across the floor, belonging to someone in polished leather shoes. Gong Ting, the moment his name is called, every eye locks onto the handsome council president. Hands tucked in his coat, he holds his head high and steps onto the platform. The crowd of freshmen instantly erupts in pure excitement. It is finally his turn, the student council president, heir of the Emperor Guild and the chosen one, adorned with countless titles. Standing apart from the wild crowd, Tu Chen stands perfectly still. Hands in his pockets, his calm eyes quietly observe this golden boy. Down on the field, the whispers about this young master are endless. Word has it, he already achieved D rank in a test 2 years ago. Since the highest score of this term was only a low D rank and the Academy's all-time historical record is a mid-D rank, everyone is wondering just how high his power will soar today. In the dark corners of the testing chamber, the grotesque demon heart hangs amidst a tangled web of cables, its steady beat waiting for its next prey. Suddenly, a massive, sickly green eye slowly pulls open on the surface of the flesh, its soulless gaze locking onto the newcomer. Gong Ting casually steps forward with a smug grin, raising a single hand toward the squelching, hovering mass of meat. Narrowing his sharp golden eyes, the young master mutters a calculating, arrogant thought. He only wants to make a real scene during the actual graduation exam, so for now he should probably hold back a portion of his true strength. His eyes glow as he tells himself that even while holding back, he will still easily claim the #1 spot in this academy's history. The analysis system begins computing rapidly, and a series of sharp beep signals that a brand new record is about to be shattered. Standing outside, the old examiner breaks into a cold sweat. He squints at the screen as the colors rapidly shift, wondering what that hue could possibly mean. The rankings explode with a shocking result. Test complete, current rank high D, max potential S. The glowing gold letters flash brightly, blinding everyone in the room. Down in the stands, the rookies are completely dumbstruck. They clutch their heads and scream in disbelief. A high D rank and an S rank potential. What kind of monster is this? The bully Zhang Jian grins from ear to ear, grabbing his terrified lackeys and roaring with joy. He screams that their president is the first in school history to do this, shouting, "Long live the president." Tu Chen's roommates are just as shook, breaking into cold sweats over the miracle. They can't believe their school actually produced an S-rank potential, feeling incredibly jealous after witnessing literal history right before their eyes. Up in the VIP booth, the two examiners beam with pride as they discuss the results. A solid high D rank with S-rank potential, they agree they must report this to the higher-ups immediately. Below them, the crowd swarms the young master like a wild beehive as he calmly walks away. An awakener with S-rank potential is a rare global treasure, guaranteed to receive special state protection and attention. Gong Ting's profile is proudly pinned like a badge of honor while the endless praise continues. Everyone whispers about him being the noble young lord of the Emperor Guild, predicting this will easily make national headlines tomorrow. Standing in his lavish observation room, the principal folds his arms and looks down with pride. This year's exam is truly a goldmine of raw talent. He smiles warmly, playfully teasing his colleague next to him. He asks if she already knew Gong Ting had S-rank potential, which explains why she made the effort to watch the show today. The blonde colleague gently shakes her head, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. She replies that she didn't come just for him, leaving the principal to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Her lips curl into a beautiful smirk, her sharp, calculating gaze drifting far away from Gong Ting. Her eyes lock onto the lonely figure of Tu Chen, standing amidst the chaotic crowd. She whispers that she is actually looking forward to this kid's performance much more. The academy speakers blare once more, cutting through the lively atmosphere to announce the next candidate, Tu Chen. The moment the name is called, Zhang Jian whips around with a smug, nasty sneer. He warns the kid that he better bring back a shred of pride for his miserable dorm. He steps in close, glaring menacingly as he gloats with absolute satisfaction. He warns that when the results show up, Tu Chen better not dare to show his face with a low E rank. If all 4 of those roommates end up as bottom-tier trash living in the same room, they will become the biggest laughingstock in the entire academy. Standing behind Tu Chen, Shang Zuo, Xiang Yu, and Ma Long all hang their heads in shame at the insult. Bringing a bunch of weaklings like them to the graduation exam is nothing short of embarrassing. Fuming with rage, the glasses-wearing friend points his finger straight at the officer and snaps, telling him to just wait because Tu Chen is going to make him eat his words. Ignoring every petty taunt, Tu Chen coldly brushes past Zhang Jian, heading straight for the testing gate in a dead, chilling silence. Right then, Gong Ting looks back, throwing a proud, disdainful yet curious glance straight at Tu Chen. Standing before the glowing testing chamber, he asks himself one simple, heavy question: can he really pull this off? The demon heart monster waiting inside opens its massive eye once more, getting ready to drain his blood. Tu Chen raises his hand as his eyes flare with a demonic red glow fueled by a burning fighting spirit. In this era, joining a top-tier guild is the absolute only way for an awakener to secure a real future. Brutal images of blood-soaked warriors battling monsters flash through his mind. For almost everyone here, the upcoming graduation practical exam is their one and only shot to prove their worth to those elite guilds. The brutal rules of this exam weigh heavily on him. Students form teams of up to 10 members, and the first-place team will secure direct recruitment into the nation's premier organization, the Emperor Guild. Behind the school's flashy, prestigious facade, Tu Chen knows the cruel reality. This test is not just about rankings, it has a far deeper purpose. Out in the stands, Zhang Jian gleefully slaps a chubby student's shoulder, sycophantically reporting to his boss that this is Yan Lin, a low-tier rank D. Bowing and scraping, he smugly lays out his grand plan. With him, their 10-man squad is finally complete. All 9 of this year's rank D students are on their side, and with Gong Ting's brother joining first place is practically guaranteed. It turns out this whole show was just about locking down the perfect roster. As his lackeys shower him with flattery, Zhang Jian throws his head back and laughs, shouting that the final MVP title will absolutely belong to the guild president. In a dark corner, Tu Chen's roommates huddle up gloomily, left with the absolute weakest team. The strong unite while the weak are discarded, the brutal eternal law of survival. Anxiously pushing up his glasses, the four-eyed roommate stares at the silent chamber, wondering just how long Tu Chen has been in there. The green screen remains completely blank. His name is up, but there are no numbers at all, leaving everyone sweating and wondering why nothing is happening. The crowd starts drifting away as some mockers laugh, jeering that his power must be so pathetic the machine cannot even register a score. With the test basically over, they decide to head back. Zhang Jian eagerly chimes in, telling his president that the remaining kids are trash, and there is no need to wait. Since their team is full, he suggests grabbing some karaoke. With a bored, arrogant look, Gong Ting nods in agreement, telling him to round up the rest of the team. But right as he turns to leave, the screen behind him suddenly glitches with violent static. The static worsens as Tu Chen's screen slowly flashes his rank, drawing every eye in the room to a high-tier rank D. His roommates freeze on the spot, their mouths hanging wide open in pure shock at what they are witnessing. Ecstatic, the four-eyed guy jumps up and points at the screen, shouting that it is high-tier rank D, proving he was absolutely right all along. Zhang Jian's smug smirk instantly vanishes as Gong Ting spins around in disbelief, gasping at the high-tier rank D result. Inside the dark chamber, the demon heart trembles as warning lights flash. The system alerts a high-tier rank D, but warns of heart instability and potential errors, urging a retest. Totally unbothered by the trembling beast, Tu Chen smirks and examines his hand. He realizes his level 10 base physical stats alone without any class transfer already match a high-tier rank D. If he is going to play, he might as well go all out. A blue light flares in his hand as the class transfer begins. In a flash, the towering phantom of a giant butcher materializes. He completes his level 14 dual class transfer as the underworld prince, eager to test the weakest class he recently devoured. Outside, the testing system goes into overdrive as the screen flashes violently, sending the data bars skyrocketing. The letter D instantly shatters, replaced by a massive glowing C, marking him as a mid-tier rank C. The courtyard erupts as shocked students clutch their heads in absolute disbelief, shouting to know why Tu Chen's rank is climbing again. Completely losing his mind, Zhang Jian refuses to accept this reality, screaming that rank C is impossible and the machine must be broken. Up in the stands, the veteran examiners break into a cold sweat, stammering over how a rank could constantly change like this. Inside, the poor demon heart shivers under the crushing pressure. Red error screens flash frantically, warning of severe instability and urging the candidate to stop. Ignoring the struggling machine, Tu Chen unleashes a wave of dark purple light, calculating that his other two classes must be far above rank C as he initiates another transfer. With a brutal gaze, a majestic demonic specter roars behind him. Dual class level 14 Purgatory Rakshasa God is complete, and now it is time to unleash his true limits. The demon heart's single eye shrinks to a tiny dot, completely drenched in sweat as it faces the terrifying aura of a true demon king. The chaotic energy tears the sky open as a massive purple storm erupts, officially marking the birth of an absolute monster who is about to break the game. A swirling vortex of dark energy forms a massive black hole in the sky. Lightning strikes all around, leaving the onlookers frozen in sheer terror. Gong Ting stares up in absolute shock while Zhang Jian screams in terror, demanding to know what the hell is happening. His roommates collapse to the ground, clinging to each other in fear. They realize history is being rewritten as their dorm has just birthed a god-tier monster. The screen glitches violently as digital static scrambles the values for both his current rank and potential. The massive golden S in the potential column begins to crack, vibrating violently under the extreme overload of pressure. The veteran examiners stare in absolute disbelief, shouting to ask if they are seriously looking at yet another rank S potential. Even the prideful Gong Ting breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes narrowing as he murmurs in complete disbelief. Suddenly, the golden letter turns into a bloody crimson red as a glaring emergency warning flashes across the screen. The entire display crashes into a chaotic mess of errors as the system desperately blares a warning. The testing screen violently glitches out with blinding colors as the triple S rank yields to infinite power, completely overloading the system's maximum capacity with unquantifiable potential. Down below, a male student completely loses his mind from the shock, straining his neck and screaming at the top of his lungs like the apocalypse is finally here. Right on cue, the testing chamber explodes into a million pieces, sending blinding blue energy and roaring red flames blasting through the entire room. The two examiners throw away all dignity and sprint toward the wreckage, screaming that the devil's heart is overloading and they must rescue the student inside before it is too late. Entering the smoky darkness, the two teachers scramble through a mess of severed cables and frantically call out to see if the student is still alive. But the moment they step closer, both teachers freeze in absolute shock at the unbelievable sight waiting for them in the ruins. The terrifying devil's heart is now shriveled up like a smoking dried-up prune, leaving the examiners utterly speechless as they wonder if the core is actually dead. The chubby instructor crouches down to inspect the dry husk, scratching his head and wondering if it simply overheated, while Tu Chen calmly steps out of the wreckage without saying a single word. Looking at the glowing red data in his palm, Tu Chen casually tells himself that he might have pushed it a bit too hard and accidentally choked the core to death, though he did manage to snag a nice little surprise from the wreckage. The system suddenly confirms the Devourer is complete, granting him a rare and exquisite grade, a devil's heart that can instantly identify the exact power ranks of all living things within a 100-meter radius while providing instant warnings about approaching threats, proving his devouring strength can even consume a machine's core. Stepping right through the shattered doorway as sparks fly everywhere, Tu Chen casually returns to the real world under the stunned gazes of the entire crowd. His eyes flash with an eerie blue light as he secretly activates his brand new toy, putting the power of the devil's heart to the test. His vision immediately sweeps across the entire room, displaying floating rank tags above everyone's head, and he nods in satisfaction, knowing he can now see the true power level of anyone nearby, which is going to be incredibly useful. A second later, his incredibly sharp gaze locks directly onto a single target in the middle of the crowd. The hidden interface completely exposes the arrogant young master's real stats, revealing him to be only a mid-C rank, prompting Tu Chen to smirk, realizing Gong Ting has been hiding his power all along, though he is still nothing more than average. Standing up on the stage, the examiner coughs to cover up his embarrassment, announcing that the devil's heart unfortunately suffered a sudden failure due to extreme stress, forcing them to pause today's exam. As Tu Chen calmly walks away from the stage, the loudspeaker overhead continues to desperately deny reality, announcing to the entire crowd that the ridiculous power stats from earlier were likely just a technical glitch, promising to report the issue to their superiors and telling the remaining students to return tomorrow once they set up a brand new testing machine. Completely ignoring the stage, Tu Chen's roommates rush over to crowd around him with a four-eyed guy shouting happily that he does not care what anyone says because the machine was definitely right and their boy is a total genius, asking what he wants to eat tonight, which only makes Tu Chen sigh and tell them to just head back to the dorms. But before they can take another step, Zhang Jian jumps right in front of them with his hands on his hips, sneering bitterly that there is no way a loser like Tu Chen could ever reach C-rank, let alone have S-rank potential, insisting that the whole thing was obviously nothing but a massive system error. He aggressively steps forward, pointing his finger right in Tu Chen's face and spitting everywhere as he complains that he broke the devil's heart and is trying to walk away, demanding to know where his sense of responsibility is, since the student council now has to wait until tomorrow, and asking how he intends to compensate them for all their wasted time. Getting incredibly annoyed, Tu Chen clenches his fist as bright yellow lightning begins to crackle around his hand, ready to unleash a devastating blow. His eyes narrow with dangerous golden sparks as a thick wave of killing intent surrounds him, quietly wondering if he should just cripple this loudmouth right here and now. Right then, Gong Ting calmly steps forward and calls out in a superior voice, telling his lackey to back off and stop being so incredibly rude to their teammate. Those words leave Zhang Jian and the surrounding students completely speechless, their jaws dropping as they shout out in pure disbelief, "Teammate!" Flashing a confident and highly practiced smile, the young master extends an inviting hand, offering Tu Chen a spot on his squad so they can conquer the upcoming graduation trial together. He continues to paint a grand picture of the future, looking directly at the expressionless teen and declaring that the highest score in history will easily belong to them. This unexpected offer instantly triggers a massive wave of jealous whispers from the crowd, with everyone shocked that the school idol is personally inviting Tu Chen to join his team. Zhang Jian grinds his teeth as sweat pours down his face, panicking because if Tu Chen joins, someone from their faction will get kicked out of the squad, which would ruin everything, since joining Gong Ting basically guarantees a perfect first-place rank on the final exam. The more he thinks about it, the more furious he gets, glaring at Tu Chen's calm face while recalling how many of his rich friends paid massive bribes just to get rejected, making it feel completely unfair. Even so, the lackey has no choice but to swallow his anger, clutching his vest tightly since Gong Ting himself is the one making the call. Forcing down his pure rage, he squeezes out an incredibly fake smile with veins popping on his forehead, saying he has to respect the boss's decision and welcoming Tu Chen to the team. But Tu Chen coldly slaps the hand off his shoulder, dropping a total bombshell by flatly stating he is not interested. Zhang Jian instantly gasps in utter shock, while Gong Ting's golden eyes narrow into a highly dangerous glare. Zhang Jian jumps up and screams directly in his face, demanding to know if he understands what he just rejected, since their team is easily the strongest in the entire school. But Tu Chen simply turns his back and says that is none of his business. To make things worse, Tu Chen looks back with a glowing red eye overflowing with raw killing intent, warning him that he is being way too noisy and should never bother him again. Zhang Jian turns bright red with absolute rage, gritting his teeth in frustration, while Tu Chen casually waves to his roommates and tells them it is time to go. The entire crowd is left completely stunned, with sweat pouring down, whispering that Tu Chen must have lost his mind to reject Gong Ting, since he is the literal student council president. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he walks away as the crowd continues to gossip that he probably wants to secure the top spot on his own, since his official test result was a mid-C rank, meaning things are about to get incredibly interesting. Walking behind him, his roommates are laughing so hard their shoulders shake, whispering about how hilarious those two snobs looked after acting so arrogant just minutes ago, praising Tu Chen for having the absolute balls to pull off a move like that. Surprisingly, Gong Ting does not lose his temper at all, simply smirking and telling his furious lackey that it is fine because their new friend Tu Chen clearly has his own plans. The warm glow of the setting sun stretches across the schoolyard as crowds of students finally head out through the massive iron gates. Watching from the observatory, the old principal sighs with deep regret, wishing those two had teamed up, since he was really hoping to see a historic new record set this school year. Standing next to him, the beautiful blonde girl simply blinks with a highly mischievous smile, suggesting that this outcome is actually much more exciting. Her sharp eyes sparkle with amusement as she analyzes Gong Ting, noting that for a young master born with a silver spoon, a direct rejection like this is nothing short of a declaration of war. Sure enough, Gong Ting's face darkens as his golden eyes flare with deep, silent resentment, proving that the student council president is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. Beside him, Zhang Jian keeps grumbling and complaining with bitter resentment. That kid only got noticed because of a glitch in the test. Does he really think he is a C rank? But Gong Ting frowns, calculating things much deeper. What if the exam was not wrong at all? Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance, I absolutely cannot let anyone else steal my #1 spot from me. Hearing that, Zhang Jian rolls his eyes and eagerly proposes a wicked plan. After all, he's just some student with zero real combat experience. Meanwhile, we are elite fighters who have secretly cleared demon dens alongside you countless times. Why do not you let me go teach that arrogant brat a lesson on your behalf? Gong Ting instantly whips around, glaring intensely at his subordinate. In your eyes, am I really that kind of despicable person? The lackey jumps back in pure shock, stammering out that no, he simply misspoke. Shoving his hands in his pockets, the young master walks away in boredom. He leaves behind a final word: I am not in the mood for singing today, so you and the team arrange things yourselves. However, he tilts his chin up and casts a razor-sharp glare back, greenlighting his lackey by telling him that whatever he does has absolutely nothing to do with him. Zhang Jian freezes on the spot, taking a brief second to process that heavily loaded statement. Very quickly, a sinister grin stretches across his face as he confidently replies to his boss, I understand, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. 10 minutes later, in a quiet stairwell corner, two figures whisper, Oh, you were saying Tu Chen is not even at school right now. The white-haired underling grins, reporting the situation to his boss. Yes, Brother Zhang, I just overheard Tu Chen saying he is going home for a bit. He left school without even eating anything yet. Crushing a soda can with a hard stomp on the stairs, a wicked idea explodes in the villain's mind. Heaven is truly helping me. Zhang Jian's face twists into a chilling, murderous grin as he thinks about the world outside the school campus. It will be much easier for me to brutally finish him off, he thinks, while Tu Chen peacefully strolls along, completely lost in his music with headphones on. Meanwhile, as he walks down the bustling street outside the iron fence, memories of his past life flood back into the protagonist's mind. The ghosts of elite warriors from his past life rise from the surrounding darkness. During a raid on a demon den within the Holy Kingdom's territory, an elite squad from a top guild suffered a terrible tragedy. Inside that abyss, they clashed with an unimaginably powerful demon they had never seen before. A massive glowing pink energy eye snaps open in the void, dominating the entire screen alongside a name that strikes pure terror: Wrath. Haunting images flash of the top guild's 5th elite squad being brutally torn to pieces by giant tentacles. That legendary elite team was completely wiped out on the spot. Since then, Wrath escaped the demon den and descended upon humanity, bringing total ruin to the world. This is all the information our hero currently possesses about that disaster. Standing in a dark void, Tu Chen carefully calculates his moves in this lifetime. To quickly locate the exact demon den containing Wrath, he has formulated a clear plan. And to kickstart this plan, of course, to pull off something this big, he first needs money. Looking up at the massive building in front of him, he knows he needs a huge sum. Right before his eyes stands a glowing golden sign reading Mithril Monster Exchange. Tu Chen calmly pushes open the wooden door and steps inside, quietly assessing the powerhouse backing this place. This exchange belongs to the Mithril Guild, which is destined to become the largest material trading hub in the country. Scanning the gleaming weapons on the racks, he plans his next moves. For an Awakener, gear and weapons are the absolute keys to their overall power. A monster exchange is the ultimate hub for buying and selling gear, making this the absolute fastest way for him to pull in some quick cash right now. Behind the counter, a bald, spectacled appraiser scrutinizes a tiny bone fragment in his hand. Frowning, he asks the young customer where a mere student like him managed to dig up something like this. Tu Chen replies dryly with a completely blank face that it dropped from a monster. This leaves the appraiser even more bewildered as he mutters about why he has never seen this thing before. Suddenly, a pink-haired clerk nearby gets a flash of recognition and chimed in. If she remembers correctly, this is a drop from an E-rank cloud beast called the Tang Sam. It is a Tang Sam Fang. She eagerly rattles off an encyclopedia of information, explaining that the Fang can be crafted into an E-rank cloud staff or ground into powder. But the bald appraiser waves his hand grumpily, cutting her off, and saying an E-rank item cannot possibly be worth anything. He tilts his chin up and pushes up his glasses with pure arrogance. Our exchange strictly serves VIP clients, meaning only high-status awakeners. Everything that passes through my hands is premium gear of D rank and above, so it is completely normal for me to not recognize some tiny, insignificant E rank item like this. Then he frowns, muttering complaints about his disappointing performance metrics. There have been so few high-end customers lately. At this rate, when will he ever get promoted to manager? While Tu Chen stares at his phone checking his account balance, the bald appraiser silently curses his luck. He complains about always running into unprofitable clients and decides it is much better to just dump this rookie customer onto the new girl. Doing exactly that, he turns away irresponsibly and waves his hand to dump the task. Xiaoli, handle the remaining paperwork for him. Work hard, as I have high expectations of you. The new girl quickly bows and stammers a polite yes. Shortly after, Xiaoli pushes a black briefcase across the counter with a warm professional smile. Here's your payout, please keep it safe. Is there any other way I can help you? Tu Chen stares at his phone, seeing a notification for $18,000 in exchange for the 18 monster fangs. His face remains completely blank. 18,000 is more than enough to temporarily cover his rent. Right after, he flips his palm open, releasing a flash of purple light and digital data. He quietly murmurs his next move. Now let us move on to the next step. Reaching into his dimensional space, he pulls out a massive, menacing great sword wrapped in dark purple energy. Slamming it onto the counter, he asks her to check this one out. Startled, Xiaoli takes half a step back, her mouth hanging wide open in utter shock at the menacing weapon. This giant sword looks absolutely incredible. Examining every single detail as cold sweat drips down her face, she nervously gives her honest assessment. Even though she has never seen anything like this before, she feels it must be at least B rank or maybe it even reaches A rank. Smelling money, the bald appraiser pops his head out and scolds her instantly, shattering her illusions. Humph, A rank. Are you daydreaming? The market price for an A-rank weapon is easily heading toward $1 million, and in all his years working here, he has never even laid eyes on one. Suddenly, a deep, calm voice speaks up from behind the bald appraiser. You are right, this is definitely not some standard B-rank or A-rank piece of equipment. Thinking his boss is backing him up, the bald man smiles obsequiously and rubs his hands together in flattery. Boss is indeed sharp-eyed, there is no way a dirt-poor student could bring in anything decent. To his surprise, the handsome green-haired manager pushes up his glasses, his face completely serious as he delivers a devastating verbal blow to his employee. This thing clearly originates from the Purgatory, making it an S rank. Hearing that, the bald appraiser feels like he has been struck by lightning, his eyes popping out as he sweats profusely and screams out of control. S rank. Completely ignoring his panicking employee, the manager steps forward and tightly grasps Tu Chen's hand, shaking it with intense excitement. Bowing deeply, he flashes a brilliant smile as if he just struck gold, warmly welcoming this prestigious guest while leaving the bald appraiser standing completely frozen behind him. Politely gesturing to show the way, the manager enthusiastically invites him to the VIP room, urging him to make any request he wants, while his assistant struggles to carry the massive sword behind them. Everything is going exactly as planned. Tu Chen smirks with a smug glint in his eyes as his target finally bites the hook. He has finally shown up. The target he worked so hard to lure out this entire time is none other than this high-ranking manager Qing Zi. The scene shifts to a luxurious VIP room as freshly brewed tea is poured, steam rising into the air. Sitting comfortably on a plush velvet sofa, King Ji focuses his gaze on the massive greatsword lying on the table, politely probing his esteemed guest about how he intends to dispose of this valuable gear. Tu Chen keeps a completely expressionless face and coldly throws out a single definitive number 1 million. The experienced manager flinches at those words, his eyes widening in absolute shock behind his glasses. Only 1 million. He leans forward, gesturing wildly as he tries to explain the item's true value. Surely he knows that even standard A-tier gear easily fetches millions on the market, but this S-tier weapon is easily worth at least 10 million, maybe even more, and could spark an absolute frenzy among elite buyers because it is practically priceless. But Tu Chen remains completely unfazed, calmly revealing his actual plan. He wants to use this S-tier weapon as collateral to borrow $1 million, promising to repay the loan in full in just 1 month. Naturally, Qing Ji's sharp business mind immediately goes to work as he narrows his eyes to analyze the situation. Using an S-tier weapon as collateral to borrow money is definitely not something a typical college student would ever think of doing. Watching his customer calmly sip tea, the manager quietly evaluates him. It seems the boy has no intention of selling this gear because he plans to use it himself later on, possessing a strategic mindset far ahead of his peers, not to mention having access to such a legendary treasure. Is he some runaway young master from a powerful family or a hidden genius concealing his true power? Either way, his background is definitely not simple. Setting down his cup, Tu Chen continues laying out the terms with the cool confidence of a seasoned tycoon. In just 1 month, he will return the entire principal, along with 10% interest for the following month, asking what the manager thinks of the deal. Rather than answering right away, Qing Ji turns to his pink-haired assistant, standing nearby, instructing Xiaoli to step outside for a brief moment. Once the door is shut, the manager adjusts his glasses with a sharp smile, laying all his cards on the table. If he is not mistaken, his guest is a senior currently attending the National Awakened University and is right on the verge of graduating. Crossing his legs, the manager confidently shows off his impressive intelligence network. As far as he knows, the National Awakened University holds its annual practical graduation assessment exactly 1 month from now, and the grand prize for first place is precisely $1 million, which perfectly matches both the loan amount and his repayment timeline. His eyes gleam behind his glasses as the manager offers an extremely knowing smile, boldly guessing his customer's true intentions. He asks if the boy is already completely certain of taking the number 1 spot in the evaluation, but Tu Chen merely clasps his hands in silence, keeping an incredibly deep and unpredictable expression. Reading his guest like an open book, Qing Ji continues to dissect the situation. Since he could easily wait a month for the prize, rushing to pawn such a valuable treasure now proves he is absolutely desperate for cash right this second, likely backed into a corner with zero other options left. A knowing, calculated grin spreads across the manager's face as he prepares to make a move, if that is really the case. The manager generously presents an offer that is almost impossible to refuse, proposing to hand over $1.5 million in immediate cash, with absolutely zero interest for the entire month. He extends his arm forward to show his absolute goodwill, telling his guest to simply consider this a gesture of friendship between them. Having his entire strategy laid bare causes even Tu Chen to blink in slight surprise, silently observing the clever old fox sitting across from him. Instantly delivering his ultimate pitch, Qingji skillfully locks in his high-profile client, promising absolute secrecy regarding today's business, while asking that any future transactions be brought to their exchange first in exchange for the highest tier of VIP privileges before asking if they can officially shake on the deal. Impressed by this highly professional approach, Tu Chen quietly praises the man for deducing his entire background and current needs from almost zero information. He is incredibly sharp, and instead of taking advantage of his desperate situation, he offered even better terms to build a long-term partnership, proving he is indeed the legendary Qingji, the very man destined to lead the mithril monster exchange to become the absolute #1 exchange in the entire world. The two men stand and share a firm handshake as our main character mentally outlines his next strategic move. If he hopes to destroy the Wrath, relying purely on his own strength will never be enough, making it absolutely vital to secure some trustworthy allies first. With the agreement finalized, Tu Chen presses his hand onto a magic scroll that glows with a brilliant golden light to seal their contract. Holding the contract with a bright smile, the manager announces that the magical bond is established and the funds have been sent, while Tu Chen casually glances down at his phone screen to see his collateral deducted and a brand new balance of $1.5 million flash across the U display. Once the deal is done, Qingji warmly inquires about his plans, asking what weapon he intends to use for the upcoming graduation exam now that his prime sword is locked away, even offering to lend him some high-grade gear. He goes on and on, boasting about the massive warehouse of treasures at his disposal, explaining that while they do not currently have any S-tier weapons available, they still stock plenty of high-quality B-tier and even A-tier gear. But Tu Chen simply raises a hand to flatly decline, and suddenly glowing digital data blocks begin to manifest right in the palm of his hand. As space itself seems to rip open, he slowly pulls out another incredibly cool glowing purple greatsword and calmly announces that he actually has another weapon exactly like the first one. Both Qingji and his assistant Xiao Li stare with wide eyes and mouths hanging open, their faces completely distorted in sheer disbelief as they internally scream over what on earth they are witnessing. Eager to show the absolute highest level of hospitality, the sweating manager bows deeply and guides Tu Chen to the exit, praising his incredible talent at such a young age while wishing his esteemed guest a wonderful day. The moment his guest is gone, Qingji excitedly flashes a peace sign and immediately promotes his hardworking assistant, thanking Xiao Li for keeping such a valuable client and making her a supervisor on the spot. Walking down the street while taking in the bright sunny view, Tu Chen suddenly stops in his tracks as a crucial thought crosses his mind. With a slight smirk, he turns away and mutters that it is time to put his newly acquired funds to good use by purchasing a specific item. Without wasting any time, he hails a bright yellow taxi and arrives at his destination, stepping out of the vehicle with effortless style. His destination is a massive glass-domed building with a prominent sign of the Heron County Long-Distance Bus Station catching his eye immediately. Standing outside the quiet station, painful memories of his past poverty come rushing back, clouding his eyes with deep reflection in his previous life. Constant financial struggles tortured them for a long time, especially right after graduation, when his lack of an awakening meant absolutely no guild would hire him. Memories of his younger, thinner self wearing a helmet and carrying heavy boxes upstairs while sweating profusely flashed before him. Back then he had to risk his health working endless, exhausting odd jobs just to scrape together enough rent money. He remembers his pitiful bank account balance showing only $105 and how he and his sweet younger sister Tu Yun had to live the most frugal life imaginable, running completely out of cash after paying rent, yet even in those dark times she would always smile to comfort her brother, cheerfully telling him it was fine because she had already found a tutoring job to help pay the bills. Ironically, what he held in his hands at that exact moment was a beautiful acceptance letter bearing Tu Yun's name, admitting her into the prestigious International Central Academy of Fine Arts. But that precious paper was torn clean in half, leaving Tu Chen holding the shattered fragments in his hands as he painfully whispered that she had finally succeeded in getting accepted. As the torn fragments scattered in the wind, they carried his sister's innocent loving lie about the school being too far away and how she only wanted to stay by his side forever. Clenching his fist as he reaches into the empty air, he painfully remembers how she completely gave up on her dream, college, just to avoid becoming a financial burden to him. Waiting anxiously outside the busy station, Tu Chen scans the surrounding crowd while muttering that she should have already stepped off her bus by now given the time. While he is still searching the crowd, a bright, clear voice calls out from behind, causing him to instantly spin around as his sister yells out for her big brother. Hurrying over with rapid footsteps, she immediately starts nagging him with a familiar complaint that echoes down the street asking how many times she has to remind him to wait at the arrival exit instead of the entrance. Finally, showing up with a bright yellow suitcase and a heavy backpack, the out-of-breath Tu Yun places her hands on her hips and playfully demands to know if he has been overworking himself to the point of losing his mind. Again. The moment he sees his beloved sister in the flesh, Tu Chen's eyes tremble as years of buried grief erupt into a single heartbreaking realization: 7 long years. Seeing her big brother frozen like a statue, Tu Yun pouts, drags her suitcase over and playfully asks if the old man is going to help with her bags. She waves a tiny hand in front of his dazed face, asking why on earth he is just standing there, looking like a complete idiot. Suddenly, Tu Chen lunges forward and wraps his arms around his little sister, squeezing her tight to finally soothe the ache of missing her. Caught off guard, Tu Yun blinks in absolute confusion while Tu Chen's mind drifts back to that agonizing span of 7 long years. His usually cold, stoic face softens into an incredibly gentle smile as he closes his eyes in pure relief, whispering that he is finally back with his precious Tu Yun. Hugging tightly in the middle of a bustling crowd makes the young girl a bit flustered, and she quietly mutters his name. Not even 3 seconds into the emotional reunion, Tu Yun starts flailing and kicking, breaks free from his warm embrace and yells, asking if he is trying to choke her to death. The young man just chuckles as his sister starts nagging him about acting so weird for the last 2 days. She playfully asks if he confessed to some girl, only to get brutally rejected. Sweating buckets, Tu Chen quickly denies everything, telling her to stop overthinking as they start heading back home. Walking home, shoulder to shoulder, the young girl chatters nonstop, eager to share a hilarious story from her trip, telling him that he has absolutely got to hear about what happened. Listening to her cheerful voice, Tu Chen smiles warmly, a deep determination shining in his eyes as he makes a silent vow for this new life. Staring at his sister's bright sunny smile, he makes a solemn promise to himself that he will never let her suffer any pain, sorrow, or heartbreak ever again in this lifetime. But this peaceful vibe is quickly ruined by the dark shadows of a quiet, deserted alleyway. Looking down from above, this is the only path Tu Chen can take to get back home. In the dark corner, a thug puffing on a cigarette smirks and orders his cronies to set up an ambush, telling them to strike the moment he shows his face. His face contorts into a sadistic grin, his bloodshot eyes full of pure malice as he growls that he is going to show him the price of crossing him. A masked lackey carrying a wooden club timidly speaks up, asking their leader Jiang Jian if bringing so many guys from the student council might lead to them accidentally taking things way too far if they all strike at once. Hearing that, Jiang Jian snorts in disdain, blowing out smoke and gnashing his teeth. He admits he only wanted to teach him a small lesson at first, but the punk's attitude really pissed him off. A low-tier E-rank bottom feeder, actually deluding himself into thinking he is C-rank and even daring to disrespect him. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets at that cold face and the harsh words spat right at him this morning, telling him he was too noisy and to stop bothering him. Furious, he orders his armed goons to beat the kid half to death, wanting him completely crippled. He needs to make absolutely sure that the useless trash cannot even crawl his way to the graduation assessment over the next 2 weeks. Pulling out a gleaming dagger, he proudly boasts that he is one of the top cloud assassins in the entire school. He sneers, telling the noisy little brat to just prepare for his absolute demise, while his floating status screen clearly identifies him as Jiang Jian, a dangerous D-rank cloud assassin. Meanwhile, Tu Chen and his sister leisurely stroll back home under the breezy evening sky, completely unaware of the dangerous storm waiting for them just ahead. Tu Yun glances at her brother with a suspicious look, asking the old man if his bizarre behavior over the last 2 days is because of pressure from the upcoming graduation assessment. Shrugging confidently as she walks, she delivers a playful blow to his ego, concluding that a dense, emotionless block of wood like her big brother definitely would not be losing any sleep over romantic drama anyway. Suddenly, she whips around and raises a fist to cheer him on. She tells him that no matter what, he needs to pull himself together, reminding him of his own words that life is long and opportunities will come sooner or later. As their shadows stretch down the stairs, the quiet evening is filled with his sister's terribly out-of-tune singing, trying to belt out some song about believing in yourself. Watching her carefree attitude, Tu Chen smiles warmly, realizing Tu Yun is actually incredibly sharp. She noticed his sudden change the absolute moment they met. Since she still has no idea he has already awakened his true system, she probably assumes they are still stuck in the exact same miserable, penniless routine they had before. Tu Chen chuckles, trying to reassure his pouting sister that he is really fine. But she just glares back at him, muttering about how he is still trying to act tough and wondering if it is just some stupid male pride thing. Hands behind her back, the young girl struts ahead like a wise elder, declaring that when men reach a certain age, they start building their own walls. She mutters that her brother is truly getting old, leaving Tu Chen scratching his head in sheer confusion with a giant question mark. As the two siblings slowly disappear into the quiet alley, they are completely unaware of a dark shadow lurking in the corners, watching their every single move. A masked goon pokes his head out, frowning as he asks his cigarette-puffing leader why there is a little girl walking with a target. Hearing this, Jiang Jian's bloodshot eyes widen as a twisted grin spreads across his face. He sneers that this is absolutely perfect, pointing out that there are no security cameras here to save them this time. Strolling peacefully, Tu Chen's eyes suddenly flash red. His pupils contract sharply as he senses a heavy wave of murderous intent closing in from behind. Feeling the clumsy stalkers, he realizes this bloodlust belongs to those student council bastards, questioning if they really had the absolute nerve to hunt him all the way here. Without missing a beat, he calmly reaches into his pocket, pulls out his wireless earbud case, and slips out a single small earbud. Reaching over his large hand, gently slips the earbud into his sister's ear as she walks right beside him. Bending down with a gentle smile, Tu Chen whispers to Tu Yun that there is a song he has been playing on repeat lately, encouraging her to give it a listen. She blinks in surprise, wondering when on earth her brother even started liking music. As the soft melody begins to play in her ear, Tu Yun closes her eyes, smiling peacefully as she remarks that music is always great for expressing a person's mood. Nodding happily, she says she wants to understand her old brother a bit better. Meanwhile, Tu Chen's face completely hardens, his eyes turning razor sharp as he stares straight ahead. With that, he drops the yellow bag onto the ground, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as he turns back like an unbreakable shield to protect his sister walking ahead. In front of him, Jiang Jian and his gang of armed goons block the entire alleyway. Floating above their heads are trash-tier status tags, ranging from mid-tier E rank to low-tier D rank. The peaceful lyrics echo softly in Tu Yun's mind, shielding her from the violent reality outside, singing about rust consuming migrating birds and skies breaking into the painful echoes of goodbye. In stark contrast to that quiet melody, the thugs swing their heavy clubs and rush him like moths to a flame, as the lyrics calmly sing about time eroding the final remnants of civilization. Golden lightning begins to envelop Tu Chen's body as painful memories of his past life resurface. Back in 2160, he had lost his only remaining family. It was not until 2167, when he returned from the dead, that he finally saw his sister again. His face crackles with furious golden lightning eyes, blazing with a murderous rage as his soul screams that this is his very first reunion with family after 7 long, agonizing years. Yet these absolute bastards dared to show up and ruin it. The second the thought fades, he turns into a flash of golden lightning, lunging straight into the pack of hungry wolves. Without a single wasted movement, Tu Chen delivers a devastating kick straight to the leader's face, instantly shattering his jaw. The brutal force of the impact sends another thug flying backward into the air like a broken doll. Meanwhile, his little sister walks on with her eyes closed, lost in the peaceful melody playing through her headphones. To her, the poetic lyrics make the surrounding ruins feel like preserved relics, and the crumbling concrete walls look like mossy, ancient mountain peaks. Ignored by the melancholy music singing about being left alone with only one shadow, Tu Chen lets his dark arms surge with demonic power. He tears right through the electrical barrier, bringing down a brutal, godlike blow onto his next target. One battered lackey turns around his pupils, shrinking in absolute terror as he lets out a desperate, blood-curdling scream of pain. In the blink of an eye, our main character unleashes a lightning-fast flurry of strikes, completely dismantling the remaining thugs while they stand there, utterly helpless. As the epic song peaks, a shooting star seemingly slices across the night sky, mirroring Tu Chen as he leaps high and lands a brutal axe kick. The thug collapses instantly, dropping his weapon to the ground. Suddenly, a massive brute swings a colossal fist, bringing it down like a sledgehammer right toward our protagonist. But Tu Chen does not even flinch, calmly raising his lightning-shrouded bandaged arm to block the massive heavy blow, perfectly syncing with the passionate lyric about risking it all. Using the momentum, he fires back with a razor-sharp counter-punch right into the giant's forearm, completely shattering the bone. Ending this brutal brawl is the giant's agonizing shriek, crying out about his broken arm. His scream slowly fades into the final quiet echoes of the song as the music draws to a close. Tu Chen follows up with a heavy punch straight to the thug's jaw, turning his face into a bloody, mangled mess. Then a violent burst of lightning explodes, blasting the lackey backward across the paved floor until he collapses onto the shattered ground. As the song vows to burn its soul to protect a fragile star, the gang leader Jiang Jian stumbles back in utter shock. His eyes go wide with absolute terror at the sheer carnage. He gasps out, wondering what the hell is going on and how a mere kid could do this. Giving them no room to breathe, Tu Chen transforms into a streak of gold, lightning blasting forward like an arrow cutting through the air. Cold sweat pours down Jiang Jian's face as he mutters in disbelief about the kid's insane strength, all while Tu Chen absolutely demolishes every thug standing in his path. The golden streak zigzags through the crowd, clearing out the remaining small fry within seconds to open a direct path to the boss. Finally, his lightning-clad fist strikes straight down, shattering Jiang Jian's dagger and sending the boss crashing down, coughing up blood. Flat on his back, the desperate boss screams out frantically, claiming that he is supposed to be a top-tier cloud-type assassin. He glares through gritted teeth furiously, asking if the kid honestly thinks he can actually defeat him. Before he can finish his rambling, a brilliant flash of gold light tears across the room, silencing his excuses. Tu Chen delivers a brutal lightning-infused kick straight to Jiang Jian's face, sending a spray of blood across the floor. The massive boss gets launched into the air, only to be met with a devastating follow-up strike. He takes the full force of the blow, teeth flying as his face contorts in agonizing close-up pain. The sheer force slams Jiang Jian down, with Tu Chen diving right after him to drive the impact home. His back crashes into the brick wall, carving a jagged trench right through the masonry. The heavy brickwork collapses entirely, burying the arrogant boss under a thick cloud of dust and debris. From down beneath the rubble, the terrified boss looks up to see Tu Chen's glowing crimson eyes shining like a true demon in the dark. Tu Chen leans down, grabbing his blade as he warns him in a bone-chilling tone that he already made himself clear. He grabs the battered thug by his collar, lifting him up as his glowing eyes ask if he does not understand plain English. A mocking illusion of his past self flashes behind him, showing him proudly leading his massive gang of D-rank and E-class goons as if he actually ruled the streets of the city. Snot and tears stream down the boss's face as he begs for mercy, sobbing that his ribs are broken and his legs are numb. He stammers out that the test results were true and begs for forgiveness. Before he can finish, Tu Chen presses a sharp blade right against his throat, growling that if he makes another single sound, he will end him right then and there. Jiang Jian freezes, weeping silently as his eyes dilate in sheer panic, realizing those cold eyes are not lying and that the kid will actually kill him. Crimson killing intent erupts behind Tu Chen, taking the shape of a terrifying demon. The thug trembles violently, wondering how a mere high schooler could possess such horrifying malice and what kind of hell he must have survived to get it. A cruel glint flashes in Tu Chen's eyes as he grits his teeth, warning him to remember every single word he is about to say. He glares down at the absolute scum, declaring that he does not care how much trash like them rots and stinks, but they must never show their pathetic faces around him again, especially if they dare threaten the safety of his sister. The cold steel presses tighter against Jiang Jian's throat, petrifying him as Tu Chen adds that if any of them even enter her line of sight, every single one of them is done for. He delivers a final chilling promise that he will make them vanish forever without a single shred of hesitation. The terrified boss nods, frantically weeping and trembling as he desperately clings to whatever life he has left. With that settled, Tu Chen releases his grip, leaving the boss to collapse into the rubble as he walks away casually, brushing off his hands. Meanwhile, the music in Tu Yun's headphones reaches its peaceful end. A bright melody plays as migrating birds return to a sunny, clear sky, prompting the young girl to wonder why this specific song makes her feel this way. Tears stream down her cheeks as she sniffles softly, wondering why she feels like crying when they have only been apart for a few days. The deep lyrics resonate with her, making her feel as though her brother has survived unspeakable hardships. She silently promises that he is not alone and she will always be right there with him. Suddenly, Tu Yun pulls off one earbud and turns to complain to her brother, teasingly telling him that his clingy attitude is getting pretty annoying. But when the little girl turns around, Tu Chen is already smiling, gently holding out an exquisite red box right in front of her. Looking at his younger sister with doting eyes, he whispers that he has a gift for Tu Yun, who opens the box to find a glittering golden pen catching her eye. Tu Yun gasps in sheer shock, her eyes wide and bright with excitement. This is a magic drawing pen and the newest model from the Dragon Corporation. But she quickly grows worried, asking her brother where he got the money for such an expensive gift, since it costs over 10,000 yuan. Tu Chen merely offers a smug smile, staying silent as she inspects the item. Watching his sister cherish the pen, the crushing guilt of his past life floods back, reminding him how he failed to protect her. Tu Yun hesitates, asking to return it because it is too expensive, and she claims she does not even like it that much. Tu Chen keeps smiling at his sister, his bloody fist clenching tight as he vows to make amends. He will absolutely not fail to protect her dreams in this life. Standing tall in the dark alley littered with the broken bodies of thugs, Tu Chen lets blood drip from his cold hands, silently vowing to protect everything that belongs to her. Meanwhile, a battered Jiang Jian lies flat on the ground, desperately gasping and begging someone to call an ambulance. Back in their rented room, a soft hand holds the magic pen, which glows with a brilliant pink light as it eagerly draws illusory lines in midair. It turns out Tu Yun is happily testing her new toy, creating glowing little fish that swim right in the middle of the room. She beams, exclaiming how easy it is to draw three-dimensional images straight out of thin air. Sitting at the dining table, Tu Chen happily slurps down a bowl of hot noodles. With a satisfied grin, he tells Tu Yun that her fried egg noodles are easily the best in the entire world. Still, she cannot help but worry about their finances, reminding her wasteful brother that they still have rent to pay and spending money so recklessly is bound to catch up with them. Putting down his chopsticks, Tu Chen calmly drops a bombshell, saying he already paid the rent for the entire year. His sister freezes, staring in absolute disbelief as she blurted out what. Scratching his cheek in a cold sweat, he offers an incredibly awkward excuse, claiming he recently partnered with a friend on a small business deal to make some quick cash. Of course, that terrible acting fails to fool Tu Yun. She glares at him with daggers, thinking her older brother is an incredibly awful liar before crossing her arms in a huff and complaining that he is keeping secrets from her now. Though she grumbles, her eyes soften with deep warmth. Honestly, is there anything more wholesome than a sibling who secretly cares this much? It has been a very long time since she last saw such a happy smile on her brother's face, making her secretly smile to see his usually rigid expression look so incredibly radiant. Tu Yun's small hand gently grips the shoulder of his shirt, her touch filled with quiet trust and absolute reliance on her older brother. Letting go of her doubts, she tilts her head and looks at him with the gentlest eyes, softly advising him that no matter what happens, he should never push himself too hard. Hearing her heartfelt words, Tu Chen smiles gently with a sense of relief, giving her a soft nod as he quietly agrees. Inside a private VIP room bathed in the blue light of a massive aquarium, a cold voice reports that Jiang Jian was severely injured, leaving 60% of his bones completely shattered. The voice continues, reporting behind a figure standing silently before the tank, noting that even the absolute best healer cannot help him fully recover within a month. Gong Ting, the arrogant heir, tilts his head as his golden eyes flash with sharp annoyance and deep contempt, scoffing that he never expected the idiot to go after Tu Chen, only to get utterly demolished like this. A beautiful blonde woman sitting on the sofa sips her tea and offers a casual smile, pointing out that it looks like he will have to miss the upcoming graduation assessment. Yet Gong Ting cares nothing for his followers' fate, coldly sneering that it is actually a good thing since his team just lost a useless burden with terrible skills anyway. From the shadows behind them, a portly mustached middle-aged man steps forward to approach the young president. Pushing up his glasses with a calculating look, Gong Xuan, the university's head of employment, speaks in a low, grim voice, wondering why he keeps hearing Tu Chen's name. Watching the active fish, Gong Xuan whispers some classified details, revealing that he has personally reconfirmed the internal results of the school's last ranking test. Frowning deeply, he confirms a bitter truth that Boy really is a C rank, making him the only student in the entire university with a higher placement than his nephew. Hearing that someone has outperformed him, Gong Ting's face darkens instantly. You can practically feel his jealousy radiating through the screen as his eyes narrow with silent rage. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his arrogant nephew, Gong Xuan warns him about the high stakes, noting his father has personally invited the Alliance's vice president to watch his graduation performance, meaning they absolutely cannot allow anyone to steal his spotlight. Turning to the blonde woman, he asks for her help, stating he must rely on his own niece to fill the empty spot on Gong Ting's team. Resting her chin in her hand, the confident blonde woman flashes a sharp smile, readily agreeing to the arrangement. But Gong Ting cuts in with his usual arrogant sneer, claiming his uncle is worrying far too much about a non-issue. His golden eyes darken with pure malice as he smugly asks his uncle if he honestly believed that he had used his full strength during that initial ranking placement test. As a tiny fish swims near a shark's jaw on screen, the arrogant heir confidently promises that on the day of the practical exam, he will make sure everyone finally understands. With a face full of vicious pride, he growls, determined to prove once and for all who truly stands at the absolute top. It is 11 p.m. at the university male dorms. As Tu Chen washes his toned body under the shower, his system panel confirms that today's weight training of 100 kilometers is fully complete. With water running down his face, he quietly calculates his progress. Now that his financial issues are resolved and things are going smoothly, he can officially launch his master plan after graduation. A glittering golden trophy worth $1 million appears on screen as he locks in his next goal, winning the massive championship scholarship from his upcoming graduation exam to completely pay off his outstanding debt to Qingji. Keeping his word is everything, and he knows he must strictly honor his contract with Qingji. After all, he will likely need the shrewd manager's connections for many things down the road. Resting his arm over his forehead on the comfortable bed, Tu Chen stares at the ceiling quietly, whispering that the graduation assessment is now less than a month away. Closing his eyes, he decides he cannot afford to be lazy, time to grind more levels. Immediately, a progress bar loads in his mind as a massive glowing red demon tower rises from the void, accompanied by system notifications that his unique Gluttony System is fully active. Alone, Tu Chen climbs up the sharp stone steps, heading straight toward the ominous towering structure that radiates an overwhelming dark energy into the sky. As his status screen opens, he carefully reviews his current stats. Even his absolute weakest class, the King of Death, has already reached mid-C rank, showing his incredible growth. However, the Phantom of the Rakshasa erupts with deep purple lightning, shattering the evaluation screen. His strongest class, Purgatory Rakshasa, cannot display its rank due to a system overload error. Although Purgatory Rakshasa is listed as an S-rank class, he still cannot utilize its full power. He is still left wondering just how much of its true destructive potential he can actually unleash. Looking at the two pitch black class cards locked behind massive question marks, Tu Chen quietly evaluates his situation. The exact rank of these other two classes remains completely unknown. He opens his hand, revealing a golden jade-encrusted key radiating a brilliant glow. The system description displays its overpowered name, the SSS-Rank Void Key, the sole key to unlock the magic tower. Fitting the key directly into the brilliant rift in space, the young man hardens his resolve to test its power today and see what happens. The magic gate swings open, forming a massive purple black hole that lights up the entire horizon. The protagonist looks up with intense curiosity, wondering what kind of landscape awaits him inside this mysterious tower. Without a second thought, he steps directly into the intense purple energy, leaving his old reality far behind. The moment he passes through the portal, Tu Chen's crimson eyes go wide, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock at the sight before him. Before him lies a vast mystical realm under a shimmering galaxy, a landscape of pristine white snow dotted with bizarre stone mushrooms known as the Starry Wasteland. But before he can even admire the view, cold sweat breaks out on his face as veins bulge in sheer terror. His body feels as if an invisible mountain is crushing him down. His knees slam heavily onto the frozen ground with a painful groan. Bracing one hand on the ground to push himself up, he grits his teeth against the crushing pressure. The gravity here is amplified to an insane degree. The system coldly issues an update. Surface gravity of the Starry Wasteland is 10 Gs. Looking back, he sees the purple portal has completely evaporated. He quickly analyzes his situation. The door he came through is gone, meaning he likely has to defeat the boss of this floor to reopen it. In this harsh environment, he can only use 30% of his power. He has to adapt to this place as fast as possible. Suddenly, a massive beastly paw wreathed in deep purple energy slams down onto the snow, radiating a deadly and hostile aura. A glowing phantom lion slowly emerges, baring its fangs as the system interface marks it as a B-rank Star Warrior Phantom Lion. Gasping heavily for air, Tu Chen forces his fist closed, channeling bright golden lightning that crackles with raw surging energy. Instantly, the system window flashes a successful transformation. He stands tall and confidently declares class change, complete level 14, Lightning Assassin. So you are the enemy of this floor. Without a single word, the beast lets out a deafening roar and lunges straight at its tiny prey. Like a bolt of lightning, Tu Chen leaves a golden streak as he dodges the deadly claws sliding across the barren ground. He activates his lightning blade skill, wrapping his entire body in electricity, but his face contorts under the intense gravity. His body feels incredibly heavy, forcing him to end this fight as quickly as possible. The electric blade grazes the energy armor of the beast, but incredibly, the critical strike misses its mark. The system coldly announces a missed critical hit and a failed paralysis effect. Shocked by such a solid defense, Tu Chen's eyes widen in disbelief as he mutters a miss. Frozen on the barren ground, Tu Chen winces as he analyzes this terrible situation. The extreme gravity is severely dragging down his overall speed and striking accuracy. Meanwhile, the Phantom Lion leaps high into the air, trailing a purple light as it charges with incredible agility. Somehow, this monster moves with absolute ease. Unable to dodge in time, Tu Chen takes a heavy blow from the beast. He can't help but wonder if the power levels of all the monsters inside this Purgatory magic tower are truly this absurd. Cornered, the young man wastes no more time. His transformation bar lights up brilliantly. Class change, complete level 14, Purgatory Rakshasa. It is time to unleash his strongest class. The Purgatory Rakshasa card appears as the status screen glows with massively buffed stats. Purgatory Rakshasa, a level 4 Star Warrior. His Void Skeletization skill absorbs the stamina and power of surrounding corpses, converting them directly into personal strength. It also grants threefold gravity tribulation, letting him manipulate gravity into 3 distinct phases of light, heavy, and super heavy attacks. Power explodes through his veins. Tu Chen confidently winds up a fist wrapped in dark purple lightning and roars. Different classes possess different core advantages. In a brutal close-quarters brawl, he must rely on a warrior class with massive buffs to strength and physical stamina. With zero wasted movement, his Purgatory Fist strikes the Phantom Lion's head, carving a massive crater into the earth. He stacks gravity to the absolute maximum, boosting his downward force to its extreme limit. System alerts flash wildly, gravity at 200, 400, and 600%. Tu Chen's face turns red as he channels everything into a final devastating blow. In this naturally high gravity zone, the sheer destructive force of his strike is amplified 60 times over. Taking the punch head-on, the Phantom Lion's eyes flare with sheer terror. It gasps open its jaws, letting out an agonized shriek. That is one monster down. A massive pillar of purple energy erupts straight into the sky as Tu Chen lands gracefully on the pristine snow. He finishes it with a cold warning, "Do not even think about standing in my way." Meanwhile, the system continues to buff him with the super heavy stage of the Star Warrior's threefold gravity tribulation. With the battle over, Tu Chen collapses onto the freezing white snow, gasping desperately for air. At the center of the massive crater, the beast's corpse slowly dissolves into nothingness, leaving behind some sweet loot. The system confirms he has acquired 10 Phantom Lion bones. His experience bar immediately maxes out. Tu Chen scrambles to his feet as a bright level up notification appears, 12,000 experience points gained, reaching level 11. Resting for a moment, he begins studying the stat differences between his classes. Each star on a class card represents a stat multiplier. The more stars there are, the greater the power boost after a class change. The comparison screen clearly displays the gap. Purgatory Rakshasa has more stars, giving it a much higher overall multiplier and a far superior final rank compared to the Lightning Assassin. Yet reality quickly delivers a harsh blow to his confidence. He had to go completely all out just to deal with a single B-rank monster. It seems both of his current classes still cannot break past the limits of B rank. Brushing back his sweat-drenched hair, he frowns suddenly, noticing a strange inconsistency with the system. Glancing at the beast's fading remains, Tu Chen raises a critical question. Why did the system not display a devourable tag after he killed this monster? Before he can find an answer, the silent space is torn open by a blinding flash of light signaling the next trial and the gateway to the next floor. Staring up at the black hole opening wide in the sky, he gets a sinking feeling. Could it be? Sure enough, the peaceful starry sky gives way to a massive black hole tearing through space, promising a terrifying new reality. From deep within the void, countless glowing, eerie eyes slowly emerge, locking their deadly glares onto the tiny intruder waiting below. Tu Chen grows pale, sweating bullets, as he mutters in absolute terror. Has the true ruler still not appeared? The grand scene unfolds as a pack of phantom lions leaps from the sky like a rain of monsters. Was the beast he used all his strength to kill just a low-level minion? Cornered, our main character grits his teeth and springs up, taking the lion's deadly pounce head-on. A merciless battle of life and death erupts between the hungry beasts and the lone bloody boy. As blood splatters, his fragmented thoughts swirl. Only in this exact moment does he truly understand the warnings of the Purgatory Rakshasa. The words of the giant butcher echo in his mind while the pack tears his flesh apart. Once that door opens, nothing but endless pain awaits you. As a beast's glowing jaws close in on him, the harsh advice rings out again, but you absolutely must endure it all. His eyes flare blood red, his bloody face glaring at the monsters with unyielding defiance. You must conquer everything. Then the illusion suddenly vanishes. Tu Chen bolts upright in his dorm bunk, gasping for air and completely drenched in sweat. Everything returns to a quiet, cold reality. Yet the echoes of that bloody battle remain painfully clear. The torn muscles, the flesh ripping from bone, the pain in his dreams was entirely real. With determined eyes, he realizes there are absolutely no shortcuts to power. This lonely, grueling path of purgatory has only just begun. The next day, Friday, May 20th, 2157, at the National Awakened University Auditorium, the glowing stage displays the graduation combat evaluation team formation ceremony for Class 2157. Uncle Gong Xuan leisurely sips his water, showing off his prestigious nameplate as the chief of employment. In the audience, students buzz with excitement, wondering if the rumors are true. They say high-ranking members of the Alliance Guild are coming to watch this graduation evaluation in person. Tu Chen remains as cold as a stone statue, listening quietly with half-closed eyes. No wonder the rules changed this year. He silently organizes the new info. Previous years had no minimum requirements for team size or ranks, but now each team needs 5 members, including at least one high-tier rank E or above. The middle-aged man rubs his chin, wondering if the rule change is just for entertainment. Who knows, he thinks before clearing his throat to get everyone's attention. Standing proudly by the screen, Uncle Gong Xuan announces that everyone's rankings have been sent directly to their smart bracelets, urging them to check and form teams immediately. The entire hall glows with blue light as smart bracelets simultaneously project 3-dimensional holograms right in front of the students. The ranking interface is crystal clear. Sitting at the top of the food chain is Gong Ting at high-tier rank D, followed by other rank D elites. Watch this, the 4-eyed Ma Long glares at the screen, sweating bullets as he gasps that something is seriously wrong. Looking at the very bottom 3 names, smack them in the face: Shang, Yu Ma Long, and especially Tu Chen, all sitting at low-tier rank E. Ma Long spins toward Tu Chen like he is an alien, stuttering to ask how he could possibly be low-tier rank E. The nearby students whisper in confusion. Didn't Tu Chen test as a rank C before? How did he plummet to low-tier rank E now? In the corner, a heavily bandaged lackey smirks. So that devil heart really was broken back then. He grumbles that he was planning to team up with Tu Chen if he couldn't join Gong Ting, but now he's just trash. While Tu Chen remains ice-cold and ignores him, the mocking voice sneers that absolutely nobody will want to team up with him now. The student leader stands with arms akimbo, laughing alongside his scarred henchman. With the graduation evaluation being so vital, who would carry low-level trash? Tu Chen rejected Gong Ting before, and now he must be regretting it big time. High above them, the proud Prince Gong Ting stands with folded arms, his sharp golden eyes narrowed in majestic, contemptuous silence. Sitting on the panel, Uncle Gong Xuan clasps his hands, his eyes glinting behind his spectacles as he watches his nephew's every move. A sinister smile flashes across his face as he silently mocks Gong Ting's naivety, wondering when his disappointing nephew will learn to manipulate human nature. His glasses flash white as Gong Xuan smugly schemes to teach him a lesson, and honestly, this guy is as dirty as they come. Back in the noisy auditorium, the speaker urges students to hurry, while a wave of frantic fans chases after their idol President Gong Ting. Crowds of students swarm the young prince like hungry zombies, screaming for him to choose them and let them join his team. Even the female students abandon their pride, shrieking that they have been in the council for 3 years and won't hold him back, offering their healing skills or even begging to be his dog. A sweating committee member blocks the fanatical crowd, shouting hoarsely for them to back off because they can only take one more member. After half an hour of chaos, smart bracelets tap together, flashing green lights to confirm successful team formations. Across the hall, students joyfully celebrate, wishing each other good luck on the upcoming evaluation as green notifications continue to flash. In stark contrast to the joy, Tu Chen's 3 roommates sigh heavily with defeated faces. They asked around, but nobody wants to join them. Standing abandoned in the corner, they scratch their heads in despair. With only 4 people, they won't even qualify for the graduation evaluation. Ma Long adjusts his glasses, growing highly suspicious of a conspiracy. How could Tu Chen's rank drop to the very bottom? While Tu Chen's red eyes remain calm, Ma Long analyzes the tricky rules. A team needs 5 people and a high-tier rank E. It feels like a targeted trap. He bitterly reminds them that this combat evaluation is their only chance to prove themselves. Good job prospects only come with high scores. The exam layout shows the exact balance between hunters and prey in the final round. Nest monster counts depend heavily on team size, meaning a larger squad doesn't guarantee an easier time getting high scores. That explains why everyone is giving them the cold shoulder. Even if someone can't join a powerhouse like Gong Ting, nobody is stupid enough to team up with bottom-tier ranks. The list is clear. The 3 weakest low-tier rankies are all stuck in this dorm together. Ma Long Xiang, Yu and Tu Chen. If this keeps up, they won't even be allowed to try. Just as Xiang Zuo sinks into despair, a voice calls out from behind, making the long-haired youth startle and spin around. The arrogant students huff and call out to Xiang Zuo, letting him know they only need 1 more member to complete their squad. They mockingly ask why he would ever want to team up with his 3 trash, low-tier E-rank roommates, warning that staying with them will likely cost him his eligibility to even take the graduation exam. Watching this unfold, Tu Chen narrows his eyes, carefully analyzing the bleak situation. He realizes that if this toxic behavior keeps up, the 3 low-tier E-rank players, himself included, will be completely abandoned and left behind by everyone else. A grim vision of the 3 of them left isolated flashes across his mind, signaling a miserable future where they lose their right to compete entirely. Xiang Zuo stands frozen, biting his lip and bowing his head in shame as he mutters a heavy, painful apology. But then he suddenly spins around with fierce determination to protect his brothers. He loudly declares they already made a pact to stand together and he will never turn his back on his roommates. Furious, the arrogant group stomps away their leader, flipping him off and spitting out that they only needed a warm body to fill the slot anyway. He scoffs that Xiang Zuo is an ungrateful fool who will deeply regret rejecting them and looking down on their offer. On the massive team roster board, bright green checkmarks continuously light up, showing that almost all the high-tier D-rank spots have already been claimed. Panic sets in as their 4-eyed friend Ma Long points at the screen in a cold sweat. He hysterically yells that almost everyone has already teamed up, leaving practically 0 high-tier E-rank players. They only need 1 more person, but absolutely nobody is willing to join them. Meanwhile, Tu Chen maintains his ice-cold expression, turning his gaze away from the hyperventilating Ma Long without saying a single word. Instead, his eyes lock onto a smug middle-aged man sitting with his hands clasped over his belly. That is Gong Xuan, the department head. Sharing a surname with Gong Ting, he is clearly another member of the elite Gong clan. Connecting the dots, Tu Chen glares at the smug elder with absolute disgust. He despises the petty scheme of rigging the graduation exam rules and falsifying his actual rank just so no one would dare team up with him. He scoffs inwardly, wondering if they seriously find him that much of a threat to Gong Ting. Truly, the powerful think they can just do whatever they want. His crimson eyes flash with pure determination as crackling lightning begins to gather around his body. The system boots up, initiating a class change. If they are going to play this dirty, he has absolutely no intention of backing down from this exam. In an instant, blinding yellow lightning erupts, completely enveloping his body. Taking a decisive step forward, he notes that his class change is complete. If they want war, he is done playing nice. Sitting nearby, an old examiner calmly strokes his beard, closing his eyes to offer some quiet wisdom, noting that exams are hardly the only way to prove a person's true worth. Seeing his best friend suddenly erupting with literal lightning, Xiang Zuo panics, screaming to ask what on earth he thinks he is doing. Ignoring the shocked whispers of the crowd asking what on earth he is doing, Tu Chen marches confidently down the aisle. There is an old, brutal tradition in awakened academies designed to test a student's combat readiness in any situation. Under this special rule, any student has the absolute right to issue a direct one-on-one challenge to anyone at any time. With intense murderous intent radiating from his face, he presses forward. It is a highly provocative move, but also the most direct way to force everyone to witness his true power. Under normal circumstances, anyone facing such a sudden challenge might just reject it out of hand. The surrounding students quickly scramble to both sides to clear a path. Tu Chen's gaze remains locked onto his target, knowing full well that Gong Ting would never back down. The arrogant young master narrows his golden eyes dangerously. Talk about a tense standoff. Meanwhile, Tu Chen locks in his plan, knowing he only needs to beat him. As a bolt of lightning flashes across his sharp eyes, he is absolutely certain that anyone hungry for a high score will beg to join his team. But just as he is about to speak, a beautiful figure silhouetted at the entrance calls out, asking if his team is still short of players. Tu Chen turns around in utter shock as that sweet melodious voice continues, announcing that she also wants to take part in this year's graduation assessment. Standing with her hands on her hips, the beautiful Ling Wu flashes a playful smile. She proudly mentions reaching D rank back in middle school, teasing that she certainly won't hold them back. She casually strolls past his roommates, whose jaws are practically on the floor as they mutter in disbelief, wondering when Tu Chen managed to pull a goddess like her. This sudden twist completely shatters Gong Ting's composure. He turns to his cousin in shock, asking what she is doing, while his uncle Gong Xuan slams the table in absolute fury. As she walks gracefully forward, a massive wave of gossip erupts throughout the hall. People whisper in utter disbelief that the legendary Ling Wu actually wants to join a squad of low-tier players, especially since she is just an exchange student. The curious crowd parts, staring at her elegant back while whispering and speculating about her mysterious background. Rumors say she is an absolute genius, hailing all the way from the Holy Kingdom, leaving everyone to wonder why a super prodigy like her would even bother with their school's exam. Unable to sit still, Gong Xuan barks out a protest, desperately using the rules to block her. He loudly asserts that as an exchange student, she is technically ineligible to participate in their academy's exam. Unfazed by her calm smile, the elder barks even louder to completely crush any hope for Tu Chen's team. He passionately argues that since transferring here, she has never taken a single local ranking test, nor is there any official report proving her current rank. Letting her participate, he insists, would completely violate every rule in the academy. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a massive muscular figure radiating a heavy purple aura suddenly appears right next to the stage with immense pressure. The startled Gong Xuan immediately asks when the principal even arrived. Feeling that overwhelming presence, Gong Xuan breaks into a cold sweat. His face contorts in panic as he desperately wonders why the principal is showing up now. Stepping forward in his majestic purple aura, the principal approaches Ling Wu. He gently questions why a short-term exchange student like her would want to get involved in this local graduation exam drama. Tu Chen is stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He recalls that the principal's class is supposed to be a warrior, making him wonder how on earth the man is able to teleport. The principal strokes his chin with a knowing smile, pointing out that her participation would ruin the fairness since this exam is meant to showcase real struggle. Ling Wu simply responds with a playful smile, teasing that it would indeed be a shame. A cold sweat rolls down Tu Chen's neck, his sharp blue eyes flashing with extreme caution. Staring at the powerful duo, he breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that his system cannot detect the ranks of either of them. Gong Xuan quickly jumps on the bandwagon, sighing in relief as he shamelessly flatters the principal, agreeing that the school's prestige relies on strictly following the rules. But the principal suddenly throws his arms wide, addressing the entire hall. He loudly declares that the true purpose of the National Awakened University is to foster elite awakened warriors and provide them with the ultimate stage to showcase their strength, ensuring a steady and reliable flow of top-tier talent to protect this world. Turning around, he looks directly at Gong Xuan with an ice-cold tone. He states that the graduation combat assessment is a decades-old tradition, serving as one of the most critical turning points in a student's entire life. The atmosphere suddenly plummets. The principal's face darkens as he glares at Gong Xuan with eyes like daggers, asking how the school could possibly bear the blame if a student lost their future due to outside interference. Gong Xuan jumps in sheer panic, breaking into a heavy sweat. He frantically wonders if the old man is targeting him and if his secret rigging has already been exposed, especially since the principal normally ignores such minor school dramas. Gong Xuan glares bitterly at Tu Chen and Ling Wu. He realizes with mounting rage that the principal is likely putting on this entire display just to protect that worthless brat. Knowing he is outmatched, the elder reluctantly swallows his pride. He tells himself it is pointless to pick a fight with the principal. He glances at his arrogant nephew Gong Ting, reassuming his composure. The elder reassures himself that he has done his part. With all the high-ranking students already grouped up, Tu Chen is left dragging 3 trash teammates, making Gong Ting's victory in the upcoming exam absolutely guaranteed. Gong Xuan quickly bows, putting on a fake smile to smooth things over with Principal Zhang. He awkwardly laughs, agreeing that the principal is absolutely right and admitting their employment office was careless for not realizing this team system might leave some people behind. Old Zhang raises both hands toward the stands, announcing loudly to the crowd. He declares that any team with fewer than 5 members or those without high-tier E-rank members can still apply. The gates to the graduation combat assessment will always remain open to everyone. The moment they have been waiting for finally arrives. 4 young men bring their glowing blue wristbands together, and the system instantly flashes a notification that their team has officially been formed. The 4 boys erupt in pure joy. Xiang Zuo throws his hands up, shouting that they successfully made it into the assessment. Ma Long throws his arm around Tu Chen with a massive grin, telling Tu Chen he should be the team leader. Up above, the principal folds his arms, watching Tu Chen and his group. He smiles and remarks to the girl beside him that her interest in Tu Chen is much greater than he initially imagined, calling her Ling Wu. The battle lines are now clearly drawn. On one side stands the strongest team in the school history, led by Gong Ting. On the other side is Tu Chen and his 3 lowest-ranked roommates. The principal smiles with anticipation, wondering aloud which dungeon they will choose and how many points they will ultimately manage to score. An old examiner wearing glasses raises his board, loudly announcing the next step. He clears his throat, stating that now that team formation is complete, the leaders can proceed to select their dungeons. But the old examiner suddenly jumps as a success notification rings out. He raises an eyebrow in disbelief, wondering how a team could have already chosen their dungeon so incredibly fast. The surrounding students crowd around the screen, their jaws dropping in shock as they realize Tu Chen and his team have already made their choice. 2 students stare with wide eyes, screaming like they just saw a ghost because of the insane option the team actually picked. Absolute chaos erupts. Ma Long and Xiang Zuo panic, completely waving their hands in the air and begging Tu Chen to withdraw immediately. They scream, asking if he has lost his mind and pleading with him like he is some kind of god. Ignoring his teammates' cries, Tu Chen keeps an icy, expressionless face, his crimson eyes completely calm. Meanwhile, Ma Long keeps screaming in the background, asking if he has any idea what he just chose. To understand why everyone is so terrified, we have to look at the rules. This graduation assessment is the first time these student teams enter a real dungeon, earning credits by clearing out monsters and taking down the boss. The system displays the rules clearly. 100% completion rate grants a maximum of 10 points, but they lose 1 point for every surviving monster. Defeating the boss awards up to 20 points with 0 points for failure. Finally, completing the raid within 1 hour gives 20 points with a 1-point deduction for every 5 minutes past that. The system further explains that different dungeon ranks have varying difficulties and score multipliers. F rank has a 1.5 multiplier for a maximum of 75 points, while E rank has a multiplier of 2 for a maximum of 100 points. Thus, an F rank dungeon maxes out at 75, but an E rank can theoretically reach 100 points. The rewards are also incredibly massive. If a team manages to hit that perfect 100 points, every single member will receive an invitation to join the prestigious Empire Guild. On top of that, the team most valuable player will directly secure a management position at the Empire Guild along with a massive bonus of 1 million. 2 sweating students whisper to each other that the highest score in school history is only 90 points, set years ago by a legendary genius who now leads the Empire Regiment. They know an E-rank dungeon is brutally difficult, typically requiring at least 3 D-rank awakened individuals just to stand a chance at clearing it. Back in the present, elite students gather around a smugly smiling Gong Ting. The crowd whispers that his team might actually be the one to break the school historic record today. The loud ring of a system confirmation cuts through the noise. A boy wearing glasses turns around in confusion, asking how a team could have possibly selected theirs so fast. Right after that, his eyes go wide as sweat pours down his face. He panics and shouts that it is Tu Chen's team. Clenching his fist, he stares at his glowing wrist display with trembling eyes. He cannot believe what he is seeing. The rank they selected is actually D rank. Tu Chen remains incredibly calm and collected with the bright blue system screen behind him, showing that they have selected a D-rank dungeon, now waiting for member confirmation. The boy with glasses looks ready to faint, pointing wildly at the control panel. He screams that no graduating student has ever raided a D-rank dungeon, wondering if the kid just hit the wrong button. Beside him, Ma Long holds his head, screaming in absolute despair. Yet Tu Chen just calmly looks at his wrist, completely unbothered as his friend yells, asking him if he is insane and if he knows what he just did. Collapsing to the floor, the long-haired Xiang Zuo clutches his head in despair, sweating buckets. He groans, calling Tu Chen a lunatic and wondering how on earth he ended up teamed with such a crazy guy. Staring at the glowing screen showing that the leader selected a D-rank dungeon and is waiting for them to join, he hangs his head in pure defeat, muttering if it is too late to leave the team. Shaking Tu Chen by his shirt, a pale and panicked Ma Long screams desperately. He begs his friend to think this through, pointing out that a D-rank dungeon is a complete death trap. Ignoring his teammates' utter panic, Tu Chen remains completely unfazed. His glowing red eyes shift slightly as he calmly replies that yes, he has thought it through. Just as he speaks, a system alert breaks the tension. The giant screen updates, displaying that both Gong Ting and Tu Chen's teams are currently waiting for confirmation to enter a D-rank dungeon. Immediately after, the profile of the arrogant young master Gong Ting lights up on the screen, accompanied by a loud notification confirming all his team members have successfully locked in their choices. The entire hall erupts. The crowd gasps with wide eyes, shouting in absolute shock that another team has chosen a D-rank dungeon, unable to believe what is happening. On the other side, Gong Ting elegantly sits with crossed legs, looking down at his wristband as excited whispers echo through the room about how they finally have a real show to watch this year. Seeing this, a blonde girl on Gong Ting's team scoffs with a sneer, mocking them as trash trying to act superior without even knowing their own limits. Cruel insults keep raining down from the stands, targeting the four boys standing alone in the aisle. People jeer that since they are bound to finish dead last anyway, they are just desperate for attention. Gong Ting's followers burst out laughing, mocking that it is a D-rank dungeon and his teammates will never actually agree to go in. They snicker, telling them to disband now while they still can, joking that this brand new team is going to fall apart in seconds. Amidst the harsh insults, Ma Long suddenly falls silent, staring seriously through his glasses at Tu Chen's calm, unwavering face. Ma Long thinks to himself, sensing an incredible change in his friend. Tu Chen's expression is so incredibly determined and a powerful aura radiates from deep within. He wonders when this shift happened, considering Tu Chen always relied on him for cover during their college days. The four-eyed boy blinks, seemingly reaching a major turning point in his mind. Suddenly, Ma Long slams his hand down on the confirmation button, making the green screen flash with agreement. He yells out that since they survived 4 years of school together, he will stick with him until the very end. Hearing this, the long-haired Xiang Zuo sighs recklessly, pressing his own accept button. He shrugs, saying they are already at the bottom anyway, so D rank or F rank makes no difference. Since they are here, they might as well open their eyes to a D rank dungeon. Seeing the other two risking it all, the big, tough-looking guy grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he complains to his friends. He clutches his head, screaming in hilarious frustration about how he is supposed to be the leader of this dorm, yet he is the one being dragged along at the very end. With a roar, he aggressively slams his hand onto the glowing green button. Closing his eyes tight, he yells that he is in too, and since they are graduating anyway, they might as well go all out and raise some hell. The entire system immediately flashes with a blue light, displaying a majestic portrait of Tu Chen alongside an announcement that all members have confirmed and Tu Chen's team application is successful. Witnessing this absolute trust, Tu Chen turns back to look at his three brothers standing by his side and softly speaks to them. Lowering his eyes, he apologizes with a mix of sincerity and guilt, admitting he chose the D-rank Demon Cave just to secure the MVP title. But his gaze immediately sharpens like a razor, firmly declaring that since they have chosen to accompany him on this wild adventure, things are different now. A confident, proud smile spreads across Tu Chen's face as he declares that they are going to claim the absolute highest score together. From high up on the towering stairs, the Crown Prince Gong Ting folds his arms, looking down like a king while growling internally that the MVP belongs to him. Showing no sign of backing down, Tu Chen looks right back up, his crimson eyes burning with intense battle spirit as he locks eyes with his mortal enemy. Sparks fly in the air between them as Gong Ting glares with sharp golden eyes, silently declaring that only one person can be the absolute strongest in this school. Watching from a distance, the beautiful Ling Wu blinks in amusement, whispering to herself that this is the very first time she has ever seen that look on Gong Ting. The entire hall plunges into darkness, with only the spotlight illuminating their fierce rivalry, showing everyone that the battle between these two has finally come to light. Watching this explosive passion, the muscular principal strokes his beard with a knowing smile, reflecting on how great it is to be young and utterly fearless of the unknown. Standing on the platform, Ling Wu rests her chin in deep thought as the principal silently stands behind her. She mutters that Tu Chen choosing a D-rank Demon Cave is far too overconfident, because even if he is a C-rank, trying to lead an entire team to conquer a D-rank cave alone is simply impossible. The scoreboard of the system clearly displays his ambition. Even though the multiplier for D-rank is 3, which theoretically allows a maximum score of 150 points. However, as the four of them walk away, the system flashes red with a high-risk warning. Since the difficulty is several times harder than an E-rank cave, this choice is definitely not the optimal solution for their current strength. The muscular principal strokes his beard and nods with an enigmatic smile, agreeing that there is only half a month left before the combat assessment begins. The scene shifts to the virtual reality training room where elite students use superpowers and magic to slay digital monsters. Making a massive breakthrough in such a short amount of time is practically impossible. Outside the glowing simulation room, sweat-drenched students train relentlessly through the night. The principal quietly hopes that Tu Chen and his team can put on a decent show when the time comes. Bold red letters signal 17 days left before the assessment. Tu Chen stands coldly with folded arms, watching his three roommates sprawl across the school field, gasping for air like sleep-deprived ghosts. Unable to take it anymore, Mao Long collapses onto his hands and knees drenched in sweat. He painfully lifts his head to complain, asking Tu Chen why they are doing this all day when everyone else is in training rooms practicing elemental skills and fighting simulated monsters. Tu Chen frowns and wipes the sweat from his forehead, quietly listening as Ma Long continues to complain loudly about dodgeball, shuttle runs, and sprinting, arguing that their graduation exam is not some random triathlon and asking what the point of this even is. Tu Chen's crimson eyes flash with cold intensity as he seriously explains that at this stage, no matter how much they train their elemental powers in virtual reality, it is completely meaningless because it is still just theoretical practice. Standing tall with his back to his teammates, he exposes the harsh reality. When they step into an unknown demon cave and face terrifying monsters they have never seen, fear and confusion will crush them like a flood, and the thing that decides their fate will not be some textbook theory. An image of him holding a lightning sword against a giant fanged beast illustrates his point. It will not be some makeshift skills thrown together at the last minute either, but their pure survival instincts. Hearing this, his three friends look up blankly, absorbing every word from their captain. The physical stamina, explosive power, and reaction speed they are building right now are all meant to hone their body's raw instincts. Tu Chen lowers his eyes and calmly delivers a brutal truth. The school's simulation training offers very limited help, and the only thing that actually works is entering a real demon cave to fight. At this, his gaze hardens with resentment. Since ordinary students cannot access the training caves, the wealthy elite with all the privileges will always be the ones who stay ahead of everyone else. The camera shifts to the ruthless Crown Prince Gong Ting violently swinging a blazing sword to slice a hideous monster into two clean pieces. Standing proudly amidst a sea of flames inside the training cave, the elite group looks down arrogantly. They will widen the gap with outsiders at all costs, ensuring they remain at the absolute top. Gong Ting's side profile shows pure arrogance, his sharp eyes looking down on the world as if he was born superior to everyone. Behind him, a pitch-black demonic armor with glowing red eyes stands as a stark symbol of unfairness. They already own things that others could not hope to obtain in a lifetime. Feeling the massive gap, Xiang Zuo and Ma Long grit their teeth, their eyes burning with the anger of the weak as they ask what people with nothing like them are supposed to do. Tu Chen turns around, his crimson eyes glowing with the true presence of a leader, declaring they will enter the Imperial Guild with the highest score and shatter the class barrier blocking them. Ma Long stares in sheer disbelief as Tu Chen maps out their only path to survival, calling the final graduation exam their single opportunity to turn the tables and catch up at this critical junction. As darkness wraps around a giant glowing red entity, Tu Chen's voice rings out clearly, stating that this is also his absolute best chance to break through his own limits. With sharp eyes full of determination and killing intent, Tu Chen firmly promises to give everything he has to deliver on his word, declaring that they will absolutely win. The screen transitions to show 15 days remaining. Tu Chen moves like golden lightning, battling a horde of Black Panthers amidst a cosmic galaxy inside the dream magic tower of fallen stars. But the reality of training is brutal. He grits his teeth in agony as the claws of a magical panther rip across his chest, sending fresh blood spraying through the air. A heavy blow from a giant beast's paw sends him flying backward, coughing up blood as he struggles to withstand the immense impact. A countdown of 10 days appears. Tu Chen leads the running drill, shouting encouragement to stay close with 5 laps to go, while Ma Long collapses face first onto the track, groaning that he cannot take another step. Disregarding his exhaustion inside the magic tower, Tu Chen fiercely swings his lightning-infused arm, tearing through space to crush a savage giant beast. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Gong Ting strains his muscles, crossing his 2 glowing blades to block a crushing blow from a massive stone monster. With 5 days left, Tu Chen grits his teeth, doing one-arm push-ups with a giant weight on his back while his 2 friends watch in horror, counting 101, 102. With only 3 days left, the Crown Prince Gong Ting steps out from a sea of fire holding his burning sword with arrogant, ruthless eyes like an evil deity spreading pure terror. 2 days remain. Tu Chen stands amidst the magic tower as lightning washes over him, triggering a bright level-up notification to level 16 as the lightning assassin. Finally, the countdown hits 1 day. Tu Chen's face is stained with blood, but his golden eyes burn with an unyielding fighting spirit as the real battle officially begins. And finally, the big moment arrives on June 17, 2157, the day of their graduation combat exam. A small drone hovers over, buzzing with a synthesized voice. "Hello, candidates. I am your companion drone for today's evaluation." A gloved hand taps the glowing blue smart bracelet, bracing for a plunge straight into a brutal battlefield where only the strongest survive. Out in the freezing air, Tu Chen stands proud alongside his 3 roommates in full combat gear. The system's robotic voice chimes in, reminding everyone to make sure their bracelets and gear are properly secured. Suddenly, a beam of emerald teleportation light flashes down completely, swallowing the four boys. The system announces with absolute authority, "Attention candidates, the graduation combat exam has officially begun." Meanwhile, over at the National Awakener University Administration building, sleek black luxury cars roll up to the entrance, releasing high-profile figures who slowly ascend the grand staircase. The burly principal steps forward to warmly shake hands with a dapper man in a tailored suit, greeting him with a smile. "Long time no see, Chairman Gong." Slicking back his stylish hair with a sly grin, he apologizes for keeping the principal waiting. This is Gong Lin, the infamous co-founder of the powerful Empire Guild and father of Gong Ting. Students crowd the hallway, windows whispering in absolute awe as they stare down. They wonder if that is really one of the Empire Guild founders, completely starstruck by his powerful presence. But wait, look at that. A student spots something odd and points to the luxury car right behind. They wonder who could possibly be inside, especially since the principal and the elite founder are both waiting personally to greet them. A bodyguard bows and opens the door, revealing a stylish pink-haired figure who leaves the watching students completely speechless and stuttering in disbelief. The legendary VIP finally steps out, tall, noble, and radiating immense power. A holographic profile pops up displaying his name, Cavendish, Vice Chairman of the World Guild Alliance. One student gasps, cold sweat pouring down his face as he practically yells in sheer disbelief, "Did the Vice Chairman of the World Guild Alliance actually come to our school?" His friend is just as shaken, holding his head. He mutters about how lucky someone would have to be to see a figure like that even once in their life. No wonder the entire administration building is totally locked down today. The Alliance is easily the most powerful force on Earth. Catching their eye would change a hunter's life forever. A polite automated broadcast echoes through the hall, welcoming the VIPs and announcing that the graduation combat live stream is about to begin. Meanwhile, the students keep whispering outside, saying that even a tiny connection to the Guild Alliance could instantly set someone up for life, their voices completely filled with raw ambition. Inside the control room, Elder Gong Xuan stands respectfully before a massive holographic screen, explaining that 184 students are taking part in this year's final exam, split into 28 different teams. The giant screen splits into dozens of live camera feeds. The Elder reports that 23 teams chose F-rank dungeons, 3 went for E-rank, and surprisingly 2 teams actually chose a highly dangerous D-rank dungeon. Hearing this, a cold-looking secretary with sharp glasses frowns. She asks if a team actually chose a D-rank dungeon. This is Sigrid, the Secretary General of the Guild Alliance herself. Sigrid turns with a sharp, questioning glare toward Elder Gong Xuan, while her pink-haired boss casually munches on a snack nearby. She warns that D-rank dungeons are incredibly dangerous even for seasoned pro raiders, asking if the Academy actually warned these kids about what they are walking into. Keeping his hands behind his back, Elder Gong Xuan calmly plays it down. He claims they explain everything clearly. He adds that since these kids lack real experience, most are stuck at the absolute bottom, barely struggling to survive against the weakest mobs in F-rank. The screen feeds directly into an F-rank dungeon, showing a lightning-class warrior student struggling to land a clean hit on a massive armored thorny lizard creature. Pointing to the screen, Elder Gong Xuan explains that things get ugly when they face a boss. A giant thorny lizard roars in front of 2 terrified students. The Elder notes that boss monsters are on a completely different level, and these kids have to push past their absolute limits just to survive an F-rank threat. The feed switches to an E-rank dungeon where 2 bloodied students huddle in a dark cobwebbed corner, clutching their weapons with shaking hands. Here, the danger level is in a completely different league. Grotesque spiders with jagged armored shells crawl down from the ceiling on thick webbing. An alert flashes on screen, E-rank beetle spider. Even the basic mobs here are as strong as an F-rank boss. A terrified boy with glasses weeps openly, tears streaming down his face as he screams that E-rank is way too hard and completely beyond anything they expected. Elder Gong Xuan finishes his point, stating that for the vast majority of these kids, raiding an E-rank dungeon is simply an impossible mission. Seeing how brutal the exam is, Sigrid frowns with deep concern and asks if there are any safety measures in place for when things inevitably go wrong. Elder Gong Xuan smirks with total confidence, assuring the Secretary General that she has nothing to worry about because the students are their most valuable resource. The screen cuts to tall, heavily armed guards in long coats, standing watch by the glowing portal. Elite forces from the Empire Guild are stationed outside every dungeon, ready to charge in and rescue students. The second things take a deadly turn. To prove his point, the screen shows a girl falling back as a monstrous spider lunges. Fortunately, every student's bracelet has a built-in emergency escape system. Facing death, a terrified student slams his finger onto the glowing red button on his wrist, sobbing that he quits. Instantly, a red alert flashes, "Evaluation abandoned." Crimson light wraps around the fleeing students, teleporting them away as their terrified cries echo behind. Elder Gong Xuan explains that the moment a candidate taps out of the exam, the system whisks them straight out of the dungeon to safety. Listening to the impressive setup, Sigrid adjusts her glasses with an intrigued smile. She notes that despite these incredibly harsh conditions, two teams actually volunteered for the brutal D-rank challenge. She praises the Academy for harboring such brave talents, saying she absolutely cannot wait to see their performance on screen. Turning his head, Elder Gong Xuan narrows his eyes with a deeply sinister smirk. He silently scoffs, wondering exactly how many minutes these foolish kids will even survive in there. With a cold snort, he watches the live feed. Honestly, who wouldn't be nervous watching these kids fight a blizzard? He is absolutely certain these brats will press that panic button in a heartbeat. Back on the snowy battlefield, a red warning flashes: D-rank dungeon, Cloudy Forest Peak, extreme risk. Standing beneath a colossal frozen tree crawling with demonic beasts, Shang Zuo looks up and stammers in absolute terror. What on earth are those things? Up on a snow-covered branch, a creature with a shriveled bat face grins, bearing razor-sharp teeth. It is a D-rank demon bat monkey, and it looks utterly repulsive. Amidst the howling, freezing blizzard, Tu Chen's eyes remain razor-sharp and completely calm. He quickly warns his team that these bat monkeys are missed attribute beasts who hunt in massive packs, diving from above with blinding speed, so they must keep their guard up at all times. A massive shadow looms overhead as a winged beast spreads its sharp, horrific claws, completely blotting out the light above the four young hunters. Without warning, the pale-faced monsters dive straight down from the sky, bearing their razor fangs and tearing through the air with savage fury. Tu Chen snaps his head back, his eyes narrowing like daggers as he shouts they are coming. Before Ma Long can even move, an invisible blade of wind slices violently across his chest. Sent flying onto the icy ground, the four-eyed boy rolls across the snow in sheer panic. Nearby, Xiang Zuo leaps backward with a gasp, barely dodging a lethal wind blade that cuts straight through the heavy storm. Ma Long pushes himself up on the ice, drenched in sweat and wheezing that he is still alive. Shang Zuo collapses into the snow, whispering in total disbelief, did we actually just dodge a real D-rank attack? Just then, a giant hairy beast slams violently onto the exact spot they stood, sending a massive cloud of snow flying. Shang Zuo stares with wide eyes, sweat dripping down his cheek as he frantically yells for Tu Chen. In the middle of the blizzard, Tu Chen stands tall, a crackling lightning sword glowing in his hand. Bloody monster corpses litter the ground at his feet. Watching this, Shang Zuo mutters in pure disbelief, did he really just take down 3 rank D monsters all by himself? Ignoring their shock, Tu Chen unleashes a blinding surge of golden electricity, his glowing eyes sharp and serious. He warns them that their current strength isn't enough to face these creatures and orders them to just focus on staying safe right here. With that, he launches into the air like a brilliant streak of golden lightning tearing through the snow. He leaves them with a firm final command: let me handle the rest. But the demon apes won't back down so easily. Wind blades slice through the air, prompting the big guy to scream a warning. Mao Long desperately twists his body to dodge, letting out a terrified shriek as he barely escapes. Xiang Zuo doesn't fare any better. An invisible strike blasts him backward, slamming his back hard against a snow-covered tree trunk. Gritting his teeth in pain as he hits the tree, Xiang Zuo suddenly realizes the truth. Drenched in sweat, he mutters that all their training on reaction, speed, and explosive power wasn't because Tu Chen expected them to fight beside him. He just wanted them to stay alive. The thought stings his pride. Shang Zuo gnashes his teeth, his eyes flashing with helplessness and sheer determination. Damn it, he's always been the leader of their dorm, and yet here he is forced to rely on this kid just to carry him through graduation. Up in the raging blizzard, Tu Chen becomes a literal killing machine. He unleashes a barrage of electrified punches and lightning sword strikes, tearing the hideous demon apes to shreds. 2 more demon apes dive down in a frenzy, flapping their wings like grim reapers, bearing their razor-sharp fangs. In an instant, countless blinding yellow lightning bolts crisscross the sky, tearing through the air and slicing the beasts into bloody fragments. Their roommate stares with wide, trembling eyes, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. He thought Ma Long was exaggerating about how strong Tu Chen was, but seeing is believing. Tu Chen lands flawlessly, cloaked in crackling golden currents, his gaze as cold as a god of death. This guy's power is so overwhelming, he doesn't feel like a graduating student at all. As golden lightning tears the swarm of dark beasts apart, his friend gulps in awe. And honestly, who can blame him? This isn't some rookie, he's looking at a seasoned warrior with countless battles under his belt. Faced with such overwhelming power, Xiang Zuo looks down, his face cast in shadow. He chuckles bitterly to himself. When did this guy become so reliable? He's truly been left in the dust. Mid-thought, a screeching demon ape lunges at Xiang Zuo's blind spot from behind. Spotting the danger, the big guy points and screams a warning, watch out, there's another one right behind you. Driven by sharp, honed instincts, Xiang Zuo bends backward. A bright red flame erupts on his fist as he narrowly dodges a swipe of the beast's deadly claws. In a flash, his hand clamps tightly onto the demon monkey's leg. The big guy yells to his teammates, hey Xiang Zuo, Ma Long, we can't just be dead weight and leave everything to Tu Chen. Ma Long and Shang Zuo snap out of it, their startled faces reflecting the warm firelight. Their friend's roar jolts them back to reality. This graduation exam isn't just a solo show. With his long hair whipping in the wind, his eyes burn with a fierce, unstoppable fighting spirit as he roars into the icy storm. This is our graduation exam too, damn it. Fueled by that sudden burst of passion, their other teammate swings his hand, unleashing a vibrant green magic aura as he grits his teeth. You're damn right. Seizing the moment, the long-haired guy swings his arm, gathering a brilliant green aura as he confidently chants his spell, Wood Magic, Binding Vines. Let's see how you like this. Thick pitch-black vines erupt from the snowy ground like massive tentacles, wrapping tightly around the body of the charging demon ape. But the beast lets out an ear-splitting shriek, using raw monstrous strength to rip the vines apart and send the caster flying backward. Drenched in cold sweat, the long-haired guy turns pale and cries out in panic, oh no, it broke free instantly. Just as the monster prepares to counter, a bone-chilling wave of frost sweeps in, completely freezing its hideous body in place. Ice magic, freezing wind. It's their four-eyed friend, Ma Long, pouring every ounce of mana into icy blue beams from his fingertips. He yells out, I've slowed it down. Xiang Zuo, let's hit it together. With his fist enveloped in a blazing magical light, Xiang Zuo smirks confidently. Let's see where you're going to run now. Thanks to their seamless teamwork, the demon ape is pinned between thick ice and massive vines. A shout echoes out, combo skill, freezing wind and binding vines. Xiang Zuo, do it now. Already poised to strike, Xiang Zuo flexes and raises his arm, manifesting a massive burning fireball as he responds on it. He leaps high into the air, pouring all his energy into throwing the blazing fireball straight at his target. Take this, nuclear mage explosive flame bomb. A blinding explosion erupts as fierce roaring flames swallow the trapped beast, creating a massive shockwave that blows the white snow in every direction. The demon ape thrashes violently in the sea of fire, its pale face contorting as it lets out a blood-curdling, furious shriek. Realizing that wasn't enough, Xiang Zuo grits his teeth and rapidly hurls a barrage of fireballs. Sweat pours down his face as he curses, damn it, is this thing made of steel? Blazing attacks rain down relentlessly on the beast's face, but it desperately extends its hideous wings to shield itself amid the blinding flashes of light. Down below, the long-haired classmate grits his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead as he strains to hold the wood magic. I can't hold it back much longer. Ma Long is also at his limit, his glasses reflecting the raging blizzard as he yells in desperation. I'm running on empty too. With nowhere left to run, Xiang Zuo raises a colossal fireball above his head, pouring all his remaining hope into a final desperate roar. Screw it, I'm going all in. In this do-or-die moment, Xiang Zuo's eyes flare with a wild crimson light of pure fury. His expression turns primal as he roars, take this. The fireball drops like a literal tactical bomb, engulfing everything in a massive earth-shaking blast that lights up the sky. Nuclear Mage Focused Explosive Flame Bomb. As the smoke clears, the companion drone hovers in the quiet, snowy sky, broadcasting a sharp electronic alert. Congratulations, congratulations, the demon ape has been successfully eliminated. Exhausted, the three boys collapse onto the snow, huddling together and panting heavily. Yet wide smiles break across their faces as they cheer in triumph. We did it. We actually beat a rank D beast. Standing off to the side, Tu Chen glances back at his three victorious teammates, his eyes widening slightly with a touch of genuine surprise. Lying on the ground, Ma Long points ahead and calls out excitedly, Hey Tu Chen, do you see that? Right where the monster dissolved, a reward dropped, demon ape finger bone ×1. Xiang Zuo turns to his teammates. Though drenched in sweat, he wears a smug, arrogant grin and starts boasting, see, that was a total piece of cake. Right then, a victory announcement blares from the drone, congratulating them on clearing all the monsters in this demon cave. Tu Chen simply slips his hands into his pockets, gives a faint smile, and calmly mutters a quiet good job. Back in the central control room, old Gong Xuan stares in absolute disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his face. He stammers in complete shock, how is this even possible for a bunch of rookie students with zero combat experience? On the live monitor, the corpse of the D-rank monster shatters into brilliant blue fragments. The trembling examiner mutters to himself that they actually took down a D-rank beast, a threat far beyond their current level. Principal Gong Lin maintains his cold, majestic expression, silently observing the screen without uttering a single word. Breaking the silence, Vice President Cavendish leans back elegantly on the sofa. Resting his chin on his hand, he offers an intrigued smile, noting that the young man put on quite an impressive show. The final screen locks onto Tu Chen's sharp, handsome face as he stands calmly in the drifting snow, accompanied by a highly mysterious evaluation. Propping his chin up, the Alliance's Vice President Cavendish narrows his deep eyes with an amused smile, thinking to himself that the boy looks remarkably like an old acquaintance. With the screen's glow illuminating his handsome face, he murmurs, committing the target to memory. Tu Chen is it, he will definitely remember that name. Beside him, the principal furrows his brows, his stern face hardening behind his glasses as he watches the feed in absolute silence. Sensing things are spinning out of control, a sweating Gong Xuan quickly turns away, letting out a fake cough to cover his embarrassment. He waves his hands to deflect the attention, raising his voice to boost his nephew. Coughing dryly, he tells everyone to look at the other team in the D-rank cave who have already fought their way to the middle zone. The live screen instantly shifts to Gong Ting, who is skillfully swinging his sword, unleashing blinding arcs of energy that blast away the surrounding monsters. Seeing this, Secretary Sigrid adjusts her glasses. Her sharp eyes narrow as she nods in approval, praising their incredibly smooth coordination, which looks almost like a professional guild raid team. Hearing that, Cavendish smiles in appreciation, noting how interesting it is and that this year's batch of graduates is actually quite impressive. Gong Xuan pushes up his glasses, his lips curling into a wicked, calculating smirk. This battle, he thinks, has only just begun. He gloats to himself, knowing the real show is yet to come. The screen then cuts to a warning for a high-risk D-rank cave, the Toxic Ivy Cave, where a swarm of grotesque poison miasma wood warriors charges forward. From the rear, a blonde girl wildly shreds an electric guitar, sending out sound waves to buff their strength, speed, and wood magic with her skill, Elegy of Decay. Gong Ting's teammate raises his hand, gathering a deep purple energy orb as he grits his teeth and yells for them to gather. A giant magic flower blooms, sucking all the mushroom monsters into midair with Astral Mage's gravity pull, leaving it wide open for their captain. Seizing the perfect moment, Gong Ting dashes forward at insane speed, unsheathing his sword in a blinding flash of deadly light. He swings his blade, slicing through the air to trigger a massive fiery explosion that roasts the monsters alive, unleashing the destructive power of his class. Landing majestically, Gong Ting sheathes his sword, standing cold and arrogant amidst the sea of fire as his glowing status plate displays C-rank nuclear warrior. Standing among the charred corpses, he smirks and boastfully tells his team that the Academy's exam monsters are exactly like the ones they fought during training, making clearing them a total walk in the park. His lackey slicks back his hair, tilting his head up arrogantly as he flatters him. He sneers that the graduation exam was rigged in their favor by higher-ups anyway, proving that backing the right person makes life effortless. The group then strolls off casually, high-fiving and laughing hysterically, absolutely confident they will easily take the championship. They decide it is finally time to go hunt down the dungeon boss. Meanwhile, in a completely different world, Tu Chen walks through a blinding blizzard, his eyes glowing red with absolute coldness and razor-sharp focus. The screen changes to the D-rank peak of Cloud Forest Cave. High on the snowy summit, the four exhausted boys collapse, panting heavily as they gasp that they actually made it to the peak. Welcoming them is a giant scar-covered white snow ape savagely tearing into the bloody corpse of its own kind. This is the Ice Demon Ape, a D-rank cloud attribute warrior. Terrified by the horrific sight, the long-haired student and Ma Long break into a cold sweat, cowering as they stammer. They wonder if that is the final boss, convinced a single slap would kill them 10 times over. The Ice Demon Ape snaps its head around crimson eyes, glowing in the dark as blood and shredded flesh drip from its razor-sharp fangs in a spine-chilling display. Ma Long throws his hands up in absolute panic, sweating profusely as he screams out that the monster is looking right at them. Without hesitation, the massive snow ape unleashes an earth-shattering roar and lunges, sending the three terrified boys running for their lives as they scream in sheer terror. Right at the crucial second, Tu Chen leaps into the air, his leg crackling with golden lightning. He delivers a devastating kick straight to the beast's face, sending blood splattering everywhere. With a wave of his hand, he releases a powerful burst of lightning energy, tearing up the ice and forcing the colossal ape backward. The ape's massive building-sized body is launched into the air, spinning wildly while Tu Chen touches down in a completely badass heroic stance. That ruthless lightning strike completely crushed half of the monster's hideous face, causing blood to gush out violently midair. Before the enemy can even hit the ground, Tu Chen blazes forward like a streak of golden lightning, shattering the earth beneath him and tearing the beast to pieces in an instant. On his knees with cracked glasses, Ma Long stares blankly in utter disbelief, muttering that the monster was dealt with way too easily. The system screen flashes, showing a gain of 200 experience points and 1 ice ape hide. Tu Chen quietly shoves his hands into his pockets, standing beside the headless corpse completely unfazed. Unlike his ecstatic teammates, his brows furrow in clear disappointment and suspicion. He thinks to himself that it is incredibly bizarre defeating a D-rank dungeon boss shouldn't yield such pathetic experience, and the loot is total trash. Suddenly, Tu Chen's eyes catch something. He whips his head to the side, gasping in surprise at the sheer amount of magic stones hidden nearby. His two teammates rush over to a severed giant tree trunk, waving their hands frantically. They call out for him to hurry and see what they found. The giant beast hid tons of magic stones inside the hollow. A massive ice crystal, shimmering with brilliant rainbow light, illuminates the entire snowy clearing. Shang Zuo gapes at its massive size, whispering that this has to be at least a mid-tier magic stone. Drooling with pure greed, the three of them reach out hungrily, laughing and cheering. They shout that selling all of this will keep them rich and comfortable for the rest of their lives. but his survival instincts scream danger. Tu Chen's eyes widen, his pupils shrinking in sudden panic as he yells out a desperate warning to stop. It is already too late. Deep within that glowing crystal, a giant incubating egg flashes with blinding light the very second Xiang Zuo touches its surface. Three boys stand frozen in place, their faces twisted in absolute terror as the sudden wave of light washes over them. Tu Chen slowly turns his head, his crimson eyes flashing with cold steel as this unexpected crisis unfolds. Turns out the threat rising from the snow was triggered by a cloud mage detonating an ice bomb. Even their video recording drone gets completely wrecked. Back in the control room, Tu Chen's team monitor flashes a bloody red signal loss warning. Old man Gong Xuan pushes up his glasses with a smug sneer, muttering that they fell right into the trap. High-tier monsters actually have brains after all, and trash will always be trash, only good for dragging others down. At this rate, their graduation exam ends right here. Gong Lin smirks, playing along with fake concern, saying that in this situation, student lives are in danger. He agrees that saving them is the top priority, claiming they have no choice but to let the guild raid team intervene. They should just end the exam for them right now. Just as they prepare to order the intervention, the principal stands tall, calmly demanding they give the students a little more time. His scarred face remains as unshakable as a mountain. He points out that the synchronized wristbands tracking their vitals show everything is perfectly normal. Besides, there is absolutely no indication that any of them intend to give up. Looking straight ahead with unwavering resolve, he delivers a final heavy verdict: the choice must belong to the students themselves. Back on the frozen battlefield, Four Eyes Ma Long squeezes his eyes shut, letting out a massive sneeze that shakes his entire body. He shivers violently, wrapping his arms around himself in the bone-chilling cold. Behind him, Xiang Zuo and their long-haired teammate are frozen solid. Thank goodness he is a cloud mage with some ice resistance, or they would have been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a massive shadow radiating a freezing aura slowly approaches, letting out a chilling bone-rattling cackle. Ma Long stares up in terror. A towering skeleton wearing an icy crown and burning with eerie light stands before him. Is this the true boss of this devil cave? Sweat pours down Ma Long's pale face. He mutters that he remembers this thing from the Monster Encyclopedia, a cloud mage masterfully manipulating ice and snow, a sadistic beast that loves to toy with its prey until they die. Talk about a terrifying discovery. A flashing red status screen confirms his worst fears: the Ice Skeleton King, a cloud mage boss. Connecting the dots, that sudden ice explosion was definitely a trap. Terror-stricken Ma Long turns and runs for his life. This is a rare C-rank boss. There is no way he can face this thing alone. He darts between massive ice pillars, gritting his teeth and telling himself that he has to hurry. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp ice blade slices through the air, piercing straight into Ma Long's calf as blood sprays onto the snow. The four-eyed boy grimaces in agonizing pain, losing his footing and rolling down the snowy slope. The Ice Skeleton King slowly rises from the abyss, his glowing blue sockets staring down at his pathetic prey as he continues to mockingly cackle. Collapsing into the snow, Ma Long clutches his bleeding calf. He gasps in agony as his wristband flashes an emergency warning, asking if he wants to forfeit the exam due to a puncture wound. But pushing past his fear, Ma Long's eyes snap open with resolve. Channeling blue mana, he roars that he refuses to quit. He has to break the ice and free Tu Chen. He fires his magic directly at the ice block, holding his teammate Cloud Magic Origin Cleansing. The system displays the target being purged of negative status effects. Ma Long grits his teeth, praying that if his friend can just recover, they still have a chance. The relentless boss will not allow it. Another ice spear tears through the air, impaling Ma Long's shoulder and forcing a bloody scream from his lips. He falls backward onto the snow as his spell is violently interrupted, followed by a brutal red system message: cleansing failed. The skeletal monster tilts his head, enjoying the struggle as his haunting laughter echoes across the snowy mountains. As the phantom of death closes in, it raises a hand to conjure sharp ice shards for the final blow. Ma Long's wristband blares madly, warning of high heart rate and injuries, prompting him once again to forfeit the exam. Teetering on the edge of death, Ma Long hangs, his head breath misting in the air. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, burning with rage. Forfeit, he asks. Humiliating memories flood his mind, bullies shoving and mocking him at school. It was always because he ran away whenever things got tough. That was why he was always left behind, ignored, bullied, and treated like absolute garbage. Yet, during his darkest hour, Tu Chen had stood tall, pulling him away from those bullies. Tears blurring his eyes, Ma Long roars that they risked everything just to get this far. His eyes burn with a fierce, stubborn will to survive, declaring that they finally have a chance to change their destiny. Gritting his teeth as blue mana flares around his shattered glasses, he bellows that he will never back down or give up this easily. Exhausting every drop of his strength, the four-eyed boy reaches toward Tu Chen's icy prison, unleashing a brilliant, purifying light. Shattering his limits through sheer will, Ma Long strains his throat and pours out every ounce of mana left, screaming in agony. Under that blinding surge of power, the giant ice block trembles. Not wanting to wait, the boss fires a volley of ice shards at him. With trembling hands, Ma Long continues to drain his mana, his desperate screams echoing across the snowy peak. And just like that, the impossible happens. At the absolute brink, his desperate effort pays off as the massive block of ice shatters into pieces with an ear-splitting boom. From behind the collapsing ice, a pair of sharp, glowing golden eyes snap open, flashing with lightning and terrifying killer intent. A blinding explosion of lightning erupts, sweeping through the area like a devastating storm, divine lightning. His skeletal opponent recoils in shock, his empty sockets widening at the sheer magnitude of this sudden explosive power. Before the smoke even clears, Tu Chen charges forward like a lightning god, catching the completely exhausted Ma Long as he collapses. Safe in his friend's arms, Ma Long pushes up his glasses with a weak, relieved smile, joking that in the end Tu Chen still had to break out himself. Tu Chen remains calm, reassuring him that he actually helped a lot. When asked about his injuries, Ma Long gasps out that he already stopped the bleeding. The two friends look up at the ridge where the terrifying boss stands with raised claws. It is the C-rank Cloud Mage, the Ice Skeleton King. He is incredibly tough, but they cannot let themselves get frozen again. Hearing that, Tu Chen slowly stood up straight, his crimson eyes gleaming with a bone-chilling lethal intent as he glared at his doomed enemy. But before he can strike back, a massive, jagged icicle drops like a meteor from the sky. It is the Cloud Mage's colossal exploding ice bomb, leaving both boys utterly speechless at its sheer, terrifying beauty. The Frostbone King tilts his skull back, letting out a deafening, hysterical laugh of absolute triumph. With nowhere left to run, the four-eyed sidekick covers his head, screaming in absolute despair. How on earth can that monster launch a colossal ice bomb like that, and how are they supposed to dodge it? It is too late. The heavy ice bomb slams violently into the deep snow, releasing a blinding light as it primes to blow. A flash of brilliant white light engulfs the entire snowy peak, completely erasing it. Floating amidst the falling snow, the tattered Wicked Lord waves his robes and cackles with an ear-piercing villainous shriek, but his bizarre laughter suddenly cuts short. His glowing green eye sockets twitch as he stares down at an impossible sight. Right in the middle of the frozen ruin, a brilliant blue aura pierces through the jagged ice, shooting straight into the sky. Tu Chen stands tall without a single scratch, his level 16 status screen glowing. Underworld King of Death, class Cloud Warrior, possessing a frost constitution that grants absolute cold immunity and boosted resistances in low temperatures. Staring at this horrifying scene, the Frostbone King's jaw literally drops as his hollow eyes widen in pure ghostly panic. Behind him, Ma Long is drenched in cold sweat, stuttering in utter disbelief. He asks where this insane energy came from. Wasn't Tu Chen just a lightning assassin, or could he be one of those legendary one-in-a-million elites? Now wearing a stark white bone half mask, pulsing with arrogant cyan magic, Tu Chen's presence answers the ultimate question. He is a dual-class awakener. Seizing the momentum, Tu Chen reaches out as violet lightning crackles around him. His system interface prompts an apology for his earlier miscalculation that put the three of them in danger before beginning a class change. Clenching his gloved fist to crush the violet energy, Tu Chen looks on with furious eyes, declaring that the danger ends right now. The system flashes to confirm the transition level 16 Purgatory Rakshasa class. Tu Chen swings a massive violet reaper blade that tears through space, his burning gaze promising to end the monster right here and now. Left completely speechless, the four-eyed Ma Long can only stare with his mouth wide open, drenched in sweat from sheer shock. A glowing gold class ring appears. Normally, an awakener can only have one class, but in extremely rare cases, a 1 in 10 million anomaly, a person can awaken two. Right now, a second blue icon materializes right next to his main one. These incredibly rare individuals are officially known as dual-class awakeners. Across the globe, top guilds are starving for such elite talent. There are fewer than 10 dual-class awakeners known to exist, making anyone discovered an instant, highly sought-after target for every major raiding team. Realizing this, Ma Long's eyes pop. He screams in absolute disbelief. Tu Chen actually has this rare power. First, amid the gold lightning, Tu Chen smirks. He stays silent, wearing a chilling, sinister grin. Next, his face is half hidden by a bone mask. The skull-like visage pulses with freezing cyan magic, radiating supreme power. But he is not done. Tu Chen swings a massive greatsword, overflowing with violet energy, leaving his ally completely paralyzed. 3 classes. Glaring at his prey, the system alerts show his strength and stamina peaking at maximum. Each of his 3 classes feels individually and overwhelmingly terrifying. Without hesitation, Tu Chen slams his massive energy greatsword into the ice, unleashing a colossal column of violet light straight into the heavens. He hovers in midair, channeling every ounce of his devastating power into this one blinding, ruthless strike. Below, Ma Long shields his face, gritting his teeth against a crushing pressure far worse than the boss's aura from earlier. Stripped of his initial arrogance, the Frost Lord's eyes roll back and his jaw drops as he screams in agony within Tu Chen's sea of destruction. A single slash cleaves through space with world-splitting force, the triple gravity heavy strike, completely obliterating everything in its path. As the blinding light fades, the arrogant body of the Frostbone King shatters into tiny pieces, dissolving into nothingness against absolute dominance. At that moment, a golden system screen announces his victory, granting 5,000 experience, a level up, and 1 Frostbone spine. Shaking in sweat, Ma Long creeps over to the remains, looking up at Tu Chen with pure worship. As expected of my bro, you literally one-shot a C-rank boss monster. Retracting his aura, Tu Chen returns to his usual calm self, reminding his frozen friend that those two are still iced up and asking if he has enough mana to free them. Suddenly remembering them, Ma Long bolts toward the two frozen blocks in a panic, yelling that he totally forgot Shang Zuo and the other guy, begging them to hang in there. Meanwhile, Tu Chen's eyes fix on the ruined crown and skull of the boss as his system screen flashes with a prompt to devour it. Not wasting any time, he calmly extends his hand, channeling a strange magical glow from his fingertips directly into the shattered skull. Swirling blue energy bands are sucked rapidly into Tu Chen's palm as the crimson progress bar steadily loads the Devour command. The purest essence of the monster's freezing magic is violently stripped away, fusing seamlessly into the young warrior's body. The system immediately confirms the successful Devourer of the Frostbone King's Cloud Mage class. All core stats, including strength, speed, stamina, luck, and elemental mastery, are updated. He unlocked the Icebone Spine skill to forge sharp moisture-based blades alongside the Ice Bomb skill that freezes everything in a 20-meter radius and can scale up to 100 meters. Tu Chen silently notes that he has secured a powerful new mage class, marking his very first time devouring a class outside of the dream space. Brushing back his hair, his sharp facial features exude absolute confidence and satisfaction with his newly stolen godlike power. Glancing at the camera drone frozen solid from the blast, he analyzes the situation. Since the blast froze the camera, his true abilities remain safe from the public eye, leaving them plenty of time to smoothly claim a perfect score. Right then, another burst of brilliant golden electricity envelops Tu Chen's body, signaling yet another massive breakthrough. The glowing stat board appears, confirming his Lightning Assassin mastery reached 100%, granting 1 distributable attribute point. Suddenly, he raises an eyebrow. A shimmering jade-green star icon pops up on the screen. He got a star. Meanwhile, on a toxic battlefield inside a high-risk D-rank demon cave, a massive wood element monster known as the giant carnivorous flower lord lashes out, sending helpless students flying in all directions. On the ground, the lackey grits his teeth, with veins popping on his face, desperately trying to bind the roaring beast with magic chains. Sweating bullets, he screams for the others to hit it harder because he cannot hold a D-rank boss much longer. Another team unleashes everything they have, firing 3 bright yellow lightning bolts straight into the massive body of the beast. But the lightning only grazes its tough hide without leaving a single scratch. Terrified, the teammate grits his teeth in panic. Its defense is just too high, and they cannot break through its armor at all. A giant plant monster wildly swings its massive vines, tossing students left and right as painful screams echo everywhere. Someone yells out that they have completely lost control. Face down on the dirt and panting, a pale student breaks into a cold sweat. He gasps in sheer terror, admitting they never faced anything this insanely strong during their training and wonders what they should do now. The guy holding the chain whips his head around, pinning all his hopes on their last savior, shouting that they have to rely on their guild leader, Gong Ting. Standing behind them in a glowing magic circle, Gong Ting draws his sword. He is still gathering his strength while the girls continuously cast buffs on him, piling stamina, power, and elemental energy onto the young heir. Feeling the surging power, Gong Ting's eyes glow with a deadly red light. With a cold, arrogant smirk on his face, he quietly declares that this is more than enough. He stomps hard on the ground, transforming into a raging fiery arrow that rockets forward at a sound-breaking speed. With one blinding fiery slash, Gong Ting splits the massive body of the man-eating plant right down the middle, ending the fierce life-or-death battle in style. Riding the high of the fight, the young heir's face twists with killer intent as he lets out a deafening roar, telling it to burn to ashes. A massive explosion erupts in a blinding flash, with fierce flames devouring everything in the surrounding area. From the center of the blast, Gong Ting floats in the air like a fire god, unleashing his final killing move, the piercing flame slash of the nuclear warrior. The lackeys below erupt in cheers, throwing their hands up to praise him to the skies, shouting that their leader is incredibly strong, exactly the top-tier power they expected, and he is just too cool. Immediately after, the system notification screen glows brightly to deliver the good news, congratulating Gong Ting's team on clearing the D-rank dungeon in 35 minutes. His lackey laughs out loud with pride, bragging that they conquered a D-rank gate in just over half an hour, a historic miracle that absolutely nobody will ever be able to beat. Stepping out of the portal, they swagger forward while proudly calculating their score, boasting that they cleared the gate within 1 hour. And with the 3 times multiplier for a D-rank dungeon, their final score is a perfect 150 points, setting a brand new school record. Gong Ting tilts his chin up with supreme arrogance, telling them to head out and check the leaderboard. The moment they enter the waiting room, one of his guys starts trash-talking, loudly sneering that other teams would take at least an hour just to clear the lowest F-rank dungeon. Another guy shoves his hands into his pockets and laughs, agreeing that anyone else leaving the dungeon at this point besides them must be weak trash who gave up early. Inside the room, the students who gave up are huddled on the floor, holding their heads in panic, begging the monsters not to kill them. A heavily bandaged friend next to them tries to comfort them, telling them to calm down because they left the dungeon a long time ago. Tears streaming down her face, a trembling girl clings tightly to her friend's shirt, sobbing that those monsters were just too terrifying. But the lackey's gaze suddenly freezes as they step into the main lobby. His mouth curls into a highly mocking, sneering smirk. Glancing toward the corner at Xiang Zuo and Ma Long huddled under a blanket to stay warm, the lackey mocks them, sneering that Tu Chen's gang ran away like cowards early on, just as expected. He struts over with a sarcastic face, staring down at Tu Chen, who is casually holding a cup of water, mocking the genius. The whole group gathers to throw harsh insults and humiliate them, mocking how they could not even finish the test earlier, despite acting so tough and brave. Gong Ting steps forward and speaks in a low voice, telling them to back off. Gong Ting jerks his chin toward the entrance, signaling his men to prepare because the vice president is here and they should go greet him. Right as he says this, a round of enthusiastic applause echoes through the hall along with high praise, calling their performance absolutely magnificent. Smiling warmly, Vice President Cavendish of the Alliance steps forward alongside the principal, praising that they have witnessed an exceptionally brilliant performance today. As the crowd parts respectfully on both sides, the elegant VIP walks straight into the waiting hall. Breaking into a sweat, the lackey whispers to Gong Ting with wide eyes, excited that the very man standing at the absolute pinnacle of global power is walking right toward them. Seeing this, Gong Ting confidently reaches out his hand. But get this, in a shocking twist, the VIP group walks right past them, leaving Gong Ting frozen in awkward silence. Gong Ting's eyes widen in utter shock as he whips his head around, clearly hearing a voice praise someone else as truly outstanding. The Alliance Vice President warmly shakes Tu Chen's hand, enthusiastically praising him for completely clearing a D-rank dungeon in a mere 21 minutes. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, the Vice President pats Tu Chen on the shoulder, saying that even a professional guild rating team would struggle to match such a brilliant and outstanding achievement. Gong Ting's lackey stares with his mouth wide open, shouting in disbelief that those four supposed trash managed to clear a D-rank dungeon and did it in only 21 minutes. Standing behind Tu Chen, his three roommates peek out with bright smiles, cheerfully waving to greet the vice president, while our main character maintains his usual cold, unchanging expression. Tu Chen narrows his eyes as a sharp red light glints within them. He begins to calculate silently. Cavendish, the vice president of the Global Guild Alliance and the second most powerful figure alive. But why is he here? Reading his thoughts, Cavendish smiles elegantly, his eyes full of intrigue as he notes that his name is Tu Chen, concluding that this trip was definitely not a waste. With a meaningful smile, Cavendish glances at the Gong family representative, calmly noting that their young master did quite well too. Leading a team to clear a D-rank dungeon at such a young age shows that guild leader Gong Lin raised him well, proving the apple does not fall far from the tree. Hearing this, the man with glasses breaks into a cold sweat and bows deeply, trying to flatter the big boss, telling the vice president that he is far too kind. But the man instantly loses his smile, his face tensing up as he is rendered completely speechless by the heavy invisible pressure radiating from the vice president's sharp gaze, locked right onto him. Cavendish closes his eyes and smiles with noble elegance, ready to wrap up his visit by noting that it is getting late and he should head back. As the VIP delegation walks out of the lobby, an aide quietly teases the old principal, whispering that the old man hit the absolute jackpot this time, questioning where on earth he managed to find 2,000-year geniuses at once. Right after the VIPs disappear, Principal Gong clears his throat. Sweating profusely, he scrambles to make an announcement to the crowd. Ahem, next he will announce the evaluation results for both of your teams. Because there is a perfect tie in scores on this test, I hereby declare that both of your teams are co-champions. Every single member is now eligible to join the legendary Empire Guild. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Tu Chen's friends jump up. They hug and cry with pure joy. Yes, they actually made it into the Empire Guild. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, the students go wild. Graduation is barely over and their lives are already set with a straight ticket to the top. Meanwhile, Gong Ting stands there, his face completely dark with bitter rage. The principal strokes his beard and drops another bombshell. In addition, the two captains, Gong Ting and Tu Chen, will both be awarded core management positions in the Empire Guild. They will also split the 1 million cash prize for the MVP title evenly. Hearing the words split evenly, both Gong Ting and Tu Chen freeze. They glare at each other out of the corners of their eyes in absolute speechless disbelief. Tu Chen rubs his chin, sweat dripping down his forehead as his brain calculates furiously. Only 500,000 left. He promised Qingji he would pay back the full 1 million within a month. He cannot ask for an extension now. He has to find a way to make another 500,000 as fast as possible. Before Tu Chen can even finish calculating his debts, Gong Ting steps forward. Releasing an overwhelming wave of bloodlust, he roars out that there can only be one true champion. His face twisted in pure hatred, Gong Ting glares at his opponent with razor-sharp eyes. He issues a direct challenge. He demands a one-on-one duel to settle this once and for all. The moment the challenge is thrown down, everyone in the hall gasps, their mouths wide open in absolute shock. And get this, Gong Ting's insane arrogance actually stops the VIP delegation dead in their tracks as they are leaving. They all reluctantly turn back to stare at the arena. In a panic, the principal waves his hands frantically to stop him. He tells the impulsive kid to stop talking nonsense because the test is already over and a tie is perfect. Besides, there is no way Tu Chen would ever agree to an extra fight. But completely defying the principal's expectations, Tu Chen coldly fires back, asking what happens if he actually wins. He points a thumb at his chest, his eyes flashing with the cunning calculations of someone desperate for cash. He asks if he gets to keep the entire 1 million prize money. Hearing that shameless question, the old man is so utterly shocked that he literally spits his drink right out in disbelief. Gong Ting grinds his teeth, oozing pure confidence as he locks in the bet. If he can beat him, he tells him to take it all. Watching the drama unfold, Vice President Cavendish smiles warmly, thoroughly entertained by the show. This is getting incredibly interesting. The two teens face off in the grand hall. The air is quiet but heavy with pressure, signaling to everyone that this show is far from over. Staring down Gong Ting's furious murderous glare, Tu Chen remains completely calm and expressionless. He casually asks how exactly they are going to settle this. The scene shifts to a luxurious room. A manager wearing glasses sits cross-legged on a classic sofa. He admits he knew Tu Chen was strong enough to take first place, but he never expected him to completely shatter the record with such a perfect score. Smiling like a businessman who just scored a massive win, he notes that Tu Chen is dominating the news headlines. He calls his decision incredibly wise, telling him he does not even need to pay back that $1.5 million. He can just consider it an angel investment. Tu Chen sits quietly opposite him, cradling a teacup in his hands. His face remains completely blank even as his creditor calls out his name. Despite the tempting offer, his eyes turn firm as he flatly refuses. A debt is a debt, he says, and he will definitely pay it back. As sunlight streams through the large window, Tu Chen seriously declares he came to deliver two pieces of news. This immediately piques the businessman's interest, prompting a curious nod. Lowering his head, Tu Chen gets straight to the point with a sigh. First, he asks for a 1-week extension on the debt. Because of that sudden tie on his graduation exam, he ended up receiving 500,000 less than he originally planned. His eyes grow razor-sharp as he thinks of the rival currently blocking his payday. He promises a violent showdown, explaining that he will duel the other co-champion in exactly 1 week. The fight is set to take place at a wild devil cave, located far outside the school grounds. Hearing the location, the green-haired manager jumps in shock, his eyes popping out in horror. What? 2 high school students are actually going into a wild devil cave? They have not had any professional training from the guild yet, making it far too dangerous. But Tu Chen remains deadpan, calmly interrupting to say there is no need to worry. Once he wins the match next week, he will have his remaining 500,000. He is not even done yet. Tu Chen makes an offer the businessman cannot possibly refuse, promising to hand over all the monster materials harvested from the Devil Cave as interest for that 1-week extension. Faced with such a lucrative deal, the creditor pushes up his glasses, breaking into a cold sweat. He wonders how this kid shows absolutely zero fear about entering a deadly wild cave. All he cares about is his debt and interest. This guy is truly extraordinary. Setting his teacup down with a sharp clink, Tu Chen shifts the tone. He tells him there is another far more important reason why he came to visit today. A heavy silence suddenly fills the room. Tu Chen narrows his crimson eyes as a heavy atmosphere settles over them, as if he is about to reveal a massive world-shaking secret. With bated breath, the manager widens his eyes and gulps nervously as he leans in closer to listen. Amidst the heavy silence, Tu Chen parts his lips, slowly whispering his next words with intense mystery. Suspense reaches a boiling point. A cold drop of sweat rolls down the manager's temple, his eyes shaking with extreme tension. And then Tu Chen drags it out even further, building up a suffocating pause that completely freezes the air in the room. Finally, unable to take the overly dramatic suspense anymore, the manager snaps, jumping to his feet in absolute annoyance at this broke kid. The scene shifts to the afternoon of June 17th at Qingshui High School in Kangshuan County under a peaceful blue sky dotted with soft clouds. Stepping out of the school gates, Tu Chen's little sister, Tu Yun, stretches happily and cheers that final exams are finally over. Behind her, a group of nerdy boys are still miserably arguing about the last multiple-choice question, complaining that they did not even understand what the hell the question was asking. Shaking off all the academic stress, she smiles gently and pulls out her phone, whispering to herself that summer vacation officially starts right now. Suddenly, her big round eyes blink as she remembers something extremely important. Oh yes, that is right. Looking at her lock screen displaying 2:35 p.m. with a bright photo of the siblings, she smiles and whispers that today is also her brother's graduation evaluation. 4 years ago, a young Tu Chen held his acceptance letter, smiling from ear to ear as he told Tu Yun that they discovered elemental potential in his body and the National Awakened University accepted him. The little sister's eyes sparkled with pure admiration as she asked if that meant he was finally going to become an awakened, just like their mom and dad. Standing before the sun-drenched window, the older brother squeezed her hand and made a solemn promise. He assured her that he would join a top guild, make tons of money, and definitely give her a much better life. Tu Chen's glowing red eyes suddenly flash with sharp determination, his voice dropping low with deep resolve. He quietly swears that he might even find the truth behind their parents' sudden disappearance. His little sister cheers with absolute joy, waving her hands to root for him. She squeals that he is simply the best brother ever and that he is destined to become an incredibly powerful top-tier awakened being. Yet a painful memory flashes back from not too long ago, showing her brother burying his face on the table with a helpless sigh, wondering why he still has not awakened despite already being a senior. Even with a heavy heart, he still looked up and forced a bright smile to comfort her, assuring her that everything was completely fine. Patting her head with an awkward laugh to hide his bitterness, he told her that he probably just needed to keep working a little harder. Back in reality, she stares at her phone screen, deeply pained as she recalls his endless struggles. After getting into the prestigious Awakener University, her brother worked harder than absolutely anyone else, yet he somehow became the only student there who completely failed to awaken. With downcast eyes, she hugs her phone to her chest and whispers that seeing everyone else awaken one by one must have made him feel terribly lonely. He simply chose to hide that pain and never show it to her. While she is lost in these painful thoughts, a classmate suddenly pops out of nowhere, slapping her shoulder and shouting her name, Tu Yun, which completely startles her. Her classmate Zhu Tong is absolutely glowing with excitement as she delivers some massive gossip, asking if she heard that the National Awakener University just produced 2 absolute genius graduates this year. As they stroll across the campus, Zhu Tong eagerly chatters on, explaining that both of those geniuses led their teams to perfect scores. Apparently, the vice president of the Guild Alliance met them personally to shower them with praise, and since the news is everywhere, their local district of Thuong Suang is about to become incredibly famous. Suddenly, remembering something, Zhu Tong turns and asks if her brother goes to that exact same university, leaving Tu Yun with nothing but an awkward, silent smile as she tries to dodge the question. Right at that moment, a stylish guy with pink hair suddenly cuts them off playfully, wishing Tu Yun a good afternoon, which instantly startles both of the young girls. It turns out to be Jin Duoxin, a flashy student from Fan Thui High School. Shoving his hands into his pockets and leaning smoothly against the wall, he smugly says that he booked a private penthouse tonight and asks if she is free around 8. Zhu Tong instantly gasps in pure jealousy, demanding to know when Tu Yun became close with the school heartthrob, while Tu Yun's face just goes completely dark with utter speechlessness. Without hesitating for even a second, Tu Yun grabs her bag and bolts in the opposite direction, leaving the self-proclaimed handsome guy standing there completely. Seeing this, Zhu Tong runs after him, panting heavily, demanding to know why he is walking so incredibly fast. As she runs home, tears stream down her face out of sheer heartbreak for her brother. His classmates are all over the news, praised for scoring perfectly on their graduation exam, while her own flesh and blood failed to even awaken. The thought of it completely breaks her heart. She knows she needs to get home immediately and whip up a massive feast to cheer him up. Fast forward to the night of June 17th, where light spills from the window of a cramped little apartment. Inside, a mouth-watering feast is spread across the table, complete with a steaming hot pot of sukiyaki and plenty of delicious side dishes. Walking through the door, Tu Chen stares in absolute shock. He holds a pot lid, completely speechless, wondering how Tu Yun found the time to cook all this. But soon enough, the brother is sitting comfortably, eagerly devouring the food and praising the incredible aroma of the sukiyaki. Meanwhile, his younger sister rests her chin on her hand, smiling softly as she watches him eat. As the two siblings eat, the evening news begins on the television. The anchor reports in a serious tone that Dongtan National Awakened University has just successfully wrapped up its graduation combat assessment. Ignoring the TV noise, Tu Chen just closes his eyes and peacefully enjoys his meal. On screen, the anchor adds that Cavendish, vice president of the Guild Alliance, personally visited the site to congratulate the students. Watching his calm face, his sister slumps her chin, feeling deeply saddened. She assumes he is just putting on a brave face, believing that failing the exam must be a crushing blow he is desperately trying to hide. Just then, the host's voice turns highly enthusiastic, announcing a rare historic result for this graduation exam. 2 genius students have actually led their respective teams to perfect scores. The screen cuts to the powerful vice president who highly praises the performance to the press, specifically singling out one of the two perfect scoring captains for special recognition. Tu Yun remains totally distracted until a very familiar name suddenly rings out loud and clear from the speaker's student, Tu Chen. Like a bolt of lightning, the sister jolts in place, whipping her head around to stare at the screen with eyes wide in utter disbelief. Her pupils shrink in disbelief. Jaw-dropping, she stammers out the news that the perfect scorer is indeed Tu Chen. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a dark room where a blood-stained whip lies. A cold, menacing voice echoes, declaring that this stage was set up specifically for him. Gong Lin stands tall in sunglasses before a giant aquarium holding the whip. He sneers down at the collapsed figure, saying the audience had been invited just for him. His face twists with rage as he glares at the failure on the floor, accusing him of ruining the entire performance. The defeated figure kneeling there is Gong Ting, battered and bleeding from a massive slash across his chest. He grits his teeth in humiliation as his father barks that he lost to some absolute nobody. Gong Lin coldly strips away his son's freedom, growling that from now on he will make zero decisions on his own. Everything for next week's tiebreaker match has already been arranged. Gong Ting hangs his head, sweat dripping in sheer humiliation. He listens helplessly as his father coldly declares that since his son cannot handle things, the father will do it for him. Gong Lin's face warps with insane ambition as he exhales a chilling breath. He demands that no matter the cost, the top spot must belong to the Gong family. The dark scene fades and we are back to the glowing television. The anchor reports that Cavendish was deeply impressed by Tu Chen, expressing hope that the nation will cultivate more brilliant talents. Unable to believe her own ears, Tu Yun immediately spins around to face her brother with a look of pure confusion, stammering to ask if the name Tu Chen they just mentioned on the TV is actually him. Tu Chen remains totally cool, holding his bowl in one hand while shoveling rice into his mouth with the other, casually replying like it is no big deal at all. Yeah, what about it? The moment he says those words, the chopsticks slip right out of his sister's trembling fingers, dropping onto the floor and clattering away. Outside the window, a flash of lightning rips through the dark night sky, striking right above the apartment building in a dramatic flash that perfectly mirrors the absolute shock running through Tu Yun. Her pupils dilate as they reflect the bright flash, her mind screaming inside, is her own biological brother really behind all of this? Tu Yun's mind completely explodes as her jaw drops in sheer disbelief, muttering to herself that her brother did not just lead his team to a perfect score, but even got praised by the Guild Alliance vice president. The entire room falls into an awkward silence as Tu Yun sits frozen with her head down, while our main character keeps stuffing his face, totally clueless as to why his sister is suddenly short-circuiting. After a brief moment of quiet, a single tear of joy rolls down her cheek and her lips curve up into a beaming, proud smile. Her goofy, dense older brother actually did it. Crying and laughing at the same time, she stares warmly at her brother, thinking that he has truly reached the absolute peak, even as Tu Chen sits opposite her, with clueless crimson eyes, completely baffled. At the same time, the scene shifts to a plate of premium raw beef being picked up. On-screen text displays the date June 17, 2157, 4 nights after the graduation combat exam. Inside a luxurious private suite, Vice President Cavendish sits back comfortably, savoring a delicious slice of meat. He praises it, noting that the premium Wagyu beef from the Dong Tan Nation is indeed as exceptional as expected. The Vice President smirks. Glancing sideways, he softly asks the person sitting across from him about their progress so far. Sitting opposite him is Ling Wu, looking cold in her overcoat with her arms tightly crossed. She calmly reports, "These are all the consolidated files compiled up to this very moment." On the table sits a top-secret file labeled the Devourer, with reports detailing that it has left absolutely no trace behind over the past year. However, the next line brings an ominous feeling, suggesting that the targets might have already noticed them. Cavendish smirks. He leisurely waves his slice of meat on his chopsticks, praising her work and telling her to eat first. But Ling Wu does not seem to care about the food at all. Her lips part slightly to report that there is still one more matter. With a sharp glare, the blonde-haired agent seriously mentions that she recently spotted a suspicious individual who contacted him not long ago. Hearing this, Cavendish raises an eyebrow in curiosity. Cavendish narrows his eyes, speaking with absolute caution. Anyone would be suspicious, seeing someone gain this much power in such a short time. The scene shifts. A colossal dark tower looms in the distance. Her chilling words echo, declaring that the situation is truly far too abnormal. Meanwhile, inside the chilling Devil Tower, Tu Chen, a level 17 lightning assassin, stands deep in thought amidst the battlefield. He quietly reflects on spending over half a month on this first floor, completely wiping out almost every single monster in sight. By this point, his body has fully adapted to fighting under 10 times normal gravity. Staring at the brightly glowing system interface, the young man continues to analyze his progress. After his graduation, evaluation battle came to an end. His lightning assassin class actually gained an extra star. It proves that constantly using a specific class can directly boost its proficiency, which means, surrounded by powerful class cards floating in the air, Tu Chen's eyes flash with ambition. Right now, not a single one of the 4 classes he holds has reached its absolute limit. Without any hesitation, he immediately pours his energy into his status screen. He allocates the newly earned star into his most crucial stat as an assassin, which is speed. Right now, his speed stat alone has undoubtedly reached the level of a high-tier A-rank assassin. Yet despite his confidence in this new strength, he still faces a harsh environment crawling with dangerous beasts across the frozen snow. But even so, cougars cloaked in a dark purple aura growl menacingly, taking slow, deliberate steps toward their prey with an overwhelming thirst for blood. Looming in the distance is a massive lord lion with a brilliantly glowing mane. Tu Chen clicks his tongue, admitting that he still cannot land a single clean hit on this floor's boss. Suddenly, the beasts bare their razor-sharp fangs, leaping straight at him with ferocious speed. Reacting instantly with sharp eyes, Tu Chen unleashes a blinding surge of lightning across his body to activate his swift strike skill. A colossal yellow bolt tears through the sky, crashing onto the snowy hill right beside the lunging monster. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tu Chen channels raw lightning into his palm and darts toward the pack leader. He is constantly analyzing the boss's bizarre ability. Every single time he spots a clear opening and tries to attack, his lightning blade slashes down. The air itself rips open, but his target is already gone, having vanished instantly. Turning around, Tu Chen is highly annoyed to find his foe already standing far away right next to a female lion on the opposite side of the field. Scanning the silent battlefield, he carefully analyzes their pack tactics. They quickly shift their positions depending on his movements, yet their core formation remains absolutely unchanged. There are always 2 lionesses engaging him in close combat, while another 2 stand waiting in the distance. He grits his teeth. His gaze locks onto his cunning enemies, noting that the Lord Lion constantly maintains the maximum possible distance from him. With a look of pure disdain, Tu Chen mutters in annoyance. Despite being called a lord, this beast never gets its own hands dirty. Frustrated, he stares straight at the ferocious, arrogant face of the giant beast. He can't help but wonder what kind of bizarre class this Lion King actually has. While he is distracted, a lioness suddenly lunges from behind, fiercely clawing at him with cunning precision. Without any panic, his eyes glow as his hand instantly crackles with golden lightning ready to counter. The fierce lightning blasts forward, tearing straight through her defenses and exploding directly on the monster's face. But in the blink of an eye, the lioness teleports away. It is that same annoying trick again. The target vanishes into thin air, leaving only a faint ring of light. Talk about frustrating. Every time he gets close to finishing off a lioness, she teleports away instantly. Just as he expected, the beast that barely escaped with her life teleports in a flash, proudly reappearing right beside the Lord Lion. The moment Tu Chen pauses, another lioness lunges with her jaws wide open. He calculates his moves, realizing that as soon as he stops, one of them will charge to bait his attack. Completely unfazed, the lightning assassin stands his ground and braces himself. Blinding yellow currents erupt violently around his entire body as his eyes glow with deadly intent, ready to unleash a strike. Like a flash, Tu Chen transforms into a bolt of lightning. He swings his electric blade, tearing through the dark purple sky to drive the beast back. From high above, the pack retreats slightly, but maintains a deadly circle around him. Exhaling deeply, he analyzes their behavior, noting how strictly they stick to their formation and execute flawless teamwork. A series of fierce clashes follows. Tu Chen continuously rains heavy lightning strikes down upon the purple-glowing beasts, maintaining an absolutely relentless assault. Yet, the moment his attack is about to connect, the cunning lioness turns into a blinding flash of light and vanishes into thin air, only to emerge once again from dark portals a safe distance away, mockingly playing with him through teleportation. Refusing to back down, our hero leaps backward to dodge another swipe. He quickly charges his lightning to counterattack, pressing onward once more. Tu Chen dashes wildly across the frozen ground, leaving behind a trail of golden lightning. Even so, he cannot scratch a single hair on the beasts. Pushed to his limit, he drops to one knee on the snow as purple shadows continue their assault. He bitterly realizes they are dragging him into an endless war of attrition. Sweat drips down his scratched, bleeding face as Tu Chen pants heavily. His eyes burn with pure frustration. This guy is seriously pushing it. In the distance, the giant lion lord stands tall with a smug, contemptuous smirk. Talk about an absolute insult, it is literally just playing with him. Suddenly, Tu Chen's pupils dilate. A sudden spark of realization flashes through his mind, instantly shattering his frustration. Wait. Flipping mid-air to dodge a razor-sharp claw swipe, he mutters under his breath, cursing his own stupidity. Why on earth was he trying to match their speed head-on? He snaps open the system menu. A cool blue aura immediately wraps around his body as a familiar notification pops up, loading class change. The lightning fades away, replaced by sharp, frost-covered bone armor erupting over his body. Tu Chen's eyes glow with a chilling death god aura. If you do not want to fight me head-on, he mutters. A cruel, ruthless smile creeps onto his face as he glares at the pack of beasts. His tone is dripping with malice. Then why shouldn't I just use my mage class to put you down? The glowing character screen flashes, confirming a perfect transition. Class change complete. Our main character now stands as a terrifying level 17 Ice Skeleton King, a specialized branch of the Cloud Mage. Hovering mid-air amidst the falling snow, Tu Chen waves his hand to summon a massive wave of magic. Cloud Mage skill Icebone Spikes. The ground violently trembles as countless sharp, jagged ice pillars erupt through the heavy snow, tossing the panicked lionesses into the air. Not even the Lion Lord itself is safe. Spikes of relentless razor-sharp ice burst right beneath its feet, forcing the giant beast to fall back in a hurry. Quietly watching the chaos unfold, Tu Chen casually breaks down his strategy. Mages might be physically weak up close, but they are absolutely peerless when it comes to long-range damage and crowd control. Giving his enemy zero time to breathe, a massive deluge of giant ice spears rains down from the heavens, targeting the arrogant beast directly. Deafening crashes echo as the massive blocks of ice pummel the earth, triggering explosions of thick, blinding frost. Sensing the tide has turned against them, the Lion Lord and its pride desperately scramble into a purple spatial portal to escape. Reappearing on a distant icy ledge, the pack looks around in absolute confusion, panic setting in as they realize their prey has vanished completely. From high above, Tu Chen slowly raises his skeletal hand and smirks, delivering a cold death sentence. "Once you are all trapped inside my attack range," he says. The giant beast looks up, its pupils shrinking to tiny pinpricks of pure terror as a cold sweat drop rolls down its temple. Directly over their heads, Tu Chen has conjured a massive glowing orb of ice energy like a cold blue sun. Cloud Mage spell, Giant Explosive Ice Bomb. Glaring down like a true apex predator cornering his prey, Tu Chen's expression turns colder and more menacing than ever before. He roars out, "There is nowhere left for you to hide." Helpless and completely cornered, the giant beast opens its massive jaws, letting out a desperate, ear-piercing howl. An instant later, the colossal ice bomb slams down, unleashing a blinding explosion of blue light that completely swallows the battlefield. A freezing shockwave ripples outward, instantly destroying everything in its path, leaving only a heavy, deathly silence behind. As the thick frost clears, the Lion Lord and its entire pack are revealed frozen solid inside massive, jagged blocks of ice, completely frozen in time. But the battle is far from over. Watch closely. His system interface flashes a deep purple as Tu Chen triggers another instant violent class change. Class change complete. This time he transforms into a brutal, raging warrior. Chains rattle violently around his neck as his piercing blue eyes glow with absolute savagery. He dives straight down to finish the job. Baring his sharp teeth, his terrifying killing intent explodes as he roars out, "It ends right now." Hurtling down, Tu Chen delivers a devastating strike, charged with crackling purple lightning smashing into the frozen beasts. Astral Warrior skill, Gravity Slam, level 3 Supermass mode. The ground shatters under the crushing gravitational force, pulverizing the ice and instantly crushing the beasts into icy fragments that scatter across the white snow. A fitting end for the arrogant hunters. The giant beast's head slowly begins to dissolve into thick black smoke. It slowly fades into nothingness, vanishing entirely along with the final system notification. As the thick fog clears, the giant purple carcass of the beast lies completely still on the frozen earth, while Tu Chen calmly steps out of his combat stance. Immediately, the system screen flashes with a brilliant golden light to celebrate his victory. Level up to level 24. Along with that, the dropped loot is confirmed: 4 Spectre Lion King bones and 1 Spectre Lion King heart. Standing amidst the radiant aura, he looks unbelievably cool. Above the battered carcass of the dead boss, a bright red system notification appears, marking the fallen monster as eligible for devourment. Without a second of hesitation, Tu Chen spreads his arms. His hand begins to glow with a blinding light as he activates his devouring power to absorb the fallen beast. His eyes ignite with a menacing crimson glow. Reaching out with his glowing dominant hand, he coldly mutters under his breath, "Now tell me, what exactly is your class?" Responding to his command, a wave of sinister reddish-purple energy erupts from the carcass, swirling and twisting in the air like a localized inferno. The demonic energy is rapidly pulled in, swirling in a violent vortex before diving straight into Tu Chen's outstretched palm. In the blink of an eye, the crimson aura is fully absorbed into his clenched fist, leaving only a few faint, lingering sparks in the air. A brilliant violet class card materializes directly in front of him, displaying highly detailed system information. Spectre, Lion King, Astral Beast Tamer class. Below it, his new unique taming skills are laid out in detail. First is Spirit Contract, which allows the user to forcefully establish a bond with wild beasts at a certain success rate. Rule 4 states that the stronger the user's intimidation factor, the higher the success rate. Additionally, if the master dies, the beast will perish alongside them. The second skill is Astral Orbital Leap, which consumes mental energy to either teleport instantly to the contracted beast's side or summon the beast directly to the user. Staring closely at the newly acquired card, Tu Chen raises an eyebrow in a mix of surprise and genuine curiosity. A beast tamer, this is the first time he has ever encountered this specific class. Flashbacks of the entire battle flicker through his mind and everything suddenly clicks. No wonder that annoying beast refused to fight him head-on. Its own base attributes are completely average, meaning it has to rely entirely on its summoned beasts to deal any real damage. Recalling how the lionesses kept vanishing and reappearing through those spatial portals, he nods in quiet appreciation. This spatial teleportation skill is actually incredibly useful in a fight. Tu Chen's eyes narrow with dark calculation as he begins plotting his next move. Forcefully taming beasts requires absolute crushing intimidation. It looks like he will have to rely on some pretty ruthless methods if he wants to recruit a monster companion. The moment those words leave his mouth, the silent, snowy world around him suddenly cracks and shatters like glass. He frowns immediately on high alert. The entire environment is changing. The snowy landscape vanishes, replaced by a vast, howling desert. Tu Chen stands completely alone amidst the endless golden sand, quietly wondering if this is the true original form of the Demon Tower's first floor. Right in front of him, the massive ribcage of some colossal beast lies abandoned in the dust, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Such utter desolation. What on earth happened here? Looking out into the distance, he spots a brilliant reddish-orange beam of light shooting straight into the desert sky. Drawing closer, a swirling pillar of light resembling a portal appears. He mutters to himself that the gateway to the second floor has finally shown itself. But just as he prepares to move, soft, tiny growls echo from the dark hollow of the giant skeleton, accompanied by a pair of glowing pink eyes. His sharp assassin instincts immediately kick in. Tu Chen tenses up slightly, casting a deadly sharp glance right behind him. He turns around, directing a highly suspicious gaze toward the chest of the decaying skeleton, where those strange sounds are coming from. Inside the ribs, a fluffy little lion cub with big round pink eyes is baring its tiny fangs, even though its small body is tightly bound by glowing chains of light. Tu Chen's face softens as an amused smirk creeps up. A lonely little cub left all by itself. It looks like this one is the very last of its kind. Without saying a single word, he immediately channels his energy, summoning the brilliant golden lightning sword right back into his hand. Taking slow, deliberate steps toward the skeletal remains, he quietly analyzes the situation. He killed the Lion King, yet this little guy did not vanish, meaning it was not that monster's contract beast. Moving closer to the fiercely growling creature, he notices the astral chains wrapping its body. Could it be that the Phantom Lion King actually locked this little guy up here? Suddenly, remembering that taming a contract beast requires extreme intimidation, Tu Chen's face darkens. His golden eyes glow with a sinister light as lightning erupts around him, making him look absolutely terrifying. Overwhelmed by Tu Chen's intense killing intent and villainous expression, the poor cub freezes in absolute horror. Its pupils shrink and its entire tiny body begins to shake uncontrollably. Giving the cub no time to recover, Tu Chen swings his lightning sword down, shattering the bone cage to show his dominance. The terrified cub jumps, covers its head, and cowers flat on the sand. Seeing the pitiful, shivering creature, Tu Chen instantly suppresses his killing intent. He casts a sideways glance at it casually, saying that he is going to give the little guy back its freedom. The cub looks up in a daze, watching his tall figure walk away across the sand. Tu Chen's voice echoes softly, asking if this lonely place is definitely not its real home. Tu Chen's face sports a faint, bitter smile as his eyes soften, recalling his own painful past. Losing your kind and having your home destroyed is a feeling he knows all too well. Silence settles over the vast desert. The fluffy white cub with big pink eyes just blinks at him, keeping completely quiet as it watches his every move. Tu Chen slowly heads toward the glowing red teleportation pillar, leaving some parting words for the little beast, advising it that while it will be lonely, it must survive as he heads up. But just as he is about to leave, a vibrant pink and purple system screen suddenly flashes right in front of him with a shocking notification. He has actually received a beast contract request. Since the beast initiated it, the success rate is a whopping 100%. On top of that, it unlocks two incredible passives. Passive 1 boosts the creature's stats and shares all experience points with Tu Chen. Passive 2 allows him to share its vision if it ever gets into danger. His footsteps halt. Tu Chen glances back in utter disbelief, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he lets out a confused grunt. Behind him, the little lion cub is sitting neatly on the sand, wagging its tail. A prompt floating above its head asks if he accepts the contract request from the Lion King Leo. Blinking at the tiny, adorable creature, the assassin raises an eyebrow, asking if it really wants to follow him. The cub responds with a soft yet remarkably determined bark. Tu Chen's face turns deadly serious. Standing tall before the roaring flame gate, he issues a stern warning that he will conquer this demon tower step by step, and the monsters ahead will only get far more brutal. Staring directly into the creature's innocent pink eyes, Tu Chen warns it that it could get seriously hurt or even lose its life, asking if it has truly thought this through. Without hesitating for a second, the little cub opens its tiny mouth and lets out a determined roar as its definitive answer. A slight smirk plays on Tu Chen's lips as his eyes narrow in approval, muttering that he understands. His eyes light up with the pink star crest of a beastmaster. Magical energy erupts around him as he loudly accepts the contract, sealing their bond. A blinding pillar of light wraps around them as the system confirms that the contract with the Lion King Leo is complete. His Star Beastmaster abilities are officially established. The class grants boosts to strength, speed, stamina, luck, elemental power, and spirit. It allows him to force contracts on beasts with the success rate scaling with his raw power, though if he dies, the beast dies too. The passive ability instantly enhances the cub's attributes and splits all experience points. Tu Chen also unlocks the astral orbit jump, allowing him to teleport directly to Leo or summon the cub to his side. Finally, the passive vision sharing is activated, ensuring he can see everything if Leo is ever in danger. The tense atmosphere vanishes instantly. Tu Chen offers a bright grin, pointing a thumb backward, while the excited cub bounces around. He cheerfully announces that it is time for them to head out. The two partners stride together toward the swirling fire gate. Tu Chen warns his new little companion to make sure to stay safe while he is fighting, and the cub waddles close behind, barking obediently. He steps fully into the swirling pillar of light, letting the blinding glow swallow him as he mentally prepares to face the dangers of the next floor. A blinding light flashes and Tu Chen narrows his eyes to examine his new surroundings as intense, suffocating heat immediately hits his skin. He finds himself standing inside a massive underground canyon with glowing lava pouring down like raging waterfalls. The entire cavern is painted a deep hellish red. Sweat pours down his face as Tu Chen sighs, wiping his forehead. He mutters about how insanely hot it is, feeling as though he might melt at any second. Meanwhile, the tiny cub crawls right up to the edge of the cliff, tilting its head to look down at the churning lava below with a massive question mark over its head. Ignoring the heat, Tu Chen strides forward in deep thought, causing the startled cub to scramble after him. He wonders what kind of terrifying monster they are going to face here. The moment those words leave his mouth, a blinding white light explodes across the cavern. Tu Chen freezes instantly, his eyes widening in pure shock. In the very next second, his chest is completely pierced by an invisible force, leaving a massive gaping hole that destroys his organs and sends fresh blood spraying into the air. His face freezes in absolute shock. Before his brain can even register the searing pain of the wound, death claims him in a fraction of a second. The terrifying vision shatters into pieces. Tu Chen bolts upright in his soft bed, drenched in cold sweat, desperately gasping for air as his throat tightens in panic. Still shaken by the terrifying realism of his death, Tu Chen shivers and clutches his chest. He mutters in sheer panic that he was killed in an instant without even catching a glimpse of the beast. What kind of monstrous power was that? He hangs his head, his face cast in shadow as he reflects on the mystery. What kind of monster is waiting on the second floor? Just as the chilling terror of the tower takes hold, his sister's familiar voice calls from outside his door, cutting off his thoughts and inviting him out for breakfast. Soft morning sunlight gently filters into the kitchen, illuminating a steaming golden bowl of ramen on the table next to a highly eye-catching plate of fresh fruit salad. Tu Chen takes a huge bite of noodles, his eyes shining with pure joy as he chews happily, thinking this breakfast is honestly nothing short of a grand feast. While he enjoys his food, his younger sister Tu Yun stands behind him, hastily chewing on toast while putting on her backpack. She nags him to wash the 8 dishes in the sink when he is done and to hang up the laundry from the washing machine in 30 minutes. Mid-bite, Tu Chen turns around to look at his sister, who's quickly putting on her shoes. He curiously asks where she is going in such a rush since summer break just started. She firmly replies that she is heading to her summer job. Hearing this, Tu Chen pokes his head out of the kitchen with a worried and surprised expression, asking why she is working when he already told her to let him handle all the money issues. Tu Yun turns back with a bright smile, playfully winking at her brother. Since her brother has already reached the peak, she cannot afford to fall behind, and besides, staying home all summer is just too boring. The door slams shut as her playful voice echoes back, telling him to wash the 8 dishes and hang the clothes. Tu Chen is left standing there in completely speechless silence. The scene shifts to the kitchen sink where cool water flows down, washing away the leftover food stains from the plates. Next, our main character obediently hangs each shirt onto the drying rack, basking in the warm morning sunshine. Standing in the sunlit room, Tu Chen's sharp features soften with a gentle expression as he whispers that Tu Yun has always been this way. On the table is a small photo frame capturing the bright smiles of the 2 siblings. Tu Chen thinks affectionately that she always lives with immense courage and determination no matter what. Even though she is still just a child, he somehow feels like she is the one taking care of him when they are together. He sits down beside the small table, his eyes quietly gazing at the family photo with deep affection and respect. But the warm atmosphere does not last long. A dark vision flashes through his mind, a colossal, writhing tentacle monster. Once he wraps things up at school, he must face the furious Demon King, meaning he will not be able to stay by Tu Yun's side for much longer. Tu Yun's bright, smiling face looms large in his mind, sparking a deep sense of unease. She is the only person he is genuinely worried about. Suddenly, Tu Chen's pupils dilate as a wild idea flashes through his brain, causing him to gasp and say, "Wait a minute." He places a hand on his forehead, closing his eyes to carefully calculate his options. Maybe he can actually pull this off. In an instant, Tu Chen's eyes flash with a bright pink star symbol as a dark magic circle opens in midair, dropping a fluffy white lion cub onto the floor with a soft thud. Witnessing this surreal sight, he gasps in sheer shock, breaking into a cold sweat over what he has actually accomplished. He quickly drops to his knees, staring at the little beast, scratching its head in confusion, and exclaims with joy that he has successfully summoned a contract beast from the Dream Demon Tower. But the joy is short-lived. The little lion cub immediately unleashes its curiosity, leaping onto the sofa and shredding a tissue box like a mini tornado, scattering paper all over the living room. Ignoring the chaos, Tu Chen lifts the Lion King class card to examine it, smiling with confidence. This way, he can have Leo shadow Tu Yun while he is away, allowing him to immediately sense if she is in danger and rush to her side. In his mind, he imagines his sister happily petting the creature with a confident smile. Tu Yun has loved dogs and cats since she was a kid, so she will definitely adore a little lion cub. Before he can even finish his thought, a loud shattering crash echoes from the kitchen, instantly cutting his daydream short. Tu Chen flinches and pokes his head through the kitchen doorway, staring blankly with a completely speechless expression. A chaotic scene unfolds as the innocent lion cub sits proudly on a pile of broken plates scattered across the floor and sink. He sighs heavily, muttering to himself that he is still pretty sure his sister can accept this. Later that day, a crimson sunset begins to drape over the city, bathing the tangled power lines in a deep twilight glow. In a deserted alleyway, a security camera is suddenly ripped apart by dark crackling lightning exploding into tiny pieces. Under the dim light, a battered, blood-covered old man trembles as he backs away, clutching a shattered weapon. He stammers in terror, begging the figure to stay away from him. Looming over him is a beast with pitch-black claws radiating hellfire. The old man looks up with absolute despair, whispering, "What on earth are you?" Without a single word of reply, the dark shadow unleashes a ruthless slash that tears through the air, severing the man's left arm as blood sprays everywhere. Agonizing, tearing pain surges through him. The man screams in torment, tears and blood streaming down his face as he howls out in sheer helplessness. His pupils dilate fully, reflecting the image of a raging, flaming demon as he gasps out, "What kind of monster are you?" Instantly, bands of glowing white energy bind his body, lifting him into the air as a chilling system screen appears ruthlessly, claiming his life with the words, "Devouring," loading. Back on the city streets, a bus pulls away, leaving Tu Yun at her stop after a long, exhausting day of work. Carrying 2 plastic bags, she stumbles forward, her face flushed from exhaustion. She sighs, complaining that work is finally over, but serving endless bubble tea to summer crowds all day has completely worn her out. Tu Yun's small figure walks slowly past the exact same shattered security camera from earlier, happily wondering to herself whether her older brother is going to like the flavor she bought. The alleyway is eerily quiet, with only the sound of her soft footsteps echoing in the fading light of the setting sun. Suddenly, feeling a cold shiver run down her spine, Tu Yun freezes in her tracks and whips her head around to look behind her. Her eyes widen slightly with deep caution as a raspy, haunting voice suddenly echoes from the dim shadows, "So you have finally arrived." The scene shifts to a field of crimson roses, glowing with a bizarre, eerie brilliance as the voice continues, laying out a trap. "You are finally here." Just then, a flashy, overdressed teenager appears to block her path. Holding a massive bouquet of red roses, he waves confidently and speaks in a flirtatious tone, saying he has been waiting for Tu Yun. This guy is Jin Duoxin, a student from Qingshui High School. She stops dead in her tracks with a completely speechless look, while Jin continues rambling on, saying that she left school too quickly last time and missed his date invitation. He reassures her that tonight he has booked the entire top floor of Zifeng Tower just for them. Tu Yun's expression instantly darkens as she lifts her chin, throwing a sharp, guarded look his way, demanding to know how he found out where she lives. He plays with his styled hair and tilts his chin up smugly, boasting that his father is the director of the first hospital, so pulling a few strings to find her was as easy as flipping his hand. Refusing to waste another second on his nonsense, Tu Yun turns on her heel and walks away coldly, tossing back a harsh reality check. They belong to 2 completely different worlds, and he should never look for her again. Suddenly, from behind, Jin Duoxin angrily reaches out and grabs the girl's wrist, pulling her back as he barks out aloud, "Hey." His face twists in frustration as his fingers tighten around her wrist. He demands to know if she has any idea how much effort it took to rent an entire floor at the Zifeng building. He even invited all of his friends, so her failing to show up is nothing short of a massive sign of disrespect. Not one to back down, Tu Yun glares back with absolute fury and snaps, Why on earth should she respect him? Besides, does he not know that stalking outside someone's house is just incredibly creepy? Insulted straight to his face, Jin Duoxin's expression instantly crumbles. Stepping back with a creepy forced smile, he asks who she thinks she is. He tried so hard to treat her well, only for her to throw a cold bucket of water right back in his face. Pure madness takes over completely, clouding his mind. Under the red glow of his explosive rage, his face contorts as he grinds his teeth and threatens her. Does she really think he can't deal with her however he wants in just 3 short minutes? Answering his disgusting threat, Tu Chen lunges forward. She lands a brutal headbutt straight on his nose, making him see stars instantly. The Jin Duoxin guy tumbles to the ground, clutching his bloody nose with both hands as his expensive roses scatter at his feet. Meanwhile, holding her bags, she looks down at him with absolute disgust, telling him he should get his brain checked at his father's hospital first. Walking away with a frown, she delivers a final warning. Stop bothering me, you completely ruined my mood today. After that street encounter, the scene shifts to a warmly lit window of a modest apartment. There, Tu Yun finally returns to her cozy home, carrying the heavy mood from earlier. Yet the moment she steps inside, all her frustration instantly vanishes. She lifts a fluffy white baby lion high into the air, her eyes sparkling with joy as she squeals in pure delight. Hugging the little fluff ball tightly to her chest, Tu Yun smiles from ear to ear. She excitedly turns to her older brother, asking where on earth he managed to find such an adorable little magical beast. Still sitting relaxed on his chair, Tu Chen watches his ecstatic sister. Taking a slow sip of water, he introduces the cub as Leo, telling her she is in charge of him now. Clutching Leo tight to her chest, she gasps, asking if she really gets to raise a baby lion. Gently stroking the little darling in her arms, she looks closer with curiosity. She thought only adult lions grew manes, yet tiny Leo already has a remarkably long one. Watching his sister's radiant smile, Tu Chen rests his chin on his hand, feeling at peace. Beside him, Tu Yun keeps chattering away, saying she does not care about that and will get a magical beast permit tomorrow to officially register little Leo. His heart fills with quiet peace. Tu Chen is glad to see his sister loves the cubs so much. At least now, he will not have to worry about home anymore. Right as quiet settles, get this, the phone in Tu Chen's hand suddenly vibrates with a brief chime, signaling that a brand new notification has just arrived. He immediately looks away from his sister's joyful playing, bowing his head slightly to focus on the glowing screen of his phone. The email is crystal clear. It is an official notification from the Guild Supervision Bureau sent at 8:12 p.m. on June 18, 2157. The message states that after a very careful review by their department, his submitted application has officially been approved. Reading this, Tu Chen quietly celebrates his success. Finally, with his request granted, his master plan can now move forward smoothly. His gaze instantly sharpens like a razor blade. With his red eyes burning with fighting spirit, he mentally prepares for the challenge ahead, knowing he must win the ranking match in 6 days. Those 6 days flash by in the blink of an eye. The scene shifts to a dense, overgrown forest with sunlight filtering through the thick canopy, displaying the location as 1510 outskirts of Liuquang Forest. Standing before a glowing green portal, a neat mustached examiner wearing glasses speaks with a serious tone. He clears his throat, calling for the attention of the 2 candidates to announce the official assessment details right now. Addressing both boys and the other supervisors, the examiner projects his voice across the clearing. He announces that after thorough discussion, the school board has decided this ranking match will take place inside the Wild Fiend Cave of Liuquang Forest. Preliminary scans have already confirmed that this particular Wild Fiend Cave is classified as a D-rank danger zone. Hands casually in their pockets, Tu Chen and Gong Ting stand together. Despite their completely contrasting vibes, both listen carefully as they are told they will be evaluated inside the exact same cave. Even so, the examiner makes sure to heavily emphasize the extreme risks of this special exam. The environment inside a wild, untamed fiend cave is entirely unpredictable, carrying far greater danger than the standard dungeons used for normal school tests. Because of this high level of danger, they have recruited 3 elite raid team members from the Dongtan Guild to act as accompanying proctors. As the profiles of these 3 veteran experts flash onto the screen, the examiner outlines their primary duties. They will follow both candidates into the cave to not only guarantee their safety but also to grade them in real time based on their actions. The 3 proctors are Ivan, a C-rank bard from the Empire Guild, Caillou, a C-rank heavy gunner from the God Eye Guild, and Yuta Sato, a C-rank astral warrior from the Silver Wind Guild. Pointing directly at the screen, the examiner turns up the pressure. He tells them their final results will be decided entirely by the scores these elite proctors hand out. Elsewhere, Gong Lin pushes up his dark sunglasses, letting out a malicious smirk. He silently hopes that these 3 proctors do their jobs well, making sure that everything is settled quietly and cleanly without leaving behind a single trace. Inside a luxury VIP room, Gong Lin bows respectfully to a man lounging on a sofa. He curiously asks why the vice president is still here since his official schedule in Dongtan was supposed to end 2 days ago. The vice president smirks with a sly look. He casually responds, asking what could possibly be more interesting than the wild things currently happening right here. Back in the dense forest, Tu Chen and Gong Ting stand side by side. Both of their faces are cold and highly focused as they prepare for their upcoming life-or-death battle. Stroking his chin, the man's eyes gleam with absolute anticipation. It has been many years since he last witnessed a duel between geniuses, making this match something truly worth looking forward to. The examiner raises his hand high toward the eerie green energy vortex and declares loudly. He announces the start of the National Awakened University Graduation Combat Test, a one-on-one ranking match for the class of 2157. Their sharp gazes lock onto each other like daggers. Their names are called out with absolute authority, declaring the match as Tu Chen versus Gong Ting. With a final decisive shout, the examiner declares the match officially started. The two teenagers take steady, confident steps forward, walking straight into the glowing portal of the Fiend Cave. As Tu Chen enters the green light, his face remains completely calm, showing absolutely no emotion as he prepares to face the darkness waiting inside. Stepping through the portal, both of them immediately land on giant withered roots of ancient trees. The air around them is gloomy and cold, typical of a dangerous alternate dimension. Tu Chen glances back slightly. Behind him, Gong Ting walks silently with a grim face, holding his katana tightly as he follows close behind. The three proctors follow them inside. The female marksman Caillou looks around the environment, noting that with dead trees everywhere, this is likely a plant-type fiend cave. Behind her, the chubby Yuta holds out a cigarette pack, offering one to Ivan, but gets politely turned down. Ivan reminds him they are supervising an exam and the cameras are still rolling. Suddenly, red light flashes right in front of Tu Chen's chest. It is a clear warning that a deadly threat is creeping incredibly close to them. His pupils contract. Multiple high-danger warning symbols overlay his vision, causing his usually calm face to tighten with a sudden intense flash of stress. The bright red system screen pops open repeatedly, warning of a high-risk zone and highly dangerous monsters. The young fighter silently notes to himself that this is the first time he has seen the demon heart give off such a warning. Though he keeps his composure, his mind is racing. Tu Chen narrows his eyes, surprised that his demon heart is warning him this intensely for the first time. But just as quickly as they flared up, the red warning signs completely vanish. He frowns in confusion, noting how the warning disappeared in an instant. Looking up at the giant dead trees, he doubts the exam difficulty. Can high-level beasts really exist inside a D-rank cave? Silence surrounds them on all sides. Only gnarled skeletal tree trunks twist together, blocking their path forward into the dark zone. Lost in his own thoughts, Gong Ting strode ahead of Tu Chen, with a murderous look on his face, his hand tightly gripping his sword hilt, while the three judges kept their distance, closely following on the rocky cliffs. Watching from above, the heavy-set Yuta muttered a complaint about the thick fog. Caillou immediately warned her colleague with absolute professionalism to stay highly alert and never let the candidates slip out of their sight. Just as those words left her mouth, the rocky ground near Tu Chen and Gong Ting violently ruptured, sending debris flying into the air as if dug up from below. A hideous beast bursts from the earth, lunging at them. The system screen flashes its info: the venomous basket ant, a plant-type shooter class. It is a giant insect with a swollen abdomen glowing with a deadly toxic green light. Without a single second of hesitation, Gong Ting draws his razor-sharp blade from its scabbard, slicing through the air. His blade flashes brilliantly as Gong Ting charges forward like a fiery arrow. Extremely agile, he aims straight for his prey. Watching the display, Yuta smirks in approval, praising Gong Ting's incredibly fast reaction time. But Ivan calmly points out that wild beasts inside a demon cave are on a different level than academy monsters, making them 1,000 times more brutal and dangerous. Right on cue, the hovering beast curls its swollen abdomen and spits out streams of toxic green liquid. The plant-type shooter has unleashed its corrosive poison blast. Ignoring the acid rain falling from above, Gong Ting roars and swings his orange blazing sword, carving across in the air to shred the deadly toxic spray into harmless droplets. Riding his forward momentum, Gong Ting delivers a single lethal diagonal slash, cleanly splitting the hideous ant monster in two as green blood splatters across the sky. The bisected beast collapses its lower half, hitting the dry, rocky ground with a heavy thud as dark green fluid spills everywhere. He is not done yet. With a razor-sharp glare, Gong Ting lunges forward once more, swinging his heavy sword glowing with brilliant golden light. His massive blade pierces right through the tough outer shell, pinning the giant ant to the ground as it writhes in agony. Using his momentum to spring high into the air, Gong Ting channels his full strength to unleash a devastating skill: Nuclear Warrior Fiery Sword Demolition. A massive fiery explosion erupts, completely incinerating the beast and lighting up the dim forest, while the three judges silently watch from a distance. Female Judge Caillou gently tips her cowboy hat as a glowing scoreboard displays a perfect 10. She notes that by striking the moment the monster appeared, he instantly shut down its long-range ambush, awarding him a perfect 10 out of 10 for battlefield reflexes. Joining in the praise, the smoking judge Ivan awards maximum points as well, nodding in agreement. He states that pinpointing and instantly cutting off the long-range venom source neutralized the threat, 10 out of 10 for combat strategy. Unable to hide his excitement, Yuta grins broadly to complete the perfect scorecard. He notes that the final blow was delivered without a shred of hesitation to kill it in one hit. 10 points for execution. Gong Ting smoothly sheathes his sword with effortless style, while the praise continues to echo in the background. His positioning, battlefield control, and finishing strike were all as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Even though the opponent was just a rank D beast from a wild demon cave, displaying such calm and decisive action is honestly outstanding for a mere student. He performed like an absolute professional. However, Yuta's attention quickly shifts. He turns his head to look at the figure strolling aimlessly in the distance, the other candidate, Tu Chen. In stark contrast to the intense battle, Tu Chen walks around with his hands in his pockets like he is out for a casual stroll, making the heavy-set judge sigh in disappointment. He notes that when the beast appeared, the kid did not even react, choosing to just wander aimlessly instead. It is an absolute disaster of a performance. Standing nearby, Gong Ting glares at Tu Chen out of the corner of his eye, his face twisted in utter contempt and disbelief. Meanwhile, in the VIP observation room, the main screen shows Tu Chen casually wandering around while Vice President Gay and his subordinates keep their eyes glued to his every move. Looking relaxed as he sips his tea, the vice president tilts his head and asks the white-suited elder standing behind him, Yuan Long, what he thinks Tu Chen is looking for. A knowing smile plays on the lips of the elder Yuan Long, his eyes flashing with the sharp insight of a veteran. He replies that the boy is likely searching for. Right at that moment, Tu Chen steps firmly onto a thick cluster of gnarled roots protruding from the earth. Standing on the edge of a deep abyss tangled in eerie creeping roots, Yuan Long's explanation echoes over the scene, a way to secure a massive score in an instant. Blinding golden lightning begins to crackle and gather in Tu Chen's right hand as he looks down into the pit with a confident smirk. Found it. Without wasting any words, a massive bolt of lightning strikes down like divine wrath, blasting right through the thick roots and tearing into the earth below. The ground trembles violently as a massive blast erupts from the pit, tossing the charred remains of a giant beast into the air while Tu Chen stands calmly amid the flames. Along with it, an entire nest of 10 venomous basket ants is launched into the sky, shrieking in agony amid the roaring currents of electricity. The sudden chaos catches female Judge Caillou completely off guard. Sweating bullets, she gasps in disbelief, asking if he actually just provoked an entire nest. She warns that he is completely insane since those are all rank D monsters and doing this will put everyone in danger. Gong Ting is also completely stunned, whipping around with gritted teeth as he wonders what the guy is trying to pull. Ignoring their shock, Tu Chen plants his foot and launches himself forward like a bullet. His body transforms into a blinding streak of yellow lightning as he rockets skyward, triggering his signature skill, Thunder Killer, Godspeed Strike. Moving like actual lightning, Tu Chen blitzes through the open air, completely shredding the defenses of the monsters as they freefall around him. His crackling blade leaves blinding trails of light as he zigzags through the air, systematically carving up every single ant in his path. He even uses the falling beasts as step stools, leaping off their heads to bounce around and weave a massive deadly net of lightning in midair. After that breathtaking display, Tu Chen lands as light as a feather, lowering his crackling sword as the swarm of monsters behind him detonates into millions of pieces. Pieces of the beasts rain down around him in a horrific shower of green blood. The cool-headed assassin simply slips his hands back into his pockets, turning his back on the destruction. The three judges stand completely frozen on their cliff. Adjusting his glasses with trembling, sweaty hands, Yuta can barely stammer out, asking what on earth the boy just did. Watching Tu Chen stroll calmly through a rain of severed limbs, Yuta swallows hard. The official file clearly stated he was only a rank E hunter, yet he somehow managed to slaughter an entire pack of rank D monsters. This kid is way too overpowered. An awkward silence settles over the evaluation team. Huddling together and sweating profusely, the judges frantically search for a way to make sense of this. They whisper among themselves, admitting they have absolutely no justification to give him a low score after such an undeniably spectacular display. Desperate for a reason, they scheme to see if they can call his tactics reckless or perhaps claim that his fighting style is too repetitive. Witnessing his rival display such overwhelming power, Gong Ting's face darkens. He grits his teeth and glares at his opponent, growling the name Tu Chen. Back in the VIP room, Vice President Ji throws his head back, laughing heartily. Munching on his snacks, he cheerfully remarks that the old man hit the nail right on the head. Cavendish rests his chin on his hand, his eyes completely glued to the screen in pure, unadulterated excitement. Witnessing such a spectacular clash of skills right at the very beginning of the test is incredibly thrilling. He can't help but wonder how Gong Ting is going to retaliate next. Meanwhile, another hand clenches so tightly that veins pop out, desperately trying to suppress the boiling rage and jealousy surging inside his chest. Suddenly, the screen broadcasting Tu Chen glitches violently and flashes abruptly, displaying a deadly red warning that reads, "Signal lost." The sudden glitch makes Cavendish frown in confusion. He turns to ask the equally bewildered Yuan Long why on earth the signal is acting up again. At the exact same time, right outside the demon cave at 4 p.m., a technician sweats bullets while frantically typing on his keyboard. He is completely surrounded by red error pop-ups flashing repeatedly near the portal of Blue Gate 6. The control panel suddenly flashes a blinding red light with an abnormal signal warning. Meanwhile, the system interface lags heavily, showing the status of the blue-grade demon cave, dropping miserably to just 23%. And it does not stop there. The system completely vanishes from the server as the screen turns a bloody shade of red. A massive glaring question mark pops up and the signal drops straight to 0% with that same warning. Sweat pours down the technician's face as he stares blankly at the device in his hands. He looks completely horrified, as if he has just seen a ghost in broad daylight. Losing all composure, he whips around to face his colleagues behind him, waving his arms in pure panic. "What on earth is happening in this demon cave?" he screams out in despair. At the exact same time, right at the entrance of Blue Gate 6, nestled between sharp cliffs, the bright energy vortex continues to spin wildly. Suddenly, the blue light shuts off as if someone unplugged the system. It leaves behind a pitch-black void with flickering sparks, making the bald technician gasp that the entrance has completely vanished. Back inside the battlefield, Tu Chen freezes in his tracks. A vibrant reddish-pink demonic energy begins to burn around his ears and eyes, following the eerie melodies echoing through the air. His eyes narrow in deep vigilance, his pupils contracting as he recognizes the deadly familiarity of this tune. This voice, he thinks to himself, could it be? A pair of sharp blood-red star-shaped eyes flashes in his mind. The terrifying pressure confirms his worst fears. This voice belongs to none other than the Demon King of Wrath. Meanwhile, outside the demon cave, the staff stands completely frozen in front of the empty cave. One clutches his head, crying that the gate is gone, while another clumsily types, explaining they still do not know what happened because the device suddenly reported a signal error and then everything went black. Seeing things spiral out of control, the mustached manager gnashes his teeth, sweating profusely as he barks an urgent command. He demands they call for backup from headquarters, immediately wondering if something terrible has already happened inside. Back on the battlefield, Tu Chen stands motionless with his hands in his pockets. He remains completely still as a bizarre wave of red energy sweeps across the barren forest where Gong Ting and the judges are standing nearby. Gong Ting frowns in absolute confusion, his eyes darting around on high alert against the heavy, invisible pressure that just descended. Even the three experienced judges cannot hide their tension. Sweat pours down Yuna's face as he asks if anyone else can hear that. Ivan, with a cigarette in his mouth, frowns and agrees it sounds like a strange noise. Is that music? Before they can even guess, Tu Chen's face hardens. His eyes are filled with pure shock as the reality hits him. This is definitely the voice of the Demon King of Wrath. Endless questions scream in his head as the image of those evil eyes flashes back. Why is Wrath here already? Is he not supposed to make his appearance 3 years later? Suddenly, a series of bright red system windows flashing death warnings pop up all around Tu Chen's head. It indicates extreme danger, with contamination levels reaching a critical threshold. Sweat begins to bead on Tu Chen's forehead as he casts a highly cautious glance backward. His demon heart triggers a warning once again, telling him that something is standing right behind him. Stretched out before him is a terrifying path of twisted tree roots forming a dark hollow. Through it, a set of glowing red malevolent footprints is rhythmically stepping closer and closer to Gong Ting. Out of the dense swirling fog, spine-chilling giggles echo, grating painfully on their ears with a creepy laughter. A cold shiver runs down Yuda's spine as he stares into the hazy mist. The heavy sweat on his forehead reflects the sheer despair hidden deep within that thick fog. A pair of glowing violet-pink eyes pierces through the dense black fog, making everyone's heart skip a beat. They all share the same terrifying thought: what on earth is that thing? Slowly stepping out like a nightmare, a lanky humanoid mantis demon appears before them. Its giant razor-sharp scythe arms are dripping with a deadly violet-pink aura, and the creature lets out a creepy, mocking giggle. The monster's grotesque face cracks into a chilling smile, its cunning eyes locking onto the small prey right in front of it. T-esque, the humans have completely fallen for the bait. Seeing this, the sweating Yuna clutches his head and gasps in absolute shock. Can this crazy monster actually speak? The giant shadow of the beast looms over the two students as Yuda's desperate screams continue to echo across the battlefield. A monster that can speak human tongue must be at least a high C-rank threat. Why on earth would something so dangerous appear inside a D-rank demon cave? Sensing the extreme danger, Yuda roars and charges forward, swinging his giant axe that glows with a pink light to shield them. A monster of this tier is far too dangerous for mere examinees. Stomping his foot hard to take a defensive stance, he barks a loud command to get behind him immediately. But the demon's speed is far beyond anything they imagined. A brutal flash of light zips past, tearing right through the judge's arm and sending blood spraying everywhere. Blown backward, Yuta's arm and battle axe are sent flying into the air. Meanwhile, the mantis stands frozen in its swinging stance, its scythe dripping with fresh blood. In the blink of an eye, a massive deadly scythe carrying a blinding light slashes straight down, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Caught completely off guard, the female judge and the smoking guy widen their eyes, their pupils shrinking in shock. Both stand frozen, stripped of all reflexes. Like a ruthless meat grinder, the demon spins wildly, launching massive waves of green energy that sweep everything away as it growls that they will all die. A brutal arc of light slashes across the space, stabbing right into Gong Ting's chest. Crimson blood sprays everywhere, staining his uniform red as shock washes over him. Finishing its bloody greeting, the mantis monster crouches low. Its violet-pink eyes gleam with a hunter's wicked glee as it delivers its final blow to die right here. Bone-deep pain instantly strikes. Gong Ting gnashes his teeth as veins bulge on his forehead, letting out a stifled, painful groan from his throat. The very next second, Gong Ting decisively swings his arm, slashing away the sharp claw that was impaling his body. Shocked by the swift counterattack, the giant mantis widens its polygonal violet-pink eyes at the incredible resilience of its prey. Ignoring his gaping wound, Gong Ting builds momentum and unleashes a thunderous kick straight to the demon's face, blasting the beast backward. The monster's grotesque body slides across the barren ground, digging its sharp claws into the rocks to break its momentum right in front of the two candidates. Clutching his blood-soaked chest, Gong Ting grimaces in agony, though his classic arrogance is still fully on display. He jerks his chin toward Tu Chen, his main rival, spitting that this monster had targeted him first. His eyes flash with a manic competitive drive as he loudly claims ownership of the kill. By the rules of combat priority, he shouts this beast belongs to him alone and Tu Chen has absolutely no right to interfere. Tu Chen responds to this possessive, prideful speech with absolute silence, staring back with eyes completely devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, Tu Chen's eyes flash with a brilliant green light carrying a piercing power that can see through anything. Activating his appraisal skill, a glowing purple hexagonal holographic screen pops up right over Gong Ting's head, revealing his rank as a mid-tier class. At that exact moment, the true identity of the sinister armored monster is fully exposed, a genuine mid-tier class beast. Seeing things spiral out of control, the female proctor panic slides down a rope, shouting for him to stop. Young Master Gong Ting needs immediate medical attention, she warns, pleading to suspend the exam and retreat because this dungeon lord is far too dangerous. Ignoring the warning entirely, Gong Ting gathers a bright gold flame in his right hand and flatly snarls a firm no. True to his stubborn nature, he brutally presses his blazing hand straight into the bleeding gash on his chest, unleashing a burst of fire, while Tu Chen quietly observes the reckless stunt from behind. Tu Chen's cold eyes narrow slightly as he analyzes the crazy move, realizing the guy is using the searing heat of his own flames to cauterize the wound and stop the bleeding. Sizzling flesh and white smoke billow into the air as Gong Ting swings his blazing greatsword, lighting up the cave and roaring that he rejects her advice. Veins bulge on his face with stubborn pride and raw determination as he screams that this battle is far from over. Matching the human defiance, the massive mantis monster glares back with demonic eyes, its murderous intent boiling over. Without wasting a single heartbeat, Gong Ting leaps high into the air, bringing down a fiery slash toward the grinning demon below. Meanwhile, outside the entrance, a commanding white-haired man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the empty rock face. He calmly notes that they have seen dungeon entrances vanish like this before, proving the presence of a highly intelligent monster lurking inside. This is Lin Wuquei, leader of the Empire Guild Strike Force. He coldly analyzes the creature's cunning behavior, explaining that it lures humans inside by opening the gate only to slam it shut and trap them like rats in a cage. Hearing this, the mustache manager breaks into a cold sweat, waving his hands in a total panic. He frantically asks what they should do, wondering if there is any way to force the gate open since young Master Gong Ting is still trapped inside. Lin Wuquei glances over with a sharp, piercing blue eye, slowly delivering the harsh truth that there is only one way to force that exit open. As a pulsing red energy core encased deep within tangled roots appears, a grim solution is delivered. The party trapped inside has to completely destroy the dungeon lord. The anxious manager lets out a soft sigh of relief, wiping his sweaty brow as he naively tries to reassure himself. A D-class dungeon can only hold a class boss at most, and since their team's average combat power is already at class level, thank goodness, taking down the boss shouldn't be a major issue at all. But Lin Wuquei immediately crushes his fragile hopes, and get this, the mood completely shifts as he explains that D-class rating was just a clever cover fabricated by the boss itself. The calm commander goes on to deliver a devastating conclusion. Based on his observations, this very dungeon is highly likely the culprit behind the mysterious disappearances of the rookie awakeners. They have been desperately trying to investigate for so long. Turning pale as a ghost, the manager stumbles back a step, stammering in pure horror that this place is actually incredibly dangerous. Against the backdrop of the dizzying sheer cliff, Lin Wukui's final verdict rings out, shattering every last shred of hope. This is actually a B-class dungeon. Back in the deadly cave, the bizarre beast refuses to let its prey breathe. It furiously swings its blade-like arms, unleashing a deadly storm of crisscrossing green sword beams that tear through the air. Struggling to dodge the onslaught, Gong Ting grits his teeth and uses his flaming greatsword to desperately parry the relentless strikes, but the sheer impact forces him backward. Sliding across the dry, rocky ground, the young master crouches low to plant his feet firmly, his eyes burning with absolute recklessness. Thoroughly enraged, the giant mantis rears up its hideous frame, opening its monstrous jaws to let out a deafening savage screech that signals the final blow. But right at that moment, Gong Ting launches himself high into the air, swinging his golden sword with absolute precision to cleanly sever the monster's scythe arm. Riding the momentum of his free fall, he pierces straight through the enemy's defenses, arrogantly muttering that its opening has finally been revealed. With a brilliant blinding arc of light, Gong Ting puts everything into a massive horizontal swing, cleanly decapitating the demonic beast. The polygonal head spins through the air before hitting the ground with a thud, spewing foul-smelling green fluid all over the place. With its head gone, the massive headless body loses its balance and slowly collapses to the ground right before the stunned eyes of the onlookers. Frozen in place, Proctor Caillou gulps in sheer disbelief, whispering under her breath that she can't believe Gong Ting actually defeated the dungeon lord by himself. As admiration fills the air, Gong Ting stands catching his breath, still radiating the raw pride of a victor, while praise echoes that the young master's power is truly no joke. Over in the corner, Proctor Ivan puffs on his cigarette using green wood magic to heal the fat guy. He casually asks how he's feeling and if the numbness is gone, receiving a relieved sigh that thank goodness the healing was right on time. Suddenly, Proctor Caillou frowns in deep confusion, glancing down at her buzzing smart bracelet. A bright red disconnection icon flashes rapidly on the screen. The fat guy breaks into a sweat, crying out what on earth is happening because his bracelet has completely lost connection to the outside world. Panic quickly spreads as Caillou checks her own device, grimacing to report that hers is dead too. The signal is completely blocked and the tracking compass is malfunctioning. Looking down at his feet, Ivan notices their drone camera has been crushed and broken for a while. He mutters, wondering when the camera got disconnected. Watching the chaos unfold behind him, Gong Ting turns around, a look of total confusion written all over his scratched-up face. But the nightmare is far from over. The headless corpse, supposedly dead, suddenly begins to twitch violently as green blood oozes out, and it eerily struggles back onto its feet. In a flash, the corpse swings its elbow, lunging straight at Gong Ting. The young master's eyes widen in sheer shock, completely caught off guard. Right at that critical split second, a barrage of brilliant golden sword slashes rains down from nowhere, completely shredding the hard armor of the rampaging corpse. Moving at invisible speed, Tu Chen flashes past and hacks the monster into tiny pieces as a bright system notification pops up to award him 2,000 experience points. Still in shock, Gong Ting stands frozen, whispering in deep disbelief. He cut the head off this thing with his own hands, yet somehow it is still moving. Slipping both hands into his pockets with his usual calm demeanor, Tu Chen glances back to deliver a freezing explanation. That monster was never the Lord to begin with. It was hypnotized from the very start, which is why its dead body can still move. Directing his razor-sharp gaze at the bewildered judges, he delivers a life-or-death warning. If everyone does not evacuate this demon cave right now, you will be the next ones trapped in its spell. Robbed of his glory, Gong Ting gnashes his teeth and glares at Tu Chen. How could you possibly know all of this? Refusing to accept reality, the fat man Yuta argues blindly. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? This demon cave can hold a rank Sea Lord at the absolute most. Still calmly looking down at the beast's severed head, Tu Chen tunes out Yuta's foolish yelling behind him. He claims this monster is a high-rank sea beast at the very least, so there is no way it is not the Lord. Shrugging off their ignorance, his pupils shrink as a swarm of hexagonal warning screens flash violently across the sky. The bright red warnings flag a high-risk threat and detect an extremely dangerous beast. From the depths of the dark cave, a blinding purple sound wave surges forward like a raging storm, carrying a sinister, manipulative power. Sweeping over every living thing, the sound wave hits the female judge Caillou. Her eyes instantly glow with a strange pink light, robbing her of consciousness in a split second. And it does not stop there. Old Ivan and the fat Yuta cannot escape either, their eyes glowing pink as their minds fall completely under the enemy's control. Tu Chen frowns deeply. He quickly reaches up to press his protective earpieces, gritting his teeth as he mutters that it is already too late. The eerie sound hammers against his eardrums like a sledgehammer, waking a painful memory he tried to bury. He is already far too familiar with this exact kind of sound wave. A hellish scene flashes through his mind. Innocent people spitting blood and collapsing under a destructive wave of sound. In his past life, the entity known as Wrath used this exact frequency. Under a sorrowful downpour, a memory of Tu Chen's past life appears. He cradles the bloody body of a young girl, feeling absolute crushing helplessness. His voice, heavy with suppressed fury, speaks over the tragedy. At the exact same time, a bright pink wave of energy completely blankets the globe, hypnotizing and slaughtering millions of innocent people. As the chaotic memory fades into silence, Tu Chen's face turns cold and thoughtful. He has just realized the true nature of the energy that swept past them. Right before his eyes, the three judges act like mindless zombies. Their eyes glow with an eerie pink light as they slowly drag their feet forward. Tu Chen's eyes narrow, overflowing with murderous intent. He silently reaches a chilling conclusion. The lord of this demon cave definitely has a close connection to Wrath. The three judges stumble into a dark cave draped in thick, sticky cobwebs. Tu Chen calmly follows with his hands in his pockets, thinking it is finally time to meet face to face. Bathed in the deadly pink energy bouncing off the stone walls, the group marches deeper into the demon's lair like moths drawn hopelessly to a flame. As they venture deeper, several red triangular warning signs flashing extreme risk light up right in front of the lightning assassin. A gruesome scene unfolds at the very end of the cave. A long, white-haired entity sits proudly surrounded by writhing giant black snakes and rows of pulsing green eggs that slowly beat like dying hearts. Scattered around its feet are white skulls, shattered bones, and the rusted weapons of past victims. They form a ghostly carpet to welcome Tu Chen and the judges into the nest. Thanks to his brilliant preparation, the small earpiece Tu Chen wears flashes slightly, completely blocking the curse. Just like Wrath, this beast uses alpha waves to hypnotize targets. To counter it, he had already prepared a beta wave frequency beforehand to neutralize the mind control entirely. Looking at the three mindless puppets walking beside him, the young assassin quickly calculates his options. Since these people have no defense against hypnosis, their lives are on the line. He must eliminate this dungeon lord quickly. From its slimy throne, the white-haired creature lets out a savage screech that echoes through the cavern, joined by the heavy hissing of giant snakes. It glares hungrily at the four prey, standing obediently below, muttering disgusting praise about how rich and fresh they look. Tu Chen's eyes remain cold as ice, completely ignoring the growling monster as it finishes its sick comment about their physical bodies. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a brutal memory. A blood-soaked hand tightly grips a splintered broken wooden staff. Covered in dust and bleeding cuts, an 8-year-old Gong Ting gasps for air, leaning on his staff. He has just beaten an opponent of his own age who now lies motionless on the stone ground. Sitting comfortably on a gold-trimmed sofa, a man wearing dark sunglasses claps with an arrogant smile, praising the violence. "Excellent job," he says. "You have won once again today." Little Gong Ting's eyes are wild and fierce, like a cornered beast, as his name is coldly announced. Gong Ting, 8 years old. Enforcing the family's brutal rules, the man points toward a lavish dining table covered in white, loudly declaring that only the winner gets to sit and eat. Meanwhile, on the cold stone floor, a bruised boy cradles his arm, kneeling in humiliation. The loser must stay here and kneel all night. Gong Cheng, 8 years old. Under the dim crescent moon shining through the wall, the defeated boy keeps his head down his stomach, growling painfully from extreme hunger. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the dark, offering him a fresh loaf of bread with a single blunt command to eat. Looking up with swollen eyes, Gong Cheng is shocked to see his older brother Gong Ting sneakily bringing food. He stammers, warning that if father finds out, he will be punished again. Gong Ting frowns, acting tough as he shoves the bread into his brother's hands. Despite his bruised face, he acts like a strong older brother, telling him to stop talking and eat. But secrets never last under the family monster. A vicious strike from a rattan cane slashes through the air, hitting Gong Ting's face and leaving a bloody gash. Now wrapped in bandages, the young boy kneels on the floor with clenched fists. He trembles, enduring the dark silhouette of his ruthless father standing over him with the whip. Pushing up his glasses, Gong Lin lectures him with a bone-chilling tone, asking if he knows why the Gong family holds such high status today. He lifts his chin with arrogant, bloodthirsty eyes. It is because his father is an eternal winner, and only those who win have the right to set the rules. Turning his back on the trembling child, he throws down a harsh, undeniable command, telling him that his only job is to obey those rules. Swallowing his humiliation and rage, Gong Ting sneers as bloodshot eyes flash with fierce rebellion. Gritting his teeth, the boy asks if he defeats his father, will he be the one to make the rules instead? In response to the bruised 8-year-old's wild challenge, the terrible father only lets out a mocking, disdainful smirk, offering a simple agreement. The memory fades into the harsh clank of metal as a shattered sword hits the dirt, a cold, pathetic testament to his utter helplessness. Gong Ting collapses in a pool of his own blood, coughing up bitter dark red fluid as he desperately screams out, asking why when he was the one who challenged him. Standing arrogantly behind a white-haired assassin, his bespectacled father mocks his innocence, asking why he would ever do the dirty work himself when he has the royal squad to handle it. Reaching out as if to grasp the sky, the man sneers that true power is not just about raw combat ability, but rather the absolute crushing authority he holds in his hands. Looking down at his defeated son, he lectures him with absolute arrogance, claiming the human world is not as simple as he thinks, but there is one absolute truth that never changes. He squeezes his fist tight, delivering the final heavy truth, and that is victory. Even as Gong Ting bleeds, the harsh lecture rains down. The methods do not matter, only the final results. As Gong Lin's son, he must stand at the very peak, discarding family duty and ideals to secure a win. His terrible father's face looms large, sealing the brainwashing by declaring that victory is the only reason for his miserable existence. The illusion shatters, leaving a stunned teenage Gong Ting, questioning himself at the brink of death. Is winning really the only reason to live? Back in reality, they face a massive lair, and honestly, this place looks absolutely terrifying with its pulsing green eggs. Meanwhile, Tu Chen's high-tech earpiece glows with a faint light as he calmly explains that the hypnotic sound waves are alpha waves and that he has already prepared a beta wave frequency to neutralize them entirely. Looking at the now brainless zombie-like examiners, he realizes that without any anti-hypnosis protection, their lives could easily be snuffed out at any second. Golden lightning crackles around his hands as his killing intent flares. He needs to eliminate this lord quickly and cleanly. But just as he is about to release his full power, a bloody hand reaches out and tightly grabs hold of Tu Chen's crackling wrist. Stunned by the sudden grip, Tu Chen looks over as a stumbling, heavily wounded Gong Ting gasps out a weak warning to wait. Clutching the gaping wound on his chest with his other hand, the arrogant young heir mutters weakly to Tu Chen, admitting he has no idea how he avoided the hypnosis. Looking up with bloodshot but fiercely determined eyes, he proudly claims that he found his own way to keep himself awake. Still speaking with the authority of someone used to giving orders, he warns the lightning assassin that if they strike now and expose themselves, everyone dies. Sweating profusely, he frowns and nods toward a slimy cliffside in the distance, asking if he can see that pile of eggs. As the ugly green eggs pulse with terrifying life, Gong Ting warns that if they disturb them, they will have to fight dozens of rank C monsters even without the Lord, meaning absolute death for all of them. Looking at the dry skulls on the ground, he exposes the Lord's trap, disguising this place as a low-level dungeon just to lure in hunters and drain them. His eyes narrow with calculation as he predicts the beast's move. It will definitely come to them. Pointing toward the distant monster, he proposes they stay hidden for now and strike together the moment the Lord walks right into their trap. But plans never survive reality. Near the fallen examiners, a chilling voice suddenly echoes out from the dark, ordering them to become food. The ground violently shakes as the eggs crack open, sharp scythes tearing through the shells alongside a crazed, screeching command targeting all of them. A grotesque mantis monster fully rears its head, its pinkish-purple compound eyes flashing with bloodthirsty instincts demanding they must all perish. A cold system screen pops up to identify the swarming pests, rank C blade mantises, plant-type assassins, as a savage roar echoes. Giving their prey no time to breathe, the pack swings their ugly green scythes, lunging forward like aggressive, soul-reaping ghosts. Seeing his careful plan fall apart instantly, Gong Ting grits his teeth in frustration, muttering that he has no choice but to trigger the emergency protocol. He charges forward with his broken greatsword to block the horde, shouting back a heavy request to his temporary ally, leaving everything to Tu Chen. Pointing his shattered blade ahead, he commands him to get the 3 survivors out of this devil's nest while he stays behind to stall. Hearing that suicidal plan, Tu Chen's eyes widen, genuinely surprised by the arrogant young master's sudden display of selflessness. With determination etched on his face, he admits he might not beat the entire horde, but buying time for everyone to escape is definitely doable. Right then, a massive mantis lunges from above, snapping its hideous jaws as it tears through the air like a wraith. With a loud clash, Gong Ting swings his blazing sword to parry the strike bitterly, blaming his own stubborn pride for dragging everyone into this mess. An explosion of energy from the impact sends Gong Ting flying backward through the air. Sliding across the dry, rocky ground, the young heir digs his feet in hard to halt his momentum. Gripping his sword tight, he glares up and vows that since he started this whole mess, he will end it himself. Witnessing that fierce pride, as Tu Chen's system flashes a class transfer notification, he smirks, realizing he misjudged him, but noting Gong Ting is not the only one who wants this fight. Golden lightning erupts around Tu Chen as he steps up beside him, declaring that he is ready as well. His eyes narrow calmly as he admits he never expected the young heir to actually plan this far ahead. Suddenly opening his glowing, murderous eyes, he warns him that the plan will not work because the Lord does not even need to lift a finger. Deep within the dark cavern, the white-haired entity on the throne begins emitting waves of eerie energy, manipulating everything around them. Right behind them, the fat examiner Yuta wears a creepy smile, slowly raising a glowing pink blade to his own throat. Even more terrifying, the female judge Caillou coldly presses a gun against her own temple as the system flashes red with a mass suicide command. Old Ivan is no exception, smirking maniacally as both his hands wrap around his own throat under the self-termination order. Fast as a golden lightning bolt tearing through space, Tu Chen glides past all 3, delivering heavy lightning-infused chops to their necks to knock them unconscious before they can end their own lives. That lightning-fast rescue catches the Overlord's attention, and his blood-red eyes flash with deep irritation as he realizes an intruder has slipped in. The tension in the air is thick, carving Gongting's desperate vow deeper into his mind. Since he was the one who started this mess, he must be the one to end it. The young master stands tall against the oncoming horde, his heroic silhouette cutting a tragic figure through the thick, swirling mist. Tu Chen's response is just as firm, his system glowing in sync with their shared resolve. He admits he might have misjudged the young master, but points out that Gongting is not the only one ready for this deathmatch. With lightning crackling along his blade, Tu Chen calmly seals the vow, declaring that he is fully committed too. He stands tall, staring up at the slimy cliff covered in pulsing monster eggs, and starts calling out their roles with absolute authority. Pointing directly at the white shadow hovering over the throne, Tu Chen's voice hardens as he singles out their main target. With eyes crackling with deadly yellow electricity, he claims the hardest task for himself, declaring he will take down the boss alone. Gongting grits his teeth, his blood-stained face tight with helplessness as he objects, saying that plan will never work because they have zero chance of winning. Staring at the supreme entity radiating a crushing pressure, the young master breaks into a cold sweat. He warns that the monster's power is far beyond their limits, estimating it to be B rank at the absolute lowest, or more likely a formidable A rank threat. Glancing back at the three unconscious judges sprawled on the ground, Gongting insists that their only viable move right now is to evacuate everyone immediately. Still, Tu Chen remains completely unfazed. He turns away and calmly explains their grim situation, pointing out that the Empire Guild's elite rescue squad would have arrived long ago if the massive dungeon gate had not locked them inside. Hearing this, Gongting's eyes stretch wide in pure shock, and he stammers in absolute panic, asking if the dungeon gate is really shut tight. Tu Chen's eyes flash with a sharp, confident green light as he quietly steps back to analyze the battlefield. Staring straight at the looming demonic specter, Tu Chen makes a chilling comparison, pondering what it means if this overlord is indeed an A-rank monster. In his mind, the image of a massive shadow lion glowing with pink light appears, leading him to coldly conclude that this beast's power must rival the ghost lion king at the abyss's very bottom. Before he can finish his thought, a crazed mantis monster screeches horribly, diving straight down from above like a lethal spinning drill. With a thunderous clash, Tu Chen unleashes a dazzling, lightning-infused fist, shutting down the creature's fierce dive bomb assault on the spot. Without giving him a second to breathe, the demon springs back, swinging its twin razor-sharp scythes directly at his head from midair. Behind him, Gongting's eyes widen in absolute panic as he screams for him to look out. With seamless synergy, Tu Chen parries the blow with his lightning blade while Gongting drops low to unleash a sweeping fire slash, the two heroes fighting fiercely back to back. But their troubles are only beginning. Out of the dense choking fog, an entire swarm of hideous C-rank mantis beasts screeches crawling forward in a seemingly endless bloodthirsty nightmare. Deflecting yet another blow, a heavily sweating Gongting grits his teeth at their terrible odds, yelling that they will be completely overwhelmed if they keep fighting this massive horde. Wasting no time, Tu Chen channels a blinding current of crackling lightning into his palm, signaling that the real slaughter is about to begin. Raising two fingers to the sky, he conjures a brilliant sword of pure electrical energy, activating his signature move, the Thunder Assassin's Lightning Blade. Without a second's delay, he hurls the crackling golden lightning bolts straight into the heart of the oncoming swarm. The razor-sharp spears of pure electricity punch through the monster's tough armored carapaces with absolute ease. Pressing his advantage, Tu Chen spins and unleashes another overpowered skill, the Thunder Assassin's Swift Strike, easily reaping the monster's lives. His entire body dissolves into a network of lethal golden lightning zigzagging frantically through the air as he effortlessly shreds the hideous beasts like a lawnmower cutting grass. Watching this mesmerizing and artistic display of absolute carnage, Gongting's eyes shrink in sheer disbelief, his voice cracking as he stammers to comprehend how such a crazy thing is even possible. Deep down, the arrogant young master starts to panic, well aware that assassins typically have low physical defense and should be at a massive fatal disadvantage when completely surrounded like this. Yet reality slaps him hard in the face as Tu Chen's lightning sword slips through every deadly angle, landing each and every strike with absolute precision directly onto the monster's vital points. With swift and brutal slashes, Tu Chen splits the mantis's supposedly indestructible armor clean in half, sending dark blood spraying all across the burning cavern floor. Gongting gulps, deeply impressed by the spectacular display, realizing Tu Chen is using extreme speed and flawless technique to compensate for any lack of raw physical strength. Sweat drips down Gongting's scratched face, his eyes wide as he tracks the sheer mind-blowing speed of his teammate. Watching the golden lightning obliterate everything in its path, he silently concludes that Tu Chen's combat power must be at least on par with an A-rank awakened. Sensing a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, Gong Ting grips the hilt of his shattered greatsword and whispers that they might actually. His signature prideful fire ignites in his eyes once more as the young master roars, declaring that they finally have a real shot at winning, but their relief is short-lived. From deep within the shadows, the white-haired overlord suddenly unleashes a pulsing pink aura of pure demonic energy that rapidly expands to choke the entire chamber. Its star-shaped blood-red eyes flash with murderous rage, preparing to deliver a horrific punishment to the mortal fools who dared to defy its power. Instantly, the system screens glitch and flicker wildly as a bizarre buff spell activates, pushing the monster's combat stats to their absolute limits at the cost of their life force. Fueled by that terrible dark magic, a mutated mantis twice its normal size plunges down from above, forcing a surprised Tu Chen to gasp in sudden alarm. The mantis monster's polygonal eyes glow with a mad pink light. It screeches out in a greedy, bloodthirsty voice, promising that it will instantly tear its prey apart. It swings its massive scythe, tearing through the air, roaring with a destructive force aimed right at the assassin's head, threatening to shred him into hundreds of ragged pieces. An ear-splitting explosion rings out as the scythe crashes down, tearing a deep trench into the dry earth and sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Lightning fast, Tu Chen bounces off the ground and launches himself high into the air, escaping that fatal slash by just a hair's breadth. Standing further back, Gong Ting glares in deep worry at the mutated monster's overwhelming power, gritting his teeth as he calls out his teammate Tu Chen's name. Drenched in sweat, the young master roars out with all his hope, yelling to just hang in there. Mid-air amidst the thick dust, Tu Chen transforms into a brilliant ball of lightning, clashing and parrying a relentless storm of attacks from the empowered monster horde. But the physical gap quickly becomes obvious. The giant shadow of the alpha mantis looms over, completely overpowering the small lightning assassin's tiny frame. Refusing to give in to fate, Tu Chen swings his golden lightning blade, carving a sharp slash right into the tough armor on the beast's back. But a deafening clang rings out as dozens of golden lightning sparks bounce away. The monster's thick armor seems completely undamaged by his strike. The crazed beast glares with blood-red eyes, opening its spiky jaws to let out a deafening roar that shakes the entire forest. A brutal shockwave explodes from the terrifying impact, forcing Tu Chen to cross his lightning-shrouded arms in a desperate attempt to block the blow. The immense impact sends him flying backward, his boots carving a long, sparking trail of static electricity across the dry ground. Panting slightly to steady his racing heartbeat, Tu Chen's eyes narrow with intense tactical calculation. These empowered monsters have stats that are already reaching B-rank levels. Staring at the stubborn beasts lurking in the mist, he realizes they are in a complete deadlock. Their outer shells are ridiculously tough, making it impossible to strike their vital spots like before. To win this, he absolutely has to find a way to shatter their armor first. Just as they hit a dead end, Gong Ting's familiar arrogant voice suddenly booms from behind, yelling out a loud thank you to Tu Chen. A brilliant pillar of golden fire erupts, lighting up the night as Gong Ting's stats surge across his system screen. Raising his sword, he grins arrogantly and declares that Tu Chen has bought him plenty of time, prompting the assassin to look back in total shock. In stark contrast to the bloody battle, the clock reads exactly 5:30 p.m. at the siblings' rented apartment. The door slides open as classmate Chu Dong walks in carrying a plastic bag, scratching her head and sheepishly apologizing for being late because picking out the drinks took way longer than expected. Welcoming her friend with a bright smile, Tu Yun waves it off as her fluffy white pet, Leo, rests on her shoulder. She mentions her brother isn't even home yet, making Chu Dong widen her eyes in surprise, wondering if he really hasn't returned. Glancing at the delicious hot pot already set up on the table, Chu Dong curiously asks if her brother knows she passed the Art Academy entrance exam. Tu Yun gently arranges the dishes, replying that she only texted him about having important news today, but since he is running late, they should probably just start eating first. Just as they are about to dig in, Tu Yun holds up an empty jar and groans, realizing they completely ran out of garlic sauce without her noticing. Determined to keep the meal perfect, she grabs her coat and tells Chu Dong to wait while she and Leo run out to buy a fresh bottle. Smiling, she tells her friend to snack on something in the meantime, declaring they need a proper celebration today, to which Chu Dong obediently nods in agreement. Outside Uncle Kiet's supermarket, under the beautiful glowing sunset, Tu Yun walks out holding her paper bag tightly. Behind her, the automatic register chirps as the friendly, bald shopkeeper calls out his appreciation, thanking her for shopping with them. Peeking into the bag slung across her chest, Tu Yun smiles softly and rubs her cheek against her pet, praising the little puffball for being such a good boy. Tucked comfortably inside the small bag, little Leo munches on a biscuit, his big round pinkish-purple eyes glowing brightly. Tu Yun marvels at how incredibly quiet he always is whenever he is sitting in there. In high spirits, she playfully walks backward down the street with a bright grin, promising to buy him even more delicious treats next time. But her innocent joy has already caught the attention of dangerous hunters. A dark shadow slowly emerges from behind a cold wall, silently tracking the young girl's every move. Lurking inside a dark alley, a man in a beanie grins slyly to reveal his jagged teeth, holding her photo in one hand while tapping his earpiece to report that he has his eyes locked on the target. Gripping her picture tightly with his rough fingers, the beanie thug smirks and asks his boss if they should make their move right now. A cold, ruthless voice commands him through the earpiece to wait and keep trailing her, for now planning to eliminate her the second she enters a blind spot with no cameras. The hitman chuckles smugly and confirms the order. Down on the pavement, Tu Yun's clean white sneakers continue to pace forward with a steady, relaxed rhythm. Just 10 meters behind, the heavy black boots of the thugs shadow her every step, following closely like silent ghosts of Dune. Pausing behind a secluded brick wall, Tu Yun tilts her head, her eyes narrowing as she glances back. Completely shedding her innocent act, she coldly wonders what these freaks could possibly want, since they have been following her since she left the supermarket. Not keeping her waiting, two large thugs step out of the shadows with creepy grins, ready to corner their prey in the dark alley. Sensing the sudden, thick killing intent, little Leo pokes his head out, his purple-pink pupils narrowing as he growls a warning. Tu Yun gently strokes him to soothe his nerves, asking if he felt the danger too. Comforting him with a gentle touch, she whispers a calm command with the absolute authority of a queen, telling him to just stay hidden inside. Smoothing her collar, her lips curl into an amused, slightly wild smile as her eyes flash with a bright red spark of excitement, murmuring that they are about to have a little adventure together. Meanwhile, the scene suddenly cuts back to the fiery demon cave, where Tu Chen is surrounded by golden lightning. Sweating profusely, he tensely analyzes the situation, realizing these empowered monsters have stats reaching close to B rank. With a giant mantis towering over and blocking his view, he grits his teeth in a complete deadlock. Their armor is incredibly tough, making it impossible to hit their vitals easily, meaning he must find a way to shatter that outer shell. At that critical moment, Gong Ting's face lights up under the burning flames behind him. He roars proudly, yelling out his thanks to Tu Chen. An absolute torrent of golden flames erupts into the sky as Gong Ting's stats skyrocket on his screen. Proudly raising his sword, he smirks and says the assassin bought him more than enough time, leaving Tu Chen looking back in surprise. With his face glowing like a living torch and his muscles tensing to their absolute limit, he screams across the battlefield that this is his final fatal strike. Activating his nuclear warrior class, he swings his massive sword to unleash a colossal fiery slash that splits the sky, confidently declaring that the beast will be completely destroyed even if it is an A-rank boss. The destructive wave of terrifying heat sweeps across the battlefield, instantly vaporizing any mantis monster standing in its way. In the blink of an eye, the dark bodies of the monsters crumble to pieces, turning into ashes under the wrathful fire. That massive crescent-shaped fire slash slices right through the howling wind, heading straight toward the giant shadow that is writhing with countless creepy tentacles. With zero hesitation, the brilliant attack collides violently right in the center of the demon's massive body. An explosion erupts and shakes the entire ground. Towering flames rise as if to swallow everything, creating a devastatingly bright and destructive heat storm. Before the dust even clears, Gong Ting stabs his sword into the ground to prop himself up. His body is completely battered, drenched in sweat, gasping heavily. With eyes blurry from exhaustion but filled with hope, he smirks, thinking to himself that it's finally over. Looking across the battlefield, only charred monster corpses remain under the faint smoke. He lets out a heavy sigh. It's finally over. But reality is never that kind. Out from the thick smoke, a sinister voice rings out with a mocking laugh, asking if this is really his absolute limit. Gong Ting's smile instantly freezes. He stares in sheer horror, while Tu Chen, standing right behind him, also narrows his eyes with a serious look. As the smoke clears, the true form of the boss is revealed. It is a gnarled, root-headed lord flanked by two bright red snakes, slithering on both sides, standing proud behind a glowing pink barrier as it sneers at the human trash. Gong Ting's face turns deadly pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. He trembles, muttering in pure despair that his full power strike did absolutely nothing. The massive lord still stands there completely unscathed. Its pinkish-purple eye flashes with mockery as Gong Ting stares in disbelief, unable to accept that his ultimate attack did absolutely nothing. Unlike his panicked teammate, Tu Chen remains completely cold and unfazed. His sharp eyes flash with a crimson light as he calmly and quietly analyzes the situation. The answer quickly forms in Tu Chen's mind after a thorough and precise analysis. The creature had drained all the energy from the lesser monsters right before the strike connected, which allowed it to condense an incredibly thick and solid defensive barrier. Losing all will to fight, Gong Ting collapses. Blood trickles from his mouth, his eyes vacant as he feels death drawing near. Is he really going to die in this god-forsaken place? Right on cue, Tu Chen steps forward calmly to shield his battered teammate. He speaks with a calculated tone, telling Gong Ting that they should strike a deal right now. Suddenly, a brilliant purple-pink light erupts and wraps around Tu Chen as the system loads his class transfer. He speaks in a practical tone, offering Gong Ting the top spot while he takes the 1 million yuan cash prize. His bandaged hand begins to discharge brilliant sparks of magical lightning. Tu Chen seals the deal, stating that he only has one single condition. Amidst the massive energy vortex, the system screen announces that level 24 Tu Chen has successfully transferred to the Purgatory Rakshasa class. A glowing horn sprouts from his head as he grips a massive energy sword. His voice is cold and menacing as he warns that Gongting must never speak a single word to anyone about what is about to happen next. Gongting snaps his head up, his eyes wide and mouth agape in sheer disbelief. He stutters, asking if Tu Chen is actually a dual-class awakened. Ignoring the shock of his only spectator, vibrant streams of glowing pink energy begin to rise and gather toward a single point. The tough armor of the already defeated mantis monsters is worn down yet again, their residual essence completely extracted. Once charged, the system announces the activation of the skill, Ravage of 10,000 Bones. It absorbs the stamina and power of the surrounding corpses, converting them into pure strength to send Tu Chen's stats skyrocketing continuously. A massive pillar of energy violently pierces the night sky while his strength stat surges crazily to an unimaginable level. The energy vortex is so intense that Gongting has to shield his face from the howling winds, completely speechless at the sight. In the brutal darkness, the boss tilts its deformed head. Its glowing red-pink eye glares at this new challenger with extreme caution. As the energy mist clears, it reveals a wild, toothy smirk. Tu Chen exhales a puff of smoke in a purely provocative manner. With both his stamina and strength maximized, Tu Chen's demonic form radiates an aura that completely overwhelms the final boss. Pointing his weapon at the enemy, he grins confidently and reminds Gongting that he already promised to slay this boss himself. The root-headed boss rears up, glowing with a deep purple light as it unleashes a dark howl to cast its soul requiem. A massive halo descends from above, carrying a mysterious and troublesome curse. Gongting clutches his head and collapses in agony. Nose bleeding profusely, he curses this damn hypnotic spell for targeting him again. Completely unlike his struggling teammate, Tu Chen stands tall and unfazed with a totally blank, indifferent expression. The monster completely freezes, its glowing red eye blinking repeatedly in absolute and utter confusion. Tu Chen rests his weapon on his shoulder and strolls forward, ignoring the boss's panic growls as it wonders why its hypnotic spell has absolutely no effect on him. Extremely embarrassed, the root-headed lord gathers all its strength to unleash its final card, the ultimate strike. A sinister defensive sphere expands to cover its body, accompanied by an ear-splitting shriek of hellish sound waves. The deadly purple shockwave sweeps across the ground, blasting everything away except for one young man calmly standing there enjoying the breeze. Behind him, the unlucky Gongting has to drive his sword deep into the ground to keep from flying away, cursing through gritted teeth. Floating in midair, the monster confidently radiates a menacing, glowing red cross-shaped light. Meanwhile, Tu Chen smirks wildly, his eyes burning with the raw excitement of a true apex predator on the hunt. Instantly, he leaps high into the sky like a god, leaving the panicked boss to gasp in shock. Trembling inside its protective cocoon, the giant boss stutters in absolute and utter disbelief. How could this be happening? Why are none of its attacks able to injure this human? Driven mad by panic, it unleashes a massive snake tentacle to tear him apart, screaming for it to shred him to pieces. Calmly, Tu Chen grips his weapon as purple energy erupts around him, preparing for a lightning-fast counterattack. Without a single word, a wind-cleaving slash rings out cleanly, severing the giant snake's head in one incredibly smooth motion. The massive carcass of the serpent monster crashes heavily into the dust, bringing its short life to an abrupt end. Still not giving up, two other bloody, gaping snake heads lunge forward from the shadows for a sneak attack. Without even flinching, Tu Chen raises his muscular arm as crackling lightning erupts and swings down with absolute fury. He unleashes a sky-splitting slash, sending both of the vicious beasts straight to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. Having cleared out those minor annoyances, he steps on the air itself, rushing the final boss's protective barrier and terrifying it completely. Cowering behind its barrier, the weak enemy desperately tries to reassure itself, claiming that its absolute defense is completely unbreakable. Tu Chen raises his weapon, channeling volatile lightning energy as he smirks. Is that so? The system screen flashes, signaling a wave of absolute destruction. The Star Warrior of 10,000 Bones skill activates, devouring the strength of surrounding corpses and converting it directly into raw maximum power for the user. His devastating slash strikes down, completely shattering the monster's supposedly invincible shield into a shower of glittering glass-like shards. The boss stares blankly at the falling fragments, groaning in sheer disbelief. What is this? What the hell is happening? Down on the ground, Gongting stares in absolute shock, his eyes nearly popping out as he wonders how he broke that boss's barrier in a single strike. Gazing at the terrifyingly powerful back of his teammate, he wonders from the bottom of his heart, who on earth are you, Tu Chen? The system triggers the final blow, activating the three-phase supermass mode of the Star of Catastrophe. Instantly, a massive beam of energy crashes down, vaporizing the monster into absolute nothingness. This devastating impact triggers an earth-shattering explosion, ripping the terrain apart and carving a massive yawning crater deep into the ground. Billowing clouds of thick dust choke the air and completely blot out the sky, making the battlefield atmosphere suffocatingly heavy. Standing proudly at the crater's edge, Tu Chen looks down at the smoking wreckage as the monster's spirit screams in agony. No, I refuse to believe this brutal reality. Brushing back his hair with effortless style, his eyes sharp as daggers, he demands to know, what is your connection to the Demon King of Wrath? The panic-stricken orb of green energy flashes wildly as it stammers out, how could a mere brat like you possibly know the name of the Demon King of Wrath? Tu Chen's eyes flare a menacing crimson as he unleashes a thunderous roar to shut down the stalling spillet now. Left with no choice, the battered monster reluctantly confesses, if I actually knew where on earth he was hiding, do you really think I wouldn't have gone to break his seal myself? Frowning in deep thought, our hero processes the new intel, breaking a seal, so the infamous demon was actually locked away by someone. Suddenly, the monster's fading remains burst into eerie green flames as it throws its head back, laughing hysterically into the sky. The writhing dark shadow spits out one last classic villain threat. Just you wait, the Demon King of Wrath will return to claim his vengeance. Its flickering core struggles to squeeze out one final, arrogant boast. He will lead his demonic legion once again and slaughter your useless human race down to the very last soul. Following that long-winded villain monologue, the monster finally shatters into a hovering sphere of green light, leaving Tu Chen standing there with his arms crossed, looking incredibly bored. The glowing orb glides obediently through the air, heading straight toward the young warrior as he stands waiting. With a steady hand, he catches his prize as the system immediately begins the processing phase, devouring and loading. The system screen flashes with a completely successful devour, unlocking a rare new card, the Wood Mage Botanist, dominated by Wrath. This card comes packed with incredible abilities. First, Soul Siphon unleashes a mental strike to hypnotize and manipulate weaker foes. Second, Hellish Sound utilizes pure mental focus to discharge a devastating wide-range shockwave. And finally, Focus Shield absorbs the raw mana from hypnotized targets, transforming their energy into an impenetrable defensive barrier. Thanks to this massive feast of raw energy, the system announces a level up, boosting Tu Chen all the way to level 25 alongside a victory screen overflowing with rare loot. Stroking his chin, our highly practical hero carefully analyzes the situation. It seems this Wrath demon did not just suddenly appear 3 years from now. He had actually slipped into the human world ages ago, only to end up sealed for some completely unknown reason. His eyes narrow with growing suspicion as he restlessly wonders what on earth has been going on behind the scenes without him ever knowing. Putting aside these headache-inducing conspiracy theories for now, the young warrior turns around ready to wrap up his business on the battlefield. Nearby, a battered Gong Ting coughs violently while clutching his wounded shoulder, groaning that he never once imagined his classmate was actually a legendary dual-class awakened. Realizing the massive, unbridgeable gulf in power between them, Gong Ting completely yields, admitting that Tu Chen is far stronger and has undeniably won this assessment. Fully knowing his place, he quickly adds a loyal promise, swearing to keep everything that happened here today a complete secret for his sake. Right after that promise, Gong Ting suddenly winces in agony and coughs up a mouthful of bright red blood. His exhausted legs give out completely, sending him collapsing to the cold ground as he clutches his chest, coughing violently. Standing with his arms crossed, Tu Chen offers a dose of cold practical comfort. Now that the boss is dead, the dungeon exit should be open. Hang in there a bit longer because the guild raid team will arrive soon. But just as the words leave his mouth, Tu Chen freezes. Wait, he senses something incredibly wrong nearby. A bizarre glowing eye radiating a chilling pinkish-purple light suddenly flashes from deep within the dense dark fog. Dressed in a sharp, immaculate suit, a middle-aged man with terrifying glowing eyes slowly steps forward, flanked by countless writhing shadow tentacles. Tu Chen's pupils shrink in sheer shock as he gasps out his sister's name, Tu Yun. The man's twisted, grim expression radiates a suffocating aura of pure malice, signaling that a massive crisis is about to unfold. While her older brother is dealing with a nightmare in the dungeon, young Tu Yun is desperately fleeing, clutching her pet tight as explosive red magic erupts all around her. Two mysterious dark figures plunge down from above into the narrow alleyway, pursuing her like relentless predators hunting their prey. Glancing back with deep wariness, she nervously thinks to herself that these stalkers have been following her ever since she left the supermarket, wondering what they could possibly want. Sure enough, two thuggish-looking men are aggressively stalking her, with one beanie-wearing creep flashing an absolutely disgusting grin. Sensing the anxiety of the soft puffball in her arms, she gently strokes it to reassure the little guy, asking if he feels the danger too. Dan. Sensing the trouble, she grabs her pet and decides to hide. A drop of cold sweat rolls down her cheek as the spunky girl sighs, muttering that it looks like they are heading into another unwanted adventure. Tu Yun quickly pivots and runs up the stairs, knowing the golden survival rule that if you are being followed, you head straight for a crowd. She immediately blends into the bustling shopping district, which is packed with people. Using her small frame, she skillfully weaves through the narrow alleys, turning the heavy crowd into her personal shield. Behind her, the thug in the beanie violently shoves pedestrians out of the way, roaring at everyone to move. But the clever girl is already gone, slipping away in another direction to make a clean escape. She lost them. Completely shook them off while they looked the other way. Talk about a spectacular escape. The two thugs look around in a daze, and the beanie guy curses, demanding to know where she went because they completely lost her. While the thugs search frantically, Tu Chen safely escapes onto a quiet rooftop cluttered with massive ventilation pipes. But the young girl's stamina is limited, and she stops to catch her breath, gasping that she is completely out of energy. Her relief is extremely short-lived as a polished leather shoe suddenly blocks her path right by the disposal bins. The owner of the shoe is a gray-haired man puffing on a cigarette, mocking her by saying he has been waiting forever. Tu Chen recoils in panic, screaming at the mysterious man to tell her who they are and how they found her place. Just then, the two thugs catch up and smirk. Cornered by three villains, the young girl is completely trapped as they slowly close in, laughing triumphantly at her despair. Suddenly, frost magic. It surges up and freezes her heel solid. Losing her balance instantly, the young girl crashes to the ground, crying out in pain. The gray-haired man slowly approaches, his hand glowing with blue magic, as he mockingly asks if she is tired yet. Tu Chen lies on the ground with wide, terrified eyes while her enemy slyly tells her to just cooperate. The chubby beanie guy drools as he reaches out a dirty hand, asking if she wants to play with him for a bit. Sensing extreme danger, Tu Chen closes her eyes in despair, screaming. But wait, a slap of bright pink energy flies out of nowhere, landing a devastating blow on the creep. The hit is so powerful it sends the chubby thug flying backward into the stairs, while the gray-haired man calmly watches the chaos unfold. Seeing this unbelievable reversal, the gray-haired man raises an eyebrow, muttering with genuine interest. A massive beast claw glowing with mystical aura stomps heavily on the ground, fracturing the pavement. And right out of the blinding light, a majestic white lion emerges, standing proudly to shield and protect Tu Chen. The girl stares in absolute awe at her savior, her face relaxing as she stammers, completely speechless. The lion glares at the enemies with fiery eyes, and Tu Chen joyfully calls out her companion's name, Leo. The thug in the beanie staggers up, clutching his bloody face and screaming, demanding to know where this stupid lion came from. His terrified partner backs off to defend himself, trembling and cursing that the guy who hired them never mentioned dealing with a monster. Ignoring their utter confusion, Leo bares his fangs and roars majestically, his voice echoing through the entire block. The other thug quickly charges up pinkish gold lightning magic to counterattack, closing his eyes and screaming desperately. But before his incredibly cool aura can even settle, the giant lion suddenly deflates, turning back into a tiny puffball spinning wildly in midair. Finally, the cute beast plops onto the ground with dizzy stars in its eyes, leaving its young owner helpless in this tense battle. Tu Chen looks in shock at the deflated puffball in her hands, gasping in confusion. She holds the tiny pet close to her chest, urgently asking what is wrong with him. The gray-haired man scowls in disappointment, muttering that he actually thought it was some kind of cool magical beast. But then, out of nowhere, massive plant tentacles charged with magical energy blow off the ventilation cover and stretch outward. The gray-haired man leisurely steps forward amidst the twisting roots, mocking the weak beast for talking tough, only to pass out in 10 seconds. The creepy roots quickly crawl into every corner of the rooftop, leaving young Tu Chen with absolutely no escape route. Don't. Terrified, Tu Chen steps back as the shadow closes in. He still closes in with a vicious expression, causing the terrified girl to scream at him to stay away. Ignoring his prey's terrified screams, the impatient gray-haired thug barks out a cold command to his men, telling them to stop wasting his time. His eyes flash with malice as he glares down at the young girl, offering a menacing ultimatum. Are you going to take it off yourself? Just at that critical moment, a vibrant purple-pink magic sigil erupts. The system window flashes, activating the Contract Beast rescue skill Astral Teleportation, which consumes mental energy to warp the user directly to their beast's location or summon the beast straight to their side. And right on cue, Tu Chen descends from the shattered rift like an absolute god, slamming straight into the ground with a devastating, earth-shaking shockwave. The impact unleashes a massive shockwave, sending the trashy gang of thugs flying in all directions, crashing down over 10 meters away. The destructive energy sweeps across the entire rooftop, obliterating every single obstacle in its path into tiny fragments. Standing tall to shield his little sister, the young man speaks softly, "Sorry I am late, Tu Chen. Something unexpected came up on the way." Surprised, she stammers out, "Big brother." Tu Chen turns gently to ask if she and Leo are all right. The thug in the beanie crawls out from the rubble, roaring in pure frustration, "Damn it, where the hell did this brat even crawl out from?" Tu Chen is still in absolute shock from how incredibly fast everything happened, anxiously telling her brother that she has no idea how they found them and crying out that they are all powerful, awakened. Ignoring the trash standing around them, Tu Chen turns back with an incredibly cool smile, telling her not to worry because he is right here. On the other side, the gray-haired thug swings his magic-infused fist, smashing it hard against the wall to show off his raw strength. Thorny vines wrap tightly around his arm as he bitterly tries to excuse his recent fall, muttering that he only let his guard down for a second. Radiating pure bloodlust, the man growls at the hero who just ruined his plans, snarling that the brat has officially pushed him too far. His eyes flash with an eerie green light as he boldly declares their death sentence, promising to end their lives and charge his client 3 times the original bounty. As the tension reaches its boiling point, Tu Chen calmly clenches his fists, gently telling his sister to stay safely hidden right behind him. His eyes glow with a dangerous, vibrant red light as he delivers a chilling final warning: he will clean up this trash in a split second. Suddenly, an old memory flashes back, painting a grim picture of a ruthless gang of bullies ganging up on a frail, defenseless boy inside a dilapidated warehouse. The orange-haired thug leader, sporting a thuggish face, points and screams insults, mocking him for still being stubborn despite being a useless parasite. He keeps barking orders at his lackeys to gang up on the fallen Tu Chen, shouting out maliciously to beat him as hard as they can. While the boy grits his teeth and endures the beating, a sudden scream echoes out as a small figure, brandishing an iron pipe, appears, yelling at them to stop. It is none other than his tiny sister, Tu Yun, trembling as she clutches her weapon, bravely stepping forward to protect her brother, shouting for them to let him go. The orange-haired punk raises his brow in brief surprise before his face twists into a mocking sneer. Oh, look at this little parasite trying to play hero and save her brother. Ignoring his battered, bleeding body on the cold ground, young Tu Chen reaches out desperately, screaming for them not to lay a single finger on her. His eyes fill with bloodshot rage as he screams out in pure fury, "You promised you would not touch Tu Yun." The orange-haired boss curls his lips into a wicked grin, shamelessly replying, "So what if I did? I am breaking my promise right now." The thug bursts into a maniacal, unhinged laugh, proudly declaring that today he will teach his arrogant little sister a lesson since she was stupid enough to march right over and ask for a beating. Just as if fat thug prepares to strike him down, Tu Chen's fingers wrap tightly around a heavy brick. With zero hesitation, he smashes it directly into the guy's face. The impact so brutal it warps the fat thug's face as the brick shatters into flying pieces. The orange-haired leader stumbles back in absolute horror while the fat thug collapses onto the ground, clutching his mangled face in agony. Grabbing another brick, he grits his teeth and growls a threatening "promise you." Even though he is completely outnumbered, the boy charges the gang of thugs with his brick, fighting like a wild beast backed into a corner. His eyes gleam with a terrifying madness as he lashes out at his enemies, screaming, "How dare you!" Cold sweat pours down the orange-haired leader's face, twisting in pure terror under the overwhelming murderous aura of the boy he once looked down on. Without a single hesitation, Tu Chen drives the brick right into his enemy's face with a devastating explosive blow. The ringleader crashes violently to the ground, clutching his ruined face and screaming in absolute agony. Sprawled on the floor with his head covered in blood, the thug weeps like a baby, crying out that he is a complete sick psychopath. As the memory fades back into reality, the shadow of that skinny boy from the past speaks in a gentle voice, reassuring Tu Yun not to be afraid. Back in the present, Tu Chen stands tall and unshakable, shielding his little sister and telling her to stay safely hidden behind his back. His eyes glow with an imposing crimson light as he confidently declares that he will finish this whole mess in no time. Before he can even finish his sentence, 2 ruthless thugs channel lightning magic and charge forward like bloodthirsty moths to a flame. Clutching her pet tightly as she hides behind his back, Tu Yun cries out in sheer panic, warning him that they are all dangerous, awakened, who look like desperate madmen with nothing left to lose, making it impossible for her brother to defeat them. The punk in the hoodie throws a blinding lightning-infused punch, screaming like a lunatic as he attempts to swallow his prey whole. Furious, the thug screams out, "You little brat, what kind of trick do you think you are playing here?" Without wasting a single breath, he casually waves his hand, sending the guy crashing violently into the wall as blood splatters everywhere. Watching her usually ordinary brother display such godlike, overwhelming power, Tu Yun can only stare in absolute wide-eyed shock. Seeing this, the other thug immediately charges in. The thug in the beanie leaps down from above, aiming a razor-sharp ice dagger straight at his head. With lightning-fast reflexes, Tu Chen casually catches the enemy's magic strike with his bare hand, completely halting the deadly blade like it is absolutely nothing. Before the heavy thug can even process what is happening, Tu Chen unleashes a brutal kick straight to his face, sending teeth and blood splattering everywhere. His massive frame flies backward like a deflated balloon, crashing straight into the alley dumpster and smashing it to pieces. Furious at his useless lackeys getting absolutely wrecked, the gray-haired boss shoots out a massive thorny vine to ambush Tu Chen from a distance. The vine tears through the air with deadly precision, but Tu Chen simply stands his ground, tilting his head just enough for the sharp thorns to graze past his cheek. With a simple flick of his hand, he redirects the vine, sending it crashing straight into the solid wall. Enraged by this effortless disrespect, the gray-haired boss summons a swarm of magical vines, screaming that Tu Chen is nothing but a pathetic, snot-nosed kid. He charges like a maniac with a glowing green strike to end the fight, yelling that he will rip Tu Chen to shreds. Just watch his eyes. Tu Chen calmly narrows his gaze as a chilling, sharp crimson glow flashes within them. With effortless fluid movements, the young man slips past the onslaught of vines as if he is just taking a casual evening stroll. Leapfrogging over the defensive perimeter, he launches high into the air and closes the distance to the leader in the blink of an eye. The gray-haired boss gasps in horror, his jaw dropping as he wonders what kind of insane, impossible movement speed he is witnessing. Watching from behind his younger sister, Tu Yun stares with wide, sparkling eyes before suddenly remembering a very important detail. Behind him, his broad back winds up a space-shattering punch, reminding her that her older brother is indeed the Rank 1 champion. A thunderous strike slams straight into the boss's jaw, rattling his entire skeleton, while she proudly remembers how her brother became the absolute champion of the Awakening exam. The sheer impact launches the massive brute high into the sky, completely cementing Tu Yun's belief that her brother is an Awakened who is just ridiculously strong. Following his brief flight, the leader's battered body freefalls and slams heavily into the concrete, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Before the dust can even settle, Tu Chen calmly walks over to look down at his defeated enemy buried under the rubble. The fierce gang leader, who was acting so tough just minutes ago, is now foaming at the mouth, completely knocked out near the garbage pile. His bloody broken face marks the pathetic end of his flashy but completely useless show of force. With the trash taken care of, Tu Chen turns back to his sister and calmly tells her to take Leo back home first. He glances at the broken bodies with a smirk, muttering like a model citizen that he will hand these thugs over to security and be right back. Relieved that her brother is completely unharmed, she tightly hugs her little pet and nods, promising that she will head home. Before long, night falls over the city. The gang leader slowly stirs, groaning in sheer agony as he forces his swollen eyes open. To his absolute horror, he realizes all three of them are tied up together like a bundle of logs, making him gasp in panic. Looking around the dark basement, the terrified leader stutters to the figure standing before him, demanding to know where they are and why they were brought here. Ignoring their terror, Tu Chen begins a ruthless interrogation, telling them his head is throbbing and demanding to know if they belong to the Black Mountain Guild, who only ever move for cold, hard cash. When asked who is paying them, the gray-haired boss stubbornly chuckles, sneering that the kid seems to know a thing or two about how their business works. A dark aura begins to seep from Tu Chen as the boss mutters that if he talks, his reputation on the streets would be completely ruined. His eyes glow with a chilling light as a system screen pops up, loading a class change, while his voice drops to a freezing whisper, asking if he truly refuses to speak. Instantly, a violent surge of dark energy transforms him into a powerful Lord of the Shadows, with the system confirming his class transfer is complete, unlocking the title of Ultimate Evolutionist. The detailed stats screen pops up, proving his broken abilities under the Soul Phantom system with Tier 4 Fear ranking. All of his core attributes, including strength, agility, intellect, defense, and perception, are fully maxed out at 5 stars. His first skill is Soul Domain, granting absolute environmental control. His second is Underworld Illusion, inflicting intense paranoia. His third skill, Shadow Boundary, absorbs souls to fully restore his health. A sinister purple glow immediately glazes over the boss's eyes. The gray-haired leader's face twists in agony as dark magic invades his brain, forcing a painful gasp from his throat. Simultaneously, the mental illusion warps his mind, making him hallucinate a massive pitch-black vine erupting from the cold floor right in front of him. Seeing his leader lose his mind, the panicked lackey desperately shakes him, asking what the hell is going on, but the boss can only let out a hollow, agonizing groan. Radiating the terrifying pressure of an executioner, Tu Chen coldly announces that his legs are up first, activating his wood magic skill, the Mysterious Requiem. The gangster feels a sharp, agonizing pain as a thorny vine rips straight through his thigh, sending blood spraying across the dark room. Without a shred of mercy, Tu Chen calmly delivers his next terrifying sentence, announcing that the boss's arm is next in line. The shadowy vine moves with cold precision, stabbing straight through his right wrist and making the broken leader scream out in pure agony. Grimacing under the brutal mental torture, his face twists in complete helplessness as Tu Chen tells him that this is the exact price he has to pay. Fueled by the ultimate rage of a brother protecting his family, Tu Chen glares down at him, growling that this is for daring to threaten Tu Yun. Seeing his boss break down in sheer panic, the terrified lackey screams and curses, "What the hell did you just do to my boss, you bastard?" Ignoring the loud barking in his ears, Tu Chen's magical eyes flash with absolute cruelty as he slowly delivers his next cold judgment. His cold gaze shifts to the second lackey, his voice sounding like a literal death sentence, "You are next." Paralyzed with absolute fear, the poor guy can only scream in horror. Tears and snot cover his bruised face as he desperately begs for mercy. "Don't, I will talk. I will tell you everything. It's the son of the hospital. Number 1 director." Tu Chen's glowing red eyes gleam in the dark while the gasping henchman squeezes out his final words. His name is Jin Duoxin. The scene abruptly cuts to a wild party where a wealthy heir is living it up. The screen clearly shows Jin Duoxin, Dae Hyun, June 24th, 7 p.m. outdoor rooftop pool of Violet Tower. A smug childhood friend walks up, throwing his arm around a girl's shoulder to tease him. Hey Dae Hyun, I heard you actually got rejected by the same girl twice. The rowdy group laughs, fueling the fire. How could our school heartthrob fail to charm a basic underclassman? Your game seriously needs some major work, buddy. With his pride completely crushed, the wealthy heir grits his teeth and mutters, damn it, that bitch embarrassed me twice. Tonight I am going to make her pay. Fuming with anger, Dae Hyun abruptly stands up to leave, snapping back at his friend's question. Where are you going, bro? To the restroom, stop bothering me. Standing inside the men's restroom, the pink-haired rich kid is still dazed and absolutely fuming. Just as the tap water runs smoothly, the electric lights suddenly flicker repeatedly, making him frown in annoyance. Feeling an icy chill creeping up his spine from behind, Dae Hyun suddenly flinches and turns his head. Thinking it is just bad luck, the guy scowls and curses aloud. Damn it, even this stupid light bulb wants to mess with me right now. But the darkness holds more than a broken bulb. Tu Chen stands right behind him, towering with absolute bloodlust. With crimson eyes like a demon from hell, the young man asks in a freezing voice, are you Jin Duoxin, Dae Hyun? Meanwhile, down in the security room, two guards sip coffee and gossip. Those rich brats rented out the entire rooftop of Violet Tower again. No wonder all the security cameras are turned off. One guard shakes his head with a sigh, muttering they must be throwing a wild party up there. Rich kids really know how to play dirty. The older guard carefully glances around the monitoring room to ensure no one is eavesdropping on their little chat. Lowering his voice, he whispers a shocking secret. Lean in close. I heard they actually tricked and kidnapped half of the girls up there. His coworker's eyes go wide in horror as cold sweat drips down, asking in panic, wait, really? The older guard continues to expose the spine-chilling crimes. A female student actually committed suicide right here after they ruined her, but their wealthy parents covered it all up. How does this even happen? Ending his story, the guard warns him they have committed a sea of filthy crimes, so do not let the polite looks of these rich boys fool you. While the guard's thoughts echo that they are nothing but animals, the scene shifts to a pale, trembling Dae Hyun pointing his finger. Who the hell are you? Backing away in terror as he quickly zips up his pants, the rich heir blusters to build courage. This rooftop is strictly off limits. How did you get up here? I will call the police. Without wasting his breath, Tu Chen silently thrusts a ringing cell phone right in front of the panicking heir's face. Staring at the vibrating phone, playing a loud ringtone, cold sweat begins to pour down Dae Hyun's forehead continuously. The glowing screen clearly displays a familiar caller ID, Black Skin Gang boss Hessian. Gripping the phone tightly, Tu Chen's eyes flash with murderous intent. So you are the one who sent those thugs to trouble Siwon. The rich kid's confident facade crumbles instantly, his mouth agape as he screams, why is Black Skin's phone in your hands? As Tu Chen effortlessly crushes the phone into tiny pieces, the coward continues to yell in panic, where is Black Skin? What'd you do to him? Realizing he just messed with a literal monster, the powerful heir is now so terrified he begins to sob. Stay away. What kind of demon are you? A brutal strike launches Dae Hyun straight through the glass wall, shattering it completely as he falls. The heir's body slams heavily onto the floor, leaving a long smear of fresh blood on the tiles. Crashing straight into the pool area, the rich kid can only lie ruined among the sharp, broken glass. His face battered and covered in blood. Dae Hyun screams in pure panic, someone save me, please help. Tears streaming down his eyes widen in horror as he realizes the monster has followed him all the way here. All around the pool, partygoers continue to drink and dance, making him yell in despair, are you people blind? Like a god of death, Tu Chen slowly approaches, surrounded by dense energy, making the air grit his teeth and swear. As the dark shadow of death closes in, Dae Hyun completely loses it, cursing repeatedly. Facing those glowing red eyes, he shrieks hysterically, who the hell are you? What grudge do we have? Why are you doing this to me? Getting no response, the heir tries to use his family name to threaten him. Are you deaf? Get lost. Do you know who my dad is? He is the director of Hospital Number 1. Tears mixing with blood, the coward shrieks desperately, my dad will kill you if you touch a single hair on my head. Tu Chen's eyes shift to a mystical blue as he coldly orders, shut your worthless mouth. Instantaneously, illusion magic invades his brain, causing the rich kid's eyes to glow with a bizarre pink light. Trapped under complete mental control, Jin Duoxin Dae Hyun kneels meekly on the floor, locked in a 3-day nightmare. Wielding the power of a dark lord, the young man coldly commands him to pick it up. Under absolute control, his hand unconsciously reaches for a sharp broken glass shard as the narrator solemnly declares that pure evil does not only exist inside the dens of wicked demons. The filthy memories of rich kids abusing the weak lay completely bare, proving that malice also thrives right here in the human world. Visions of a girl driven to suicide flash back alongside a panicked underling's voice, exposing how these elites use wealth to cover up heinous crimes. Damn it, boss Jin Duoxin. That female student just took her own life. In response to a lost life, the monster simply sips his wine and asks what he's so freaked out about abusing absolute power to run from justice. With a twisted, cunning face, he instructs his lackey to simply claim she slipped and fell, boasting that whatever the final autopsy says is entirely up to his father. They employ methods viler than demons to get away with whatever they want. In this corrupt world, the thug's confession echoes back to expose their latest crime, revealing that Jin Duox and Da-hyun paid them a massive fortune and ordered them to use any means necessary to make sure Tu-yun never forgot this day. Back in reality, the illusion forces Jin Duox and Da-hyun to point the glass shard at himself as the Dark Master vows that this time they mess with the wrong guy and he will completely erase every threat to Tu-yun. The wealthy heir slowly raises his weapon, preparing to end his own life, while Tu Chen's resolve to pass judgment only deepens, even if it means sinking into the deepest depths of darkness. Without a single shred of mercy, the descending demon coldly orders him to do it, stating that he won't hesitate. The scene abruptly shifts to the past 78 hours after the supplementary exam in the Wild Dungeon ended on June 24, 2150, as voices call out that the boss is defeated, the exit is open, and they just need to hang on until the guild rescue team arrives. Clutching his wounds and coughing heavily, Gong Ting weakly promises Tu Chen that once they get out of there, he will tell everyone the truth that Tu Chen was the one who solved everything today. Suddenly, Tu Chen tenses up, his eyes widening as he senses a highly unusual deadly aura nearby. A mysterious figure dressed in a sharp suit silently materializes right behind the young man's back. Realizing the situation is incredibly dangerous, cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he mutters that this is bad. Overwhelmed with panic, he shouts out that Tu-yun is in grave danger, immediately activating his Astral Beast Tamer system panel to trigger the Astral Leap skill, which consumes mental power to teleport him straight to his contracted beast's location or summon it directly to his side. In an instant, Tu Chen's body turns into a streak of light and completely vanishes. Watching this, Gong Ting gasps in utter shock, unable to believe that someone actually possesses multiple classes at the same time. With glowing otherworldly eyes shining in the dark, Tu Chen confidently unleashes his overwhelming power, leaving the helpless foe to desperately mutter his name. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, despite being covered in wounds, Gong Ting wears a satisfied smile as he wonders how many more secrets Tu Chen is actually hiding. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echo alongside loud shouts from the rescue team, tearing through the quiet cave as they yell that they found them right ahead. The medical team rushes in frantically like a swarming hive, shouting for everyone to move fast and save them. Spotting the survivors down in the deep pit, an officer immediately waves his arm and calls out, "Over here this way." The medical team immediately gets to work treating Gong Ting professionally, instructing each other to let them stop the bleeding first and get the bandages ready. The examiner, wearing glasses, approaches with a look of pure disbelief, asking Gong Ting if he can hold on, noting that the boss of this dungeon actually possessed B-class strength, making their survival an absolute miracle. Nearby, the chubby student also receives careful treatment, while a medic reports to the supervisor that his comatose state has been successfully cleansed, followed by a weak groan as he wakes up, complaining about how many terrible nightmares he just had. Looking around, someone suddenly speaks up, wondering where that kid Tu Chen went, noting they haven't found any other casualties yet, so maybe he got scared and ran away before ordering the search to continue. Showing immense frustration, the examiner scowls and lays the blame entirely on the Academy's inspection team for failing to properly evaluate the dungeon beforehand, causing these students to suffer such severe wounds. "I will fire every single one of them the moment you get out of here." But get this, the glass-wearing man suddenly smirks with a sly grin, completely dismissing his own anger, muttering that this is actually far more perfect. He begins talking endlessly, spinning a web of lies about an unexpected crisis during the graduation exam, claiming that even the proctors were easily defeated by the monsters. With absolute smugness on his face, he continues twisting the truth to steal the credit, boasting that, in their darkest hour of despair, the son of Gong Lin stood up and saved everyone, asking if there is any script more perfect than this. Driven by his own pride, Gong Ting hesitates, opening his mouth to reveal the truth that Tu Chen was actually the one who. Before the words can even leave his mouth, a heavy hand slaps down hard on his shoulder, making him grimace in pain. Pressuring the young man, the examiner forces his weight down, spelling out each word to demand that Gong Ting must be the one who solved this. Keeping his scheming expression, the man continues to solidify his blatant lie, calling it today's crisis. Glancing coldly at the white-haired youth standing nearby, he indifferently adds that everything has been clearly witnessed by every single person present. Forced to take credit for an achievement that is not his, Gong Ting tightly squeezes his bleeding arm in frustration. The manipulative man refuses to let go, repeating the forced narrative and demanding that he was the one who solved it. Having perfectly orchestrated this deceptive script, the man leisurely turns away, telling him to get ready to head out because tomorrow's graduation ceremony will be his true stage. Next, the scene shifts to a rented apartment at 8 p.m. where soda bottles are clinking together in a lively celebration. A cozy hot pot party gets underway amid joyful laughter as an excited toast rings out congratulating Tu Yun on her acceptance into the Central International Fine Arts Academy. Her best friend happily throws her arm around Tu Yun's shoulders, excitedly praising her that she can finally achieve her dream and will definitely become a great artist. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tu Chen quietly sips his drink, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Noticing her brother's unusually calm reaction, Tu Yun rests her chin on her hand and glares at him. Hey, brother, why do you look so unsurprised, almost like you already knew this was going to happen? The young man flashes a bright smile to cover it up, gently replying that he is actually quite nervous, while in his mind he whispers an unbelievable truth in his past life. She received this exact acceptance letter on this very day. Her friend sitting nearby sighs in pure admiration. I'm so jealous, she says. To think Tu Yun is actually going to study in the sacred He Nation, a rare once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despite her excitement, Tu Yun suddenly frowns over a very real concern. Sacred He Nation is so far away, and the cost of living there is bound to be incredibly expensive. Decisively, Tu Chen slams his soda bottle down on the table. Do not worry about the distance or money, he tells her. With a highly confident grin, he drops an absolute bombshell on them. He will also be working over in the Sacred He Nation right after graduation. Instantly, the two girls stare with wide eyes and open mouths in pure shock, asking what he just said. Is he seriously recruited by a raid team from a guild in the Sacred He Nation? They only have elite squads there, so how on earth did he pull that off? Pure joy erupts as all three of them cheer loudly around the bubbling hot pot, celebrating that they can live together in the Sacred He Nation, while her friend squeals in envy, swearing she will study hard to pass an exam there too. Watching his sister's radiant smile, Tu Chen's eyes soften with deep tenderness and absolute resolve. This time, Tu Yun things will be different. Seeing her beam happily, he makes a silent vow. She will never have to give up her dreams again. Late that night, under a steaming hot shower, the young man reflects on everything he has done so far. The threats surrounding Tu Yun have been wiped out, and the graduation exam is finally over. Memories of his shady deal with the young master resurface as the system screen confirms his class change. You take the top spot in the exam, and I take the reward of 1 million yuan. Based on my deal with Kung Din, I will receive the money tomorrow, meaning I can finally pay off Fan Chi's debt. Sitting unbuttoned on his bed in the dimly lit room, Tu Chen rubs his neck, deeply lost in thought. What if wrath was indeed sealed after descending upon the mortal world? As images of the terrifying beast flash through his mind, he frowns carefully, weighing his options. How could he possibly skip helping him break that seal? If he truly knows the entity's whereabouts, then his planned 3-year timeline carries far too much risk, forcing him to head to the Sacred He Nation immediately to accelerate his hunt for wrath. His crimson eyes gleam with cold calculation as he plans his next move. However, before doing any of that, he still needs a reliable team, and tomorrow's graduation ceremony will be the perfect chance. The scene shifts to a traditional antique room where a blonde woman solemnly reports to her superior that the Devourer has recently emerged in Shangqiang County. Sipping his tea leisurely, the red-haired man raises an eyebrow in sheer amusement. Go ahead and share the details, he says. With a calm expression, the woman details the investigation, explaining she rushed straight to the scene the very second she received the intel. Spreading gory crime scene photos across the wooden table, she meticulously analyzes the clues, explaining that all local security cameras were destroyed beforehand, leaving behind only faint traces of a brief struggle and blood, a calling card that perfectly matches his pattern of killing first and devouring later. Drawing a chilling and grim conclusion, she adds that his targets are always exceptionally powerful, awakened individuals, and even worse, the ranks of these victims have been steadily rising with every new attack. With a sharp warning glare, she stresses just how dangerous this enemy is, noting that the monster is gaining strength at an absolutely terrifying speed. As his teacup is refilled, she delivers a firm warning. Once the Devourer acts, he strikes consecutively, meaning he will likely resume his killing spree very soon, even though his sudden appearance at this time is highly unexpected. The red-haired man offers a mysterious smile. Truly interesting, he casually murmurs. Sensing his curiosity, the woman slides a few more photos his way, teasing that she has an even more fascinating piece of news, prompting him to merely raise his chin with a soft grunt. Pointing to a map photo marked with a bright red cross, she reveals that the Devourer's latest crime scene is located inside a narrow alley within a low-income housing district. The next photo displays an incredibly close measurement, exposing a shocking truth. This exact alley sits less than 100 meters away from Tu Chen's apartment. At that familiar name, the man's eyes narrow with deep calculation. He says absolutely nothing. Looking straight at her boss, she lays out her incredibly sharp reasoning, arguing that while they have not gathered a single shred of photographic evidence regarding the Devourer, both of them have clearly witnessed Tu Chen's completely illogical spike in his raw power and combat efficiency over the last few days. With her face partially obscured in the dim light, she delivers a cold assessment. She currently has two theories, namely that the Devourer has targeted Tu Chen as his next victim. The man slowly raises his teacup, playing along with the rising tension, or his eyes gleam with deep suspicion as he voices their absolute wildest theory. Could the devourer actually be none other than Tu Chen himself? The scene suddenly shifts to a lavish office where a female secretary asks the man staring out the window if he is seriously skipping the graduation ceremony, pointing out they are his students, whom he guided every single step of the way. The majestic bearded man turns around in silence. He quietly listens as she calls him principal, gently stroking a small bird inside its cage. With his large hand, the principal calmly replies that he only provided them with a safe haven when they were weak, but now they have fully grown. With that, he opens the cage door, letting the birds soar freely into the sky, remarking that it is finally time for them to forge their own paths forward. But then, the principal's eyes suddenly narrow. Huh, he gasps in surprise. Staring at a plump little bird, stubbornly refusing to leave the cage, he wonders to himself if there is still one left that simply does not know where it belongs. Time flies, bringing us to 1 p.m. on June 26, 2157, where a stunned wow echoes through the grand graduation hall. A boy in round glasses stares in absolute awe, whispering to his friend that this is the first time he has ever seen the academy use such a massive hall, while his muscular buddy confidently crosses his arms smugly, explaining that with so many legendary guild leaders attending today, they absolutely had to go all out. Chattering in the stands, the bespectacled boy wonders about the outcome of Tu Chen and Kung Din's makeup exam, noting that the academy is keeping a tight lid on it with not a single word leaked. A classmate sitting next to them dryly replies they will find out soon, but the nerdy boy instantly retorts with pride, asking if that is even a question because his buddy Tu Chen definitely won. Suddenly, an arrogant student barges in, cutting off their conversation and shouting rudely, telling Four Eyes to stop bringing up his precious Tu Chen every single time he opens his mouth. Glaring with sheer hostility, the bully flips his thumb upside down in utter contempt, declaring bluntly that the guy does not stand a snowflake's chance against his brother because the absolute champion is Kung Din. His beefy lackeys immediately back up their loud leader, flashing thumbs-down signs in unison to ruthlessly mock the nerdy student's misplaced confidence. Behind the scenes, the bespectacled secretary formally briefs his superior that major guilds from all across the nation are sending their elite representatives to attend this graduation ceremony. He continues to heavily emphasize the significance of this event, noting that even the entire board of directors of the Imperial Guild will personally attend, while outside the crowd erupts into excited murmurs as various powerful legendary figures begin to arrive. Yuan Guang, the co-founder of the Empire Guild, and the founder Ming Jing walk in under the dazzling spotlights, escorted respectfully straight to their front row seats in the VIP section. Watching from the shadows, a cunning man narrows his eyes behind his glasses, a calculating glint flashing as he mutters that the Empire Guild's upcoming board elections are drawing very close. Looking over at the smiling old man greeting everyone, he silently assesses the current situation. His approval rating is running neck and neck with Ming Jing's right now. Scanning the board members sitting comfortably in their seats, he smugly plans his next move. Today's ceremony is the perfect trap to win over all the fence-sitters in the council. His face twists with raw ambition as he grits his teeth. You just know this guy is hungry for total control. Turning back to instruct his son, the scheming man calmly explains that once the ceremony begins, Vice President Carter will personally present him with the championship trophy. Under the dim light, Gong Ting looks deeply pensive, while his father continues painting a grand vision, declaring that the world will remember today as the launchpad for his rise to the absolute peak and the most glorious moment of the Gong family. His eyes turn cold and severe as he growls a stern warning. When you go up there, make sure your speech is perfect and do not mess this up. Now go out there and prove your ultimate worth. Faced with those fake expectations, Gong Ting can only bow his head in silence, his fists clenching his clothes as guilt and remorse eat him alive. On the brightly lit stage, a graceful announcer begins the ceremony with a clear, resonant voice welcoming all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. From the VIP seats, the powerful figures watch closely as she delivers the opening address, announcing that after countless trials and relentless efforts, this year's graduation exam for the Awakened University has successfully concluded. The three arrogant students from earlier lean forward in eager anticipation as the announcer declares that she is incredibly honored to announce. Thunderous applause erupts from the delegates as her official proclamation rings out through the hall that the graduation ceremony for the National Awakened University class of 2157 has officially begun. Amid the roaring applause, Gong Ting remains dead silent, his face showing a strangely calm expression. Way back in the rear seats, Tu Chen is also present, sitting with his legs crossed and arms folded in an incredibly relaxed posture. The young man's ruby-red eyes casually glance at the stage, completely serene and paying absolutely no attention to the noisy crowd around him. Gesturing toward the covered victory podium, the announcer excitedly hypes up the crowd, declaring that in this highly anticipated moment they will all witness the crowning of absolute glory. The velvet curtain drops to reveal a gleaming golden trophy as her ecstatic voice calls out to join together in honoring the ultimate champion of this year's graduation exam. Keeping the energy high, the announcer calls out the next VIP, asking the audience to give a warm round of applause for the Vice President of the United Global Guild, Carter Cavendish. Stepping confidently up to the podium, the Vice President commands the entire hall's attention as Vice President Carter will now announce the ultimate champion and personally present the award. Flashing a polished diplomatic smile, Carter Cavendish speaks graciously, expressing his immense gratitude for the warm invitation from the Empire Guild, which allowed him to be here in person to witness the brilliant showcase of Dongshin, nation's outstanding young generation. Next, the vice president intentionally lowers his voice to add some dramatic suspense, stating that while many in the audience might not know this, an unexpected emergency occurred during the supplementary exam. Hearing that, the noisy male students below immediately frown with curiosity. Carter's face turns grave as he reveals a shocking truth. The unexplored dungeon, originally classified as a level D, turned out to be a highly dangerous level B dungeon in disguise. The entire hall instantly erupts in absolute shock. Panicked students shout out, "A level B dungeon? Did our ears just play tricks on us?" A female delegate in the front rows breaks into a cold sweat, analyzing the situation in shock. Even a guild raid team would struggle to survive against a level B dungeon. So how on earth did they make it back alive? Gazing closely at the test results in his hands, Carter offers high praise, stating that in a moment of ultimate despair, one examinee relied on his flawless footwork and refined skills to miraculously crush those high-level beasts, despite the massive gap in raw strength. Flashing an admiring smile, the vice president proudly announces the epic achievement. He single-handedly annihilated the boss of a level B dungeon and saved the lives of his entire team. Tu Chen rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought as the loud introduction echoes from the stage. He is the strongest graduate. Gong Lin's face grows incredibly dark as he listens to the final praise and the absolute champion of this year's exam. Vice President Carter spreads his arms wide, proudly calling out the main character of this little play, Gong Ting. And just like that, confetti explodes everywhere. Talk about a complete sham of a victory. Surrounded by a roaring crowd, Gong Ting slowly stands up and adjusts his suit, his expression filled with deep conflict. The bookworm student's eyes widen in sheer shock as he leans forward and yells, "Wait, what? Did Tu Chen seriously not beat him? That is completely impossible. There must be cheating involved here." In stark contrast to that anger, the arrogant student bursts out laughing, asking if they are convinced, yet because his bro is completely undefeated. The surrounding students also begin whispering in disbelief, clearing a level B dungeon all by himself. That power is just too absurd. Some people are really born at the finish line, while a level E dungeon is enough to wipe the rest of them out. Gong Ting's lackeys continue hyping their boss to the skies, shouting that their president, Gong Ting, is a total legend, not only incredibly handsome, but also an absolute machine of raw power. Leaving the whispers behind, Gong Ting slowly walks down the steps toward the victory stage. From a distance, Tu Chen keeps resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching the young master's every step. Memories of their secret agreement deep inside the cave flood back as the dark figure proposed a deal. The image of Tu Chen's brilliant class change flashes by, along with the terms. Gong Ting gets the first place spot in the exam, while Tu Chen takes the 1 million yuan prize money as the system confirms the class transfer. Along with it came a chilling warning from the Master of Shadows, but there is one condition: you must not utter a single word to anyone about what happens next. Those blood-red eyes glowing with killing intent in his memories pierce like a dagger straight into the fake champion's mind. Back in the present, the spotlight locks onto Gong Ting as the announcer invites him up next. Please welcome Gong Ting to the stage to deliver his acceptance speech. In the VIP section, the delegates shower him with praise, remarking that he carries himself with an incredibly elegant demeanor and is truly a flawless genius. The brown-nosers continue to stroke Gong Lin's pride, declaring that, as expected of Gong Lin's son, the young master of the Gong family completely lives up to his reputation, and his future is truly limitless. Standing before the microphone, Gong Ting maintains a dead silence. His cunning father's high-pressure warning echoes in his ears. Go up there, give a proper speech, do not ruin this opportunity, and prove your ultimate value to everyone. Staring at the pre-written speech in his hands, Gong Ting bitterly wonders if this is really his true worth. Clenching the paper, he mutters the fake praise. Vice Chairman K is right. We faced a terrifying enemy, saved the team, and killed the Lord. Squeezing his fist, he bitterly acknowledges the buried truth. The one who did all that was not me, it was Tu Chen. This glorious stage feels like a massive mockery as he repeats achievements that are not his. Vice Chairman Qi is right, we defeated the Lord. Shattering the line between lies and conscience, Gong Ting ditches the script, but the person who accomplished everything was not me. Through the hall speakers, a shocking and clear declaration echoes. It was Tu Chen. Sitting below, even Tu Chen is startled, his eyes widening in surprise as he gasps. On the stage, the vice chairman raises an eyebrow, looking completely taken aback. Down in the VIP seats, Gong Lin rages, roaring out, "Gong Ting, what on earth are you saying? Gong Ting's lackeys panic just as hard, screaming out, "What is boss Gong Ting doing? Is he completely insane?" Ignoring all the protests, Gong Ting determinedly exposes the truth. When the dungeon incident happened, the supervisor passed out, leaving only me and Tu Chen. Tu Chen covers his mouth, breaking into a cold sweat and frowning at this unexpected twist. On the podium, the young master keeps his promise to hide the real power. He is the strongest lightning assassin I have seen, using supreme skills to defeat the beasts. Gong Ting turns those earlier fake compliments into the perfect description of Tu Chen. He used his own power to show me what real strength is, making me realize for the very first time that such a terrifyingly strong awakened actually exists in this world. With a proud face, Gong Ting loudly returns the glory to its rightful owner. Tu Chen solved everything, and he is the true champion of this graduation exam. Hearing this, Tu Chen sighs in relief and smiles, glad that Gong Ting still kept his secret. The hall instantly erupts into total chaos and disbelief. What on earth is happening? Did they not say the Empire Guild verified the exam? Is there something wrong with the results? Standing on the stage watching the chaos, Vice Chairman K just smirks. Look at him, he is clearly loving this drama. Seizing the golden opportunity, the nerd yells out in excitement, "I knew it, there is definitely something fishy going on here. We need a massive investigation right now." Amidst the chaotic scene, Gonglin's rival, the old man, Ming Jing, simply smirks triumphantly, quietly enjoying his opponent's glorious self-destruction. Feeling like a fooled clown, a man turns to glare at Gong Lin, asking him what kind of joke this is. Gripping the table until his veins bulge, the man growls, demanding a proper explanation from him. Humiliated in front of everyone, Gong Lin angrily stands up and storms off without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, the star of this plot twist, Gong Ting, calmly walks down the steps, leaving the shiny gold champion trophy behind. The young master rips up the lying speech written by his father, firmly deciding what values he actually wants to live by and which path he will walk in the future. An image of a caged bird perfectly mirrors his resolved thoughts. These are choices he must make for himself. Casting off his family's heavy burdens, Gong Ting proudly throws the torn paper scraps into the air. The white paper scraps flutter like a free bird finally breaking out of its cage to soar high into the blue sky. Watching his former student strong back, the principal smiles warmly and feels proud. Looks like the boy finally knows where to fly. Stopping to look back, Gong Ting casts a sharp gaze at his rival Tu Chen. "You won this time." Flashing a confident smile, Tu Chen quietly accepts the challenge while the young Gong master adds, "But next time." Gong Ting's eyes burn with relentless determination. "I will definitely surpass you next time." The scene shifts to the recruitment fair where the nerd Ma Long bows deeply, begging recruiters to look at his resume just one more time. Desperately gripping the table, he begs to do any chore like sweeping floors, but the female staff coldly rejects him. "Our Thousand Eyes Guild is not hiring support classes this year. Look elsewhere." Reality is harsh because getting a guild invite is incredibly difficult for average graduates, with disappointed crowds murmuring, "Did you get any offers?" No, the job market is just too brutal. Yet if anyone is lucky enough to join a top-tier guild, their life instantly turns into a whole new glamorous chapter. Charleston, the HR director of the Empire Guild, formally pushes a bright red card forward. "Your registration is complete, and as a champion team member, you are directly recruited into our guild." Holding the powerful card, Ma Long sheds tears of joy as his friends exclaim, "Ma Long, this is literally your ultimate dream coming true." His two close friends cheer wildly alongside him to celebrate. "Yes, Empire Guild, here we come." Ma Long yells out that he got into the combat division while his buddy celebrates joining research. The three musketeers happily dance right in front of the counter, ignoring everyone else. "We actually joined a top-tier guild, we finally did it." In another corner, a student who previously rejected Tu Chen is crying tears of regret. "If only I had joined his team back then, I completely regret this." Meanwhile, the arrogant trio sits back with sour expressions. "Thinking about working with those idiots in the future makes my blood boil." At the elevator hall, founder Ming Jing asks his companion if everything went smoothly, and the staff reports that two teams scored perfectly, bringing in plenty of fresh recruits. Just as the sharp-eyed old Ming Jing steps into the elevator, he raises an eyebrow at the person already standing inside. The man in the elevator is none other than Vice President Gay, looking equally surprised by this sudden face-to-face encounter. Wearing a polite smile, G takes the initiative to speak first. What a coincidence, is President Ming Jing also heading to the recruitment fair? Hands clasped behind his back, the old man casually replies that he is just here to bid someone farewell. Knowing exactly who G is after, old Ming Jing smirks knowingly. It seems the vice president also thinks pretty highly of that young man. G smiles in agreement, offering praise for his rival's incredibly lucky find. Who would have thought such a genius would join the Empire Guild? Old Ming Jing has truly struck gold this time. While the top brass are busy buttering each other up, HR Director Charleston pushes up his glasses with a deep frown. Why on earth is there still one candidate missing? Fed up with waiting, he slams his hand on the desk and yells straight at Malong's group. Why has not Tu Chen from their team registered yet? He is the only one left, and they better stop wasting his precious time. The crowd begins to buzz, searching for the true champion as they chant his name. Where is Tu Chen? Where did he go? Thanks to the loud commotion, Ma Long quickly spots a familiar figure leaning casually against the wall. Oh look, he is right over there. His nerdy friend runs over in a total panic, desperately urging him on. Why has not he submitted his application yet? How could he casually take a bathroom break at a critical moment like this while the Empire Guild is rushing him? Meanwhile, Charleston takes a slow sip of his hot tea, clicking his tongue in pure disdain. Kids, these days, are completely undisciplined. The guy has not even accomplished anything yet, but he is already acting like some big shot. He slams his cup down to assert his authority, delivering a cold warning. Even if the kid is a champion, he must follow protocol. This is the top-tier Empire Guild, so he needs to get over here and fill out the form immediately. Tu Chen walks over slowly with his hands in his pockets, offering a blunt response. He has no intention of joining the Empire Guild. The rejection is so sudden that Charleston literally spits his tea right out. His friends immediately erupt in utter panic, begging him to snap out of it and stop talking complete nonsense. Shocked by his crazy decision, the rest of the guys chimed in to talk some sense into him. Did they hear that right? Is he seriously turning down the elite Empire Guild? The scene immediately draws a crowd as whispers break out all around. What on earth is this kid playing at? Word is spreading fast that Tu Chen just rejected the top guild. Even veteran Ming Jing is left completely dumbfounded by this reckless choice. What? Losing his mind, Charleston slams the table yet again and screams at the kid. This place is not a playground. The higher-ups specially reserve an elite high-level management position just for him. Countless people would literally kill to be in his shoes right now, and most guild employees work their entire lives without ever getting close to a rank like that. Despite the incredibly tempting offer, Tu Chen does not even blink. He calmly repeats that he never once said he wanted to join their guild. His anger boiling over, the HR manager grits his teeth and screams right in the young man's face. If that is the case, then what the hell is he even doing here? Hearing the massive uproar, Ji smiles with pure amusement and slowly walks toward the crowd. The powerful vice president of the Global Guild nods in smug satisfaction. This unexpected turn of events has handed him the perfect golden opportunity. One of the guys recognizes the high-profile figure and whispers in shock, "Is that really Vice President Ji? What is he doing here?" Right on cue, Ji cheerfully waves over to Tu Chen to greet him. Wearing a warm, friendly face, the man makes an absolutely unbelievable proposal. Since Tu Chen is turning down the Empire Guild, would he be interested in traveling to the Holy River Kingdom instead? While Tu Chen's friends stand there with their jaws on the floor, Jay sweetens the deal even further. He offers to personally recommend him to the legendary local Ember Knights. Completely overwhelmed by that legendary name, his dark-skinned classmate stares in absolute disbelief. What did he just say? Even veteran Ming Jing flinches in surprise the very second he hears that name mentioned. The entire room erupts into a massive frenzy once again. The Ember Knights are an elite top-tier global guild, a legendary name most people have only ever heard on international news broadcasts. One terrified student quickly explains just how terrifying that organization really is. There are only 6 pinnacle guilds in the entire world, and rumors say they possess enough raw power to wipe out a nation instantly. Images of the world's absolute strongest fighters flash through everyone's minds alongside a very harsh reality. They never hold public recruitments, meaning entry is strictly limited to exclusive internal recommendations. Yet, Tu Chen's cold rejection instantly crushes everyone's expectations yet again. Thanks, but no, he has absolutely zero interest in joining any guild whatsoever. Holding a black business card in his hand, he calmly reveals his actual objective. He only came here today to recruit some teammates of his own. Completely caught off guard, Ji can only let out a stunned gasp. His closest friends practically lose their minds at the news, clutching their heads in sheer panic. Recruiting teammates. Has he seriously gone ahead and founded his very own guild? Completely unable to stomach this kid's sheer arrogance, Charleston furiously tosses his folder onto the desk. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is he bragging about? How could a fresh graduate possibly establish a guild of his own? Ignoring the insults, Tu Chen pulls out a sleek jet-black card featuring a crow design and hands it to Ma Long. The Black Crow Guild. Ma Long has never heard of it. Spotting the unfamiliar card, the HR manager sneers at what he assumes is pure youthful ignorance. The guild registration window only opens from May to June every year, and applicants must provide 1 million in capital right on the spot. He continues to lecture him in a highly condescending tone. As a fresh graduate with no backing unless he has a formal recommendation letter from another guild, getting approved is completely impossible. Tilting his chin up with immense pride, he unleashes a harsh scoff. He is just a green rookie straight out of school with no connections and zero capital. What does he have to back up a claim like that? Suddenly, the female receptionist working on the computer breaks into a cold sweat and frantically calls her boss over. "Director, the Black Crow Guild actually exists." The screen displays shocking details that make everyone hold their breath. The Black Crow Guild was registered on May 18, 2157 and officially passed verification on June 18. The founder is indeed Tu Chen. Having watched the drama unfold, Gong Ting can only stare in absolute shock, muttering that it was registered on May 18th. In other words, Tu Chen had already planned out this entire guild a full month before their official examination even began. As all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, Gong Ting smirks in sheer amusement. No wonder the guy only cared about the prize money and completely ignored the prestigious championship title. Staring at that completely calm and carefree attitude, his suspicion is fully confirmed. From start to finish, the young man only ever cared about building his own guild, never once taking the mighty Empire Guild seriously. While Gong Ting was completely excited, the elder Mingjing maintained a highly serious and troubled expression on his face. The old man spoke up once more, startling everyone nearby and forcing them to pay close attention. His eyes flashed with deep caution, accurately reading the sheer supreme arrogance hidden inside a kid who clearly did not care about anyone else. Surprisingly, he gave a gentle smile and whispered a very cryptic remark: "You and she really are incredibly alike." Completely ignoring the buzzing crowd, Tu Chen held up his jet-black calling card and explained the rules. A guild needs at least 2 members to raid a dungeon, and right now my Black Crow guild has only me. Holding the powerful card calmly between 2 of his fingers, he got straight to the point. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Tu Chen extended his arm and pointed the card directly at his old classmate. His deep, commanding voice echoed through the room as he called the guy out directly: "Gong Ting." Gong Ting's eyes went wide with pure shock as he heard the unbelievable invitation: "Do you want to join my Black Crow Guild?" The scene suddenly flashes back to 1 week ago, June 17th, 2157, at the Midran Trading Center. Sitting cross-legged on a couch, Tu Chen opened the conversation by stating he had 2 things to say. With a very serious expression, Tu Chen started negotiating his business. First, regarding the payment deadline, he needed an extension of exactly 1 week. The 3 graduation exams ended in a tie for first place, meaning he received 500,000 yuan less than expected. Placing his water glass down, Tu Chen moved on to his main point. There was a second, far more critical matter to discuss. His red eyes locked onto the man as he revealed an earth-shattering secret. The truth was, he had traveled back in time from 15 years in the future. The merchant Qingzi broke out in a cold sweat hearing this absurd claim. In 15 years, demon lords will completely destroy the world, and Tu Chen was the final absolute awakened warrior of that era. The young man calmly recounted the brutal tragedy. The first demon lord to descend was known as Wrath, who used powerful acoustic shockwaves to wipe out almost the entire population of the planet. Yet a glimmer of hope appeared in the dark. In that moment of absolute despair, a businessman named Qingji stepped forward to donate a special piece of gear. He crafted himself the Silent Stone. Hearing his own name alongside his top-secret invention, Qingji froze instantly in pure, unadulterated shock. A tragic yet heroic vision of the past showed those glowing stones saving humanity. The Silent Stones helped countless survivors withstand the acoustic shockwaves of Wrath, buying the world the precious time needed to recover and fight back. Utterly shaken by what he just heard, Qingji suddenly stood up, his chest heaving as he remained completely speechless. His mind raced as sweat dripped down his face. The Silent Stone was indeed an item he was designing to block acoustic magic attacks, but right now it was nothing more than a rough concept in his head. Could this kid really be a regressor? Interlocking his fingers together, Tu Chen stared deep into the merchant's eyes and extended a life-altering invitation. "Qingzi, come partner with me." Returning to the present on June 26, 2157 at 6:30, a beautiful silver sword lay resting neatly inside a red chest in the Midran storage room. Standing behind the counter, Qingji pushed the chest forward, announcing that Tu Chen's loan of 1.5 million yuan was fully paid off. "Your weapon has finally returned to its true owner," he said, and Tu Chen quietly nodded. Right after, the awakened warrior pulled out a glowing pouch that hovered in his hand, packed with valuable treasure. Rare magical ingredients spilled across the table as Tu Chen made his payment. He explained these were materials harvested from the dungeon to cover his interest, as agreed, specifically venomous antlegs, blade mantis claws, and highly valuable black-scaled snake gallbladders. Staring at the impressive pile of loot, Qingji's eyes sparkled with pure excitement as he praised Tu Chen for delivering such extremely high-quality goods. Tu Chen simply replied with modesty, explaining that he was pressed for time and could only manage to harvest this much. While busy sorting through the goods, the businessman suddenly remembered to ask about the recruitment progress for Tu Chen's Black Crow Guild, wondering if any new members had joined. Tu Chen's face remained completely expressionless as he casually reported that his recruitment attempts were a total failure and he got rejected. That blunt admission caught Qingji completely off guard. He remarked that he had not expected that, meaning Tu Chen's upcoming trip to the Sacred River Kingdom would likely have to be postponed. Standing across the wide wooden table, Tu Chen firmly corrected his business partner, stating that he was actually moving the trip up. Staring ahead with sharp eyes, the youth calculated each move carefully. His original plan was split into 3 precise steps that could not fail. A cute chibi graphic popped up to illustrate his first ambitious goal, establishing his very own guild. Next, he would rapidly raise the guild's official rank to secure the right to raid S-tier dungeons. Finally, the system screen revealed the third phase. Tu Chen would head to the Sacred River Kingdom to pinpoint the S-tier dungeon where Wrath was nesting while his tiny chibi army stood bravely before a giant glowing demon eye. Yet things did not go completely smoothly. Tu Chen frowned slightly as he recalled a major unexpected variable. The demon lord Wrath might have already descended onto this world much earlier than he originally thought. Hearing this, Qingji gasped in sheer horror and shouted out in disbelief. Tu Chen's red eyes narrowed with determination as he explained that this was exactly why he needed to depart for the Sacred River Kingdom, immediately planning to recruit teammates once he arrived. Crossing his arms, Qingji let out a worried sigh, noting that the entire situation had suddenly become far more complicated. Reaching into his coat pocket for a secret object, he muttered hesitantly that he was not entirely sure. A moment later, Qingji pulled out a tiny device and placed it gently on the wooden table. The device began emitting soft blue sound waves as Qingji confidently wondered if this might actually help Tu Chen out. Leaning over the table, Qingji explained that he had a friend produce a special pop song containing beta brainwaves and had already gotten in touch with global superstar Michael Bruno. As an image of the famous singer standing on stage appeared, Qingji detailed his brilliant marketing strategy. Bruno would soon complete the track and release it as his main lead single, leveraging his massive influence in the music industry to make the entire song go completely viral across the world in just one single week. Qingji turned his gaze toward Tu Chen, heavily stressing the absolute importance of this brand new plan. Tu Chen had previously mentioned that beta waves could completely counter Wrath's alpha wave attacks, making this entire music project the single most effective defensive measure he could possibly set up right now with his current available resources. Tu Chen was completely stunned by how fast the businessman could act. He quietly wondered how the man had managed to accomplish all of this in just a single week. Gently pushing up his glasses, the intellectual man lets out a faint smile. If the future is truly destined to turn into ashes, like you said. His eyes gleam with a mixture of pride and a heavy sense of duty. Then everything I am doing right now holds infinitely more value than anything I have ever done before. Suddenly, remembering another gift, he enthusiastically pats the young man's shoulder. Oh, that is right, I actually have something else for you as well. Qingji gently taps his ring finger, activating his spatial magic to open up his dimensional storage ring. A sleek smartwatch glowing with a mystical blue light suddenly appears on the table. This is the Demon King Radar, a device that I have heavily upgraded from a standard smartwatch. If it detects any Demon King level energy signature exceeding S rank, it will instantly sound an alarm and pinpoint their exact coordinates. It can even track the target's residual energy trail for up to 10 days. He confidently slides the device across the table toward Tu Chen with a very proud smile. You definitely will not find anything like this on the market, and it is guaranteed to give you a massive advantage in hunting down Wrath. Tu Chen puts the watch on, secretly amazed by this treasure. This radar functions almost exactly like his own demon heart, but it displays the exact coordinates in a much more visual way. He never expected Qingji to be capable of crafting such a high-tier piece of equipment entirely by hand. Leaning against the bookshelf, Qingji lets out a heavy sigh, deeply regretting his normal fate. If I could, I really wish I could become an awakened myself. That way, I would be able to help you so much more. It really is a shame. Tu Chen turns around to walk away quietly, dismissing his friend's self-deprecating words. No, you have already done more than enough. His face fades into the deep shadows with an ominous look. Leave the rest to me, because Wrath is the first Demon King to descend. His eyes narrow as he shows deep caution toward this powerful enemy. I still do not have a thorough understanding of his full abilities, and I only hope we do not run into any more unexpected variables. Time passes under a heavy downpour, and it is now 8:30 p.m. at Shangshuang No. 1 Hospital. The wild, beastly roars echoing from inside the luxury VIP ward are enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Jin Duoxin Yang, the hospital director and father of Jin Duoxin, stands there trembling as he watches the horrifying scene unfold. Tied tightly in a straitjacket, Jin Duoxin grins like a madman, hysterically screaming, "I am a filthy mutt." Pure rage explodes as the director's face turns bright red and he screams furiously, "Who the hell did this, and what bastard turned my son into this pathetic mess?" Whipping his head around to glare at the subordinates standing behind him, he snarls threateningly, "You are supposed to be some of the top A-rank awakeners in this country." Driven by absolute hatred, Director Jin Duoxin Yeong fiercely commands his elite squad of hunters. "I want you to investigate this immediately. Use any means necessary without caring about the consequences. Find him and chop him into pieces." The stylish leader gently strokes his hidden cane sword, confidently reassuring his employer, "Do not worry, Director." A cruel smile plays on his lips as the silver blade is slowly drawn, promising they will have his head rolling on the floor within a single day. Suddenly, the entire room shakes violently under an eerie glowing red light, forcing the startled group of hunters to look around in complete confusion. Feeling the suffocating bloodlust in the air, a sweat-drenched Jin Duoxin Yeong groans weakly. I feel like I am about to suffocate. Unable to bear the crushing weight of the terrifying pressure, the weak director collapses onto the floor and vomits miserably. The blind hunter's face instantly turns pale as he urgently yells out a terrifying warning to his allies. What on earth is this overwhelming and absolute spiritual pressure? There is definitely something incredibly horrific lurking, right nearby in the darkness. The empty and quiet hospital corridor is now bathed in an ominous dark red, falling into a deeply disturbing silence. Behind the glass door of the ward, a massive silhouette sporting sharp demonic horns slowly begins to approach. The female assassin instantly manifests her razor-sharp energy claws and screams out in alarm. It is right outside the door. All the top-tier hunters simultaneously aim their weapons toward the only entrance. It is right outside the door. Moments later, a massive demonic foot tipped with razor-sharp claws completely crushes the door, stepping right into the room. Faced with the incredibly overwhelming presence of this ancient monster, the entire elite hunter squad stands completely frozen in absolute silent terror. The monster opens its massive fanged, blood-soaked mouth, laughing greedily. Looks like I am about to enjoy another delicious feast. This is Lan Yue, the gluttonous demon king. While there are countless different awakened classes in this world, they are mostly divided into 5 main categories. An informative system interface immediately pops up to explain that fighters are responsible for absorbing damage and leading the charge on the front line. Next is the sharp melee class of assassins, who are responsible for flanking the enemy and delivering incredibly quick, fatal strikes from the shadows. Following that is the powerful control class of mages, tasked with controlling the entire battlefield and dealing massive area of effect magic damage. The information card then transitions to the support class, who are responsible for cleansing negative status effects and providing crucial combat buffs for allies. After introducing these 4 basic groups, the system closes with a special final note about a highly unique and rare class. A blinding burst of light explodes, proving just how extreme this class is, as it almost completely discards all personal defense. Returning to reality, we find Tu Chen focusing deeply on surviving within a dangerous, blazing volcanic dungeon. A massive explosion blows away all surrounding obstacles, highlighting this system class's main trait, sacrificing defense for the most extreme offensive power of any class. Landing on a precarious rock surrounded by boiling, churning lava, the young man pants heavily while keeping his guard up against hidden enemies. His sharp eyes peer ahead quietly, assessing the high-altitude boss lurking on the 2nd floor of this dark demon tower. His lonely figure stands amidst the heavy toxic mist, confirming his opponent definitely belongs to the archer class. With that, his body suddenly leaps upward. Tu Chen hides behind a cliffside, calculating that based on the trajectory of that last shot, the enemy must have fired from nearby. His eyes narrow into a sharp, analytical gaze. The monster's long-range attacks carry absolutely devastating power, but it is forced to hide for a brief moment after every shot to recharge its energy. Staring at the desolate, blazing cliffside crawling with danger, Tu Chen reminds himself that he must find it before the next blast strikes. Spotting a shadow-black tail darting like lightning behind a boulder, Tu Chen's eyes flash with pure determination. It is right there. Seizing the brief split second his enemy slips up, Tu Chen tells himself this is his only chance. He leaps high into the air, raising his lightning-charged weapon to finish off the boss with a single devastating blow. The blinding surge of pure lightning crashes straight down on the target, but only a severed tail remains. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from behind the cliff, causing Tu Chen to pale as he realizes he messed up bad. The devastating force of the blast throws him back through the burning sky. Snapping awake from the nightmare, Tu Chen sits straight up in bed, letting out a heavy sigh to calm his racing heart. Cold sweat dripping down his forehead, he frowns as he recalls the terrifying ordeal, relieved it was only a dream. Meanwhile, out in the living room, his younger sister Tu Yun steps out casually, stretching to welcome the morning. Finding her brother slumped on the sofa, looking completely exhausted alongside his little pet, Leo, she asks him what is wrong in surprise. Seeing the dark circles under his eyes, Tu Yun asks if he slept poorly, to which Tu Chen tiredly replies that he spent the whole night searching only to get played hard in the end. Curious, she asks what on earth he was searching for all night, but he simply brushes it off, telling her it is nothing. Looking at his young sister, Tu Chen quietly shares his upcoming plans, telling her that he intends to head to Shanghai State in a few days, right after they both visit their parents' graves next week. Hugging her small spirit beast Leo tightly, she suddenly remembers, realizing that next week is indeed the anniversary of their parents' passing. Watching him stare out the window, she wonders if he really has to leave for Shanghai State so soon, but Tu Chen nods with determination, explaining that since it is a completely new city, he wants to arrive early to get everything ready. With a determined look in his eyes, he secretly resolves that he must speed up his plans. Happily, cuddling the small spirit beast, his sister whispers that it looks like just the two of them will be keeping each other company from now on, making Tu Chen feel relieved that Leo will always be there to protect her while he is away. Yet a faint trace of worry still lingers in his mind as he considers the one thing that keeps him anxious. Staring closely at the little white spirit beast, he ponders how his spiritual connection with Leo seems to get completely cut off under very specific and unusual circumstances. Memories of the dark demon cave flood back vividly, reminding him that the moment he stepped into the deepest chamber and the heavy gates slammed shut behind him, his spiritual bond with Leo was entirely severed. He recalls the grueling life-or-death struggle to escape, which only happened after he completely destroyed the cave boss, and the final exit gate swung open. His crimson eyes flicker slightly as he remembers that precise moment when the gate opened and their mental link was finally restored. His expression grows extremely grave and tense as he realizes what would have happened if he had failed to kill that cave boss immediately. A terrifying vision of Tu Chen and Leo in grave danger flashes in his mind, making him shudder at the thought that a mere 30-second delay would have caused unimaginable consequences. Turning to his little sister, Tu Chen gently asks her if she can let him borrow Leo for just a few days before he departs for Shanghai State. The sudden request leaves both the young girl and the little tiger cub staring at him in complete bewilderment. The system information window continues to provide crucial background knowledge explaining that demon caves are incredibly scarce resources in this world, which is why materials harvested from clearing them command absolute, fortune-level prices on the market. The auction house buzzes with tense energy as bidding begins for a high-level B-class demon cave, starting at 10 million yuan, then jumping to 12 million, then 15 million, showing how the government hosts public auctions whenever a new cave is discovered. A guild representative wearing an official badge decisively raises his bidding paddle, offering 18 million yuan. The auctioneer slams the gavel down to seal the lucrative deal, noting that high-level caves are almost always monopolized by major guild raid teams as 18 million yuan is officially locked in. On the flip side, low-level caves with minimal value float freely on the civilian market, sparking fierce competition among rogue hunters. One frustrated man mutters that they had to sweat blood just to secure a tiny D-class cave, while his companion sighs, reminding him that the top-tier guilds snatch up all the lucrative spots immediately. He tells him they should just be glad they got this one, especially since they have gone an entire month without any work. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, the hunter instructs the girl beside him to go out and recruit a third member for their squad, asking if she remembers the rules. Resting a baseball bat over her shoulder, she confidently replies that she knows them inside out. Standing in the middle of the bustling market, she shouts out for recruits, announcing that their two-man squad needs a third member for a D-class cave, specifically looking for a fighter so they can set off immediately. The awakened market is always bursting with eager crowd members, especially since strict government regulations dictate that clearing any cave requires a minimum of 2 awakened. You can practically feel the desperation in the air as these rogue hunters gather here, hoping to form parties, level up their skills, and make an honest living. A short, chubby guy eagerly offers his services, holding up his profile card, which shows his name as Tanaka Daiki, an E-class guardian who can heat up his teammates' weapons to grant them a massive attack damage boost. But the recruiter angrily waves him off, telling him to get lost since they clearly need a fighter and nobody wants a useless support like him. The chubby guy desperately begs her, pleading that he has not been picked for a single raid group in an entire month. Overhearing the harsh rejection behind him, Tu Chen walks past in his black cloak, silently calculating that to protect his sister, he needs to take Leo into a cave to train and level him up. But reality quickly brings a frown to his face because as the sole member of the Black Crow Guild, he has absolutely no legal right to raid any caves on his own, and the demonic tower from his dreams is far too dangerous for Leo's current level. Holding the small spirit beast close, he whispers to Leo that finding a temporary party is their only viable option right now, asking if he is ready to, which the little tiger cub lets out an excited growl in response. His disguised profile card displays completely harmless information showing his name as Tu Chen, male, classified as a mere E-class astral beast tamer with only one contracted spirit beast under his belt. The recruiter looks at the card, muttering skeptically about an E-class astral beast tamer, remarking that it is so rare he almost forgot beast taming was even a real class. The recruiter loudly lectures him to put him down, explaining that a tamer's overall combat strength depends entirely on the quality of their contracted beast and mocking the scrawny stray in his arms by claiming it looks ready to pee itself the very moment they step inside a cave. Feeling deeply insulted, the little cub, Leo angrily bares his fangs and growls, startling the recruiter with the unexpected ferocity of such a tiny creature. Sensing the tension rise, the recruiter angrily drives them away, yelling at him to take his trash cat and get lost because no group would ever accept them. In the face of this arrogance, Tu Chen simply hugs the cub close and quietly walks away, telling Leo they will just find another party. At the next recruitment booth, a massive muscular guy styled like Rambo flatly shakes his head. He tells them they only need real men who can take damage on the front line and definitely not some useless, oversized sewer rat. The badass girl with a giant chainsaw standing right next to him coldly chips in, telling the newbie to just beat it. Even a monk praying with folded hands rejects them with a gentle pity that still stings. He calmly explains that all living things have souls and forcing a magical beast to fight goes against his principles, so the patron should just head home. Harsh rejections rain down on the duo like a brutal storm. People yell that his rank is far too low and he should stop leeching off real teams. Resources are already incredibly scarce, so bringing a completely useless baby beast makes no sense at all. That little lion is not even fully grown, so why did he contract with it? Tu Chen stands silently under the wave of insults while little Leo sits on the ground. Pushing up his glasses, Tu Chen sighs in deep regret. He wonders if the Beast Tamer class is really this hated in the hunter market. If he knew, he would have just lied about his job and secretly snuck Leo into the dungeon. Suddenly, a girl with bright pink hair dashes right past them, drawing excited shouts from the curious crowd nearby. The young girl excitedly scoops up the little tiger Leo, her eyes shining bright as she squeals about how soft and cute he is. Caught off guard by the sudden cuddling, the tiny beast widens his eyes in sheer panic while she keeps hugging him, cooing about how super cute this puppy is. Leo's face completely scrunches up with tears running down, feeling totally violated from being picked up so roughly. The little cub squirms free and runs crying straight to Tu Chen, leaving the girl totally confused about why he is crying. He scoops up his pet and calmly corrects her, saying he is not a puppy but a magical beast lion. Realizing her embarrassing mistake, the girl sheepishly scratches her head. She apologizes repeatedly, saying it is her first time seeing such a tiny magical beast, but he really is just incredibly adorable. As she leans down to talk, her eyes accidentally catch the profile card in Tu Chen's hand, making her freeze in surprise. Taking the fake resume under the name Li Tu Chen, she mutters the details to confirm. So he is Li Tu Chen, an E-rank beast tamer. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she recognizes a very familiar name, Li Tu Chen. Just who is this guy? Flashing a bright smile, she asks if he is looking for a party. Tu Chen nods quietly, explaining that his beast needs some real combat experience to level up. Excited, the girl snaps her fingers with a grin. Now, is that a crazy coincidence or what? She proudly beats her chest and introduces herself as Haimu Sun, a D-rank vanguard. She explains that she actually just won an auction for a dungeon, and she is looking for teammates to help raid it. But her expression quickly turns serious as she warns him that the place is a D-rank dungeon, meaning the danger level is exceptionally high. Haimu eyes them up with a challenging look, asking if they even have the guts, but Tu Chen simply nods in agreement, maintaining his signature cold, silent expression. About 30 minutes later, their badass red off-road vehicle pulls up at a ruined junkyard on the outskirts of town. She happily cheers that they have finally arrived at the scrapyard mountain. Stepping down from the vehicle, the chubby recruiter from earlier suddenly widens his eyes in complete shock at this familiar face. Pure anger flares on his face as he snarls in disgust, demanding why this trash kid and his useless stray cat are here. He then asks if the two of them actually know each other. The fat guy shakes his head and jumps up to protest his teammate's crazy decision. He yells that he flatly rejected this brat just this morning, demanding to know why Haimu's son invited him when he has absolutely zero history of being in a party. A guy in a baseball cap puffing on a cigarette steps in to calm things down. He suggests this is actually pretty good since more people mean more power, and they really should give the new guy a chance. Unable to change the team's mind, the fat guy clicks his tongue and grumbles in frustration. He mutters that he absolutely hates carrying a useless freeloader who just expects a free ride, while Tu Chen remains completely indifferent to the insults. Haimu Sun claps her hands to gather the team, giving a serious briefing before they head in. All right, everyone is here now, so listen up closely, team. Speaking as their leader in a D-rank vanguard, she warns them that even though 3 of them are D-rank with plenty of real combat experience, they are entering a completely unexplored D-rank dungeon, so they absolutely cannot afford to let down their guard for a single second. Once we are inside, Old Li and I will handle the front line to lead the main assault. Guo Jun will cover our flanks and clean up the leftovers. Turning to her buff teammate, she assigns the next task, telling Jimalio he is responsible for protecting Xiao Huo in the rear. Hearing this, the D-rank fighter smiles reassuringly at the E-rank support girl who is carrying a massive backpack. Finally, she looks toward the guy with glasses and gives a pretty casual assignment, telling Li Tu Chen he just needs to look for openings to deal some extra damage whenever possible. Hearing that, Liu Ao gives a quick thumbs up with a smug laugh, telling the leader not to worry because he has raided over 10 D-rank dungeons, so they should just move out. With the order given, the hunters march forward, heading deep into the dark and damp cave. Steady footsteps follow one after another, treading over the barren, rocky ground inside this dungeon. Leading them deeper, Haimu Sun raises her hand to signal caution, whispering that it is right ahead of them. Turning the corner, a glowing pool of molten lava suddenly appears right before them, forcing everyone to halt in complete surprise. Seeing her teammates hesitate for a second, the leader quickly urges everyone to stick close together. Heading deeper, bright yellow lightning begins crackling all around them, striking down from the cave ceiling in a highly dangerous display. The leader immediately draws her massive fiery chainsaw blade, preparing herself for the upcoming battle. The group gathers in the damp cavern where strange magical mushrooms cast a faint, eerie yellow glow around them. Shining his blue magic lantern on the cold stone walls, Li Yoao panics, cursing that this is a lightning attribute dungeon. Himuzun instantly raises her blade, going on high alert, and warns the team to stay sharp. Standing in the back, Tu Chen remains completely thoughtful, while the little tiger Leo sits on his head, sniffing the air to keep guard. Suddenly, a ball of lightning shoots out from a dark corner, delivering a devastating blow straight to the fat guy Li Yuao's back, sending him flying. Seeing the sudden attack, the pink-haired leader screams out a warning that monsters have appeared. Right after that, an incredibly fierce lightning-type spiked rat leaps from the shadows, its entire body crackling with raw electric energy. Clutching his painful wound, a pale-faced Li Yuao screams in sheer terror, asking why on earth they have to deal with a stupid rat. Hei Muxun moves like lightning, swinging her blazing chainsaw to shield her cowardly teammate and delivering a decisive strike to drive the beast back. As she holds her defensive guard, she angrily yells at the cowardly fat guy, demanding how a weak E-rank monster could totally terrify a hunter who constantly bragged about having endless dungeon raiding experience. The fat hunter whines in his own defense, crying that nobody warned him this was a lightning dungeon when lightning completely counters his wood element, especially with all these disgusting little pests crawling around. While the two are busy bickering, a relentless rain of yellow lightning spheres begins to pelt down on them from every possible angle. Guojun flinches, twisting his body to dodge a lethal bolt that grazes his helmet by a hair. The fat guy gets zapped right in the rear, rolling around and screaming for the rats to get lost, while Hei Muxun struggles to block the incoming wave of beasts. Watching the endless swarm multiply, the captain starts to panic, and honestly, looking at this massive wave, who wouldn't? In the rear, their companion quickly deploys a blue shield to protect Xiao He, while Tu Chen stands completely calm, silently observing the entire battlefield. Tu Chen's eyes narrow as he adopts a serious expression, softly calling out to his loyal partner Leo. Hearing his master's call, the baby tiger, Leo immediately growls and bares his fangs, his ruby eyes glowing with pure bloodlust as he prepares to fight.